And I walk in this morning and we get Josh Coop out there, little beaming face, little rotund tummy. And, because he'd only said to me the last time we saw him, which was about 4 weeks ago, I think. We haven't seen him for ages. Because he's in the afternoon. And so he said, it's nice to see that Scottish boy's got his seat at the end of the table. I said, yes. I said, he likes to think it's the Last Supper. So he enjoys that. So that was quite good. But he's in a very chirpy little mood. He went off for a weekend with 10 friends. Well, when I say he went off with 10 friends, he latched on to a tour that was going to Bournemouth. He didn't actually have the friends. He decided if he latched on with them, then hopefully nobody would know. And he was talking to some girls on the train going to Bournemouth. And being the nosy person, he said, so where are you going? And they said, we're actually going to the Isle of Wight. Does this train go to the Isle of Wight? And I think he did actually tell them that, no, the train did not go to the Isle of Wight. You have to get off it at Bournemouth, and then you get on a ferry or something. Sorry? Ferry, Portsmouth. Where are the hovercraft from? They're Portsmouth, are they? Oh, right. Right. Well, he was going to Bournemouth. The train goes through Southampton, right. I don't know what he went down to Bournemouth for, because it's retirement city. Oh, is it full of students? Oh, God. I was telling him about blue lights in toilets. In the public toilets down there, they have all blue lighting. You know why? To stop people injecting. If you've got blue lights, they can't see their veins, so it keeps the drug addicts. I didn't realise Bournemouth had a problem with sort of drug addicts, but the students have taken over. Have they? Isn't that funny? It used to be, a place you went to sit in a bus shelter and go, how lovely it is, as the rain drove in and sort of, completely wet your anorak. But now it's all students. Is that because it's universities down there? They're everywhere, Southampton's the same. I can always spot them. If ever I come back from my brother and his future wife, I'm getting used to calling her, you can always see cars in either direction laden up with as much stuff as these kids can get in there. Because obviously they're going back to college or they're leaving college or something like that. Whatever it is, they're all illegal. Because they fill up the back window. You can't see out of the back window at all, which is illegal, as you know. Impressionist John Culshaw's been getting close with the woman from Jeremy Vine's show. She's called Storm Huntley. Of course she is. And she obviously thinks she's co-presenter of the show, but anyway, John Culshaw's hanging around there. So she must be grateful. Get a little bit of publicity, because otherwise you could lose her on the programme. I think all he does is turn to her and go, what have we got today? Today, she's Scottish, isn't she? It's a takeover. It's a takeover bid. But I've never heard of anybody called Storm, apart from Stormy Daniels or whatever her name was. I've never heard of the name. But is it a common? There she is. Just looks like she used to be a model or something. I bet she is. I bet she used to be a model in her days when she was thinner. Was she? Yeah, she's very Scottish, isn't she? She makes you look as though you're a southern Jessie. Let's have a little listen.
This week on Jeremy Vine, we had a star-studded lineup of uber-talented guests, starting with 80s pop legend Paul Young, who decided to bring along his friend.
She sounds as though she's come from local radio, doesn't she? I don't know why. You just get that thing when you listen to people sort of talking. She's much more refined than you are. Much more refined, isn't she? You're almost the rough end of the market compared to her. She's very sophisticated, and she's got very big rollers. I get the feeling, though, she thinks she's part of it, but she is just the sidekick, but not really a particularly interesting sidekick. Very odd outfits. Very odd. I'm assuming they must be her own. But do we know anything about her? We know it's a fake tan, yeah. Too much makeup. Yes, that in Scotland, that would be called rust. It's not a... Oh, right, so she started off at BBC Scotland. So she's done Scotland Radio. Hello, everybody. My name's Storm Huntley. And then she went, she's a CBeebies person. Oh, God, now she wants to move into adult stuff. And then on to Jeremy Vine. Oh, so she went from CBeebies. How funny. How funny. I bet her agent's pumping her out like mad, going, please take her, please take her. She's CBeebies. She's CBeebies. But she's... Actually, the funny thing is, all Scottish people talk like that. Because it's very... They do so. It's pronounced. You listen to Lorraine. Oh, you're gorgeous. Because if she spoke at the speed she normally speaks at, you'd never catch up with it. And this one, we speak slowly, so look at these outfits. Where is she getting these ghastly outfits from? Who in God's name wears a bright yellow dress with a little bow at the top of it with a brooch in the middle? I mean, dear God, try and get somebody to sort of... Look, these little bits of diamond... Oh, dear me, honestly. No, it's not working, is it? It's not working. Not working at all. She sort of sits there, she's tried to coordinate outfits, but it's difficult to... If you were looking at her, how old do you think she is? I mean, I would find it very difficult to work out how old I thought she was. Most people in CBeebies are about 28, aren't they? Something like that. They are sort of a lot older than they look. 28. Do we know how old she is? How old? She's 32. Oh, she's fairly ancient, isn't she, for this job? Fairly ancient. What happened to the last one? We had these outfits are just atrocious. They really are. Surely somebody can dress her better than that. She's got a pretty face, pretty hair. She's not tall, but it doesn't matter, you know. And but you just need to get better outfits. They're not the best outfits I've ever seen. Anyway, apart from that, they found a Dalek hidden in a shed. I think it was one of the original Daleks. Exterminate. Carphone Warehouse have just been fined 30 million quid. Blimey, that's a hefty fine. What have they done wrong? They've oversold insurance to customers who didn't even need it. It's this salesman technique, isn't it? People selling stuff. They go, oh, you need that, you don't really. Michael Ball, Why I Wrote a Love Song for My Fiercest Critic. That's Cathy McGowan that he lives with. Paul Merson has returned to Alcoholics Anonymous. He's doing a show with Harry Redknapp. They're trying to get ex-footballers fit again. Well, all of a sudden, Paul Merson has turned the whole thing round, and it's all about him. How he's addicted to gambling, how he's addicted to this. If he was addicted to crack cocaine, it would be a lot easier because being addicted to gambling is really bad, and he's going back to Alcoholics Anonymous. Completely ruined the programme for everybody. You know, if you want to do a programme about your problems, well, then go and do it somewhere else. This is supposed to be a programme about everybody. They must be absolutely hating you. Absolutely hating you. Also, Joseph and the Technicolor Turncoat. He's back in again. Joseph is back in with Jason Donovan. But the good news is, or bad news, he's ditched the loincloth. I can always remember seeing Philip Schofield kneeling on the stage at the Palladium wearing a loincloth, thinking, that's Philip Schofield in a loincloth. How bizarre is that? Caroline Flack's on holiday. Good. Perhaps she'll stay there. Oh, no, that's Jordan, isn't it? Jordan's still on holiday. Forgot the court case. Sent an apology going, oh, terribly sorry. Don't worry, darling, you're going to get it in the neck. You shouldn't have actually booked a holiday knowing you had a court date. Again, a shameful disregard for the law. She obviously thinks she's above the law. Thinks she can do whatever she wants. Big Steve says, Steve, I lost £4 this week. I lost a couple of quid myself, actually. It goes through the pockets. So, you know, if you put... I always put a lot of change in my pocket, and every night... Well, every 2 days, sometimes, I empty my pockets out, and I put it into a jug in the bathroom. Why the bathroom? No, because I take my clothes off there. And, hold that image. And so I take all the money out, and I put it into my jug, and then I take it down to Sainsbury's, pour it into their money changing machine, change it up into pound notes. And there's always a good, you know, I can make a good 300-400 quid a month on change. It's not bad, is it? It's only because if ever I buy anything, I don't count out pennies and things like that. It drives me mad. It seriously does. Anna on holiday in sorry, I meant to move my screens a little bit. Doesn't mean anything to you, Anna, but there you go. She's on holiday in Mumbai. Do you know, I still want to call it Bombay. Sounds more exotic. Mumbai didn't sound at all exciting. And he says, it's my 70th birthday. We're almost twins. In your dreams. I'm nowhere near 70. Honestly, where is this coming from? Ian says, I'm working in Western Central London today, so we might see you out and about. We can meet up for lunch. Just flag that one up, shall you? Oh, yeah, to make sure. And Maggie, who makes stock cubes, do a product which is greaseproof papers impregnated with herbs, 5 in a pack. All you do is place a chicken breast in between the paper, place it in a hot frying pan for 10 minutes on each side. Use any oil? I've just tried them. Delicious. Oh, right. I've tried various little pots of things that you empty, and they were quite nice until after a while I became allergic. I've discovered after a while I became allergic to these little pots which had like a glutinous mass in there, and you peeled the lid back, you dropped it in, and it smelled delicious, and it tasted fine for the first few weeks, and then all of a sudden my body started reacting very badly, so I had to stop taking things like that. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Harry Potter fans wanting a selfie with Ron will have to pay over 130 quid. If you want it signed, it'll be about up to £250. Seems a lot of money, doesn't it, really? I don't know. Why am I getting all funny about that? I mean, you know, loads of people charge for their photographs and their selfies and stuff like that. That just seems an excessive amount of money. Not that he needs it. Not that he needs it. Steve, talking of Scottish presenters, says Gary, why is the lovely Lorraine Kelly still stuck doing lightweight presenting jobs? Because 4 of them are recorded. 4 of them are live. Or is it 3 of them are live and 2 are pre-recorded? Same with Loose Women. Loose Women are pre-recorded on 1 day or 2 days, can't remember. But they all do it, so it saves them having to do it. You finish doing the programme, and then you just go, she changes her outfit, and then you just go straight into the next one. It could work on radio. It could work on radio quite easily, actually. She could easily do serious stuff. She could. I remember her on Question Time, says Gary. Lorraine Kelly? Well, since when was that? I never saw her as on Question. To be honest with you, I can't even remember now. It was such a long time ago. Lost in the annals of time. Where she came from? Where did she come from? Scottish television, I should imagine. Wait a minute. She did Question Time in 2002. I never knew that. Isn't that odd? What, presenting it or guest on the panel? Was she guest on the panel? Right. Good heavens above. 17 years ago. That's why she does. I mean, she does it easier now. Oh, we'll do a bit of cooking, and she likes the pretty boys doing the cooking, I've noticed, and she likes the fashion items. She likes things like that. Also, as you get a little bit older, you change your sort of modus operandi, and it seems to serve her well. They seem to like her. What else do we have? And Jason, the cost of a no-deal Brexit. I'm not going to bore you with it because you've heard enough about Brexit probably to last a lifetime. Also, there's a woman who tries to get on a plane. She's wearing like a crop top. They spend 20 minutes on the runway arguing with her. She's inappropriately dressed for flying. And yet she said there was a bloke wearing a pair of shorts on the plane. If you're going to a holiday destination, I think she was going to Gran Canaria for 4 days. Which, you know, why would there be a sort of dress code on an aeroplane? I mean, what differences would it make? I wouldn't have thought it made any difference at all. You're not going to a bar mitzvah or something, or a wedding, or so you're just going on holiday. And if you choose to wear a crop... I mean, when I originally saw the story, I thought, silly girl. Now I'm kind of on her side. What a stupid airline. And so they held it up. And she's saying, there's a bloke down there in a pair of shorts and a T-shirt. Why am I being picked on? She's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Also, the very badly dressed at Cheltenham Ladies' Day. My God, there were some old moggies down there. Grief, I looked at some of the pictures in the papers, a couple of them. I mean, they're out there. Depth. Not a clue of what to wear. Not a clue of what to wear. Dale in Birmingham says, how can Pricey be on holiday? I thought she had no money. Well, she didn't pay a tax bill. She's done some deal with them. And she's obviously had a couple of little things that have brought money in. I mean, she thinks she's above the law. So I'll be looking forward to seeing how they treat her when she gets back, whether they're going to reprimand her for sort of being away on holiday. She knew I had it coming up. The thing that really galls me, but again, I can't get overexcited about it because it's not my kiddie. But considering how often she prattles on television about, you know, I'm looking after Harvey and all the rest of it, she's dumped him here. She's dumped him here on the hairdresser, as opposed to taking him on holiday. What sort of person does that? She does. And then, I think I'll do this on my little bit extra. She's talking about maybe she'll get married to this new bloke and engaged, and she's not divorced yet. Again, the usual pie in the sky and the usual old humbug from Katie the Boar Price. As I say, he's an idiot of the first order. But mind you, most of her people seem to have been idiots, don't they? I don't think any of her ex-husbands have really got a brain cell between them. You've got Peter Andre having a little bit of a Queenie fit on the television. This is over. This is so stupid. Over... He didn't want her to expose the children to the glare of publicity. Well, excuse me, hypocrite. Peter Andre has put his kids on every programme he's ever been on. He puts them on the front page of Hello magazine. He puts them inside the magazine. He's a hypocrite. For some reason, he decided to have a mare of a meltdown, and then when they asked him about it with Piers Morgan and lovely Susanna, he became all defensive. Silly boy. Silly boy. You know, you both used the kids, you know, and they were saying, oh, but people wanted to see the kids. What sort of people want to see your children? Perverts. You know, you don't ask for things like that. You don't sort of put kids into the full glare of the spotlight. But he's done it. He's actually done it. And then she sort of said, quite rightly so, you're a hypocrite. You've done it. You put him on all of his shows. I don't talk about that, Piers. You know that. Oh, grow up, you silly little boy. Still doing the Michael Jackson, but he's hoping Michael Jackson's going to be found not guilty, which shows how ignorant he is. He's not actually on any charges because he's dead. Goodness sake. There's no news on the Australian tour coming up anytime soon. I'm not even sure whether we've still got the Peter Andre makeover show where Peter put on a pair of overalls and tried to pretend that he knew how to hammer in a nail. It was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen on television. Perhaps he's just a simpleton. We don't know. But, you know, you can't criticise her for wanting to use the kids in her programmes because you've done exactly the same. All of a sudden you think you're better. Well, you're not. You're not. I thought you were going to tell me about the Australian tour, is it? Oh, tickets available. Oh, right. Oh, I didn't know he was still touring. Where has he got coming up? Has he got something interesting coming up? Oh, last one last night. Oh, Pete's going to be having a lie-in this morning. Probably out celebrating with the boys. Woo! Will he be doing his moonwalking on stage and sort of dressing like Michael Jackson? But he's hoping, he said, he's going to be found not guilty of any of these charges against him. It's not in court. Not in court, dear. What's the best-selling album of 2018? Best-selling album was The Greatest Showman. So Pete's celebrating 25 years. So he started February, March. He's been all over the place. Skegness Butlins. They describe him as singer, songwriter and TV presenter. I don't think he's any of those, is he? He's not a great singer. He's not a great songwriter. But the trouble is he's so big-headed. He thinks he is. And a TV presenter. What was that, dear? Is he doing any TV presenting at the moment? No, we can't find anything. So he was doing the Carlisle Sands Centre, Blackpool Opera House, but that one never sold out. The Brighton Centre, which was last night. That's where he was, not too far from home. And they do meet and greet packages, celebrating 25 years in show business. I know 23 of them not working. In fact, he only resurrected the career when he married the old baggage who was the topless model. Apart from that, it was dead in the water. But February 2019, so he's done a few little gigs. You know, they'll be going, oh, you made some money here, Pete. So you can get tickets out. It's a shame it's finished, actually, because we would have bought a ticket. I told you yesterday, my ex-producer Mark went with his wife. I think Mark's a secret Peter Andre fan. Secret. And Nicholas Parsons will be honoured for more than 70 years in TV and radio. I've only got to do another 30 years, and I can be honoured as well for 70 years in radio. Not going to happen, is it? Blimey. Much better than Sainsbury's, says Sam. Change your money up at a Metro Bank. There's a machine. You put your change in, get the ticket that prints out, take to the counter and get the cash. Don't have to have an account with the bank. Best bit is they take 0% of your money. Do they? The trouble is I've got to find a Metro Bank where I can park the enormous car and stagger inside. So that's why it's convenient for Sainsbury's. I forget what the take is on their machine, about 16 point something %. So, and somebody told me, Metro Bank wrote to me and told me that they do it for free, which seems like a nice service, doesn't it? You just take your little bits of change in there. Because I've got a little bit of money in my pocket at the moment. Might put it into my jug. Go there and get some change. I do it if I'm doing something for the weekend. Saves going to the bank, doesn't it, really? Okay, you want to... Is the one in Kingston? Is there? Yeah, but I've got to stagger around the streets with a big bag of money. I might get mugged. Do they all have the money machines in them, do you think? Oh, I say. Oh, very excited now, very excited. So thank you, Sam, for that one. Short break. It's, Ray loves his kids. He does. He loves them. He loves them so much he puts them into every programme, every magazine interview, the whole thing, because he's so boring and dull. Kel, thank you. I've seen the picture before. This is Argent, you know, the least talented person in Essex, next to Mrs. Doubtfire. You visionaire Doubtfire. And difficult to tell the difference between the two of them. What does he do for a living? Nothing. He's the handbag to the other Doris in the programme. Steve, I've just worked it out. You're probably losing about £400 a year by putting your change in the Sainsbury's machine, says Marilyn. Is it really that much? Good heavens above. I know, I always say to them, you know, when they look at it, they go, I don't think I've got that much money. And I thought, well, I can't go away and come back because you have to do it there and then. And I feel like saying to them, excuse me, you've just made about 60 quid for doing nothing. A machine has done all the job for you. I do like using it, though. I really do. So some bloke goes out there to a seaside what? What are you doing? Seaside resort. And he's eating his chips, and a seagull comes down, and they hover, and then it took the chips. So what does he do? He grabs it by its legs, and he thwacks it against a wall. And the seagull dies. Now, of course, it is totally illegal to do anything like that. Surprisingly, we actually have some laws in this country that might actually work. And then there was... What was the other thing I was reading? Oh, dear. This Begin woman and her baby and her mother now writing in and saying, you know, on humanitarian grounds. I thought, wait a minute, nothing to do with us. She intentionally got herself pregnant. Nothing to do with us at all. She went out there, she spent 4 years, she lost one child, then she lost another child, now she's just lost another child, and they're going, we should bring her back. And then you've got Diane Abbott, who sticks her 10 penneth in and says she should come back. I don't know what's the matter with her. Well, we do. She's just not in the same world as everybody else, and it's a great shame. We don't want her. They've already, taken back the citizenship from a couple of other people. If you choose to go and join a bunch of murdering thugs and paedophiles, well, then that's your business. But as far as I'm concerned, you can bloody well stay out there as well. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And did you know that partygoers trekked across Britain for huge Glastonbury-style gatherings near Stonehenge 4,500 years ago? 4,500 years ago, they went there because they found pig bones and everything else. So they obviously had big sort of bonfires and stuff. It sounds great, doesn't it, really? I wonder what sort of music they were playing in those days. If your Sainsbury's is paying out in pound notes, surely anywhere else is better. No, I love pound notes. I always say have it the lowest common denominator, and that would be. I wanted 10 shilling notes, but they'd run out when I went in there, so I had to get pound notes. And so here's an odd one. Here's a very odd one. This is David Steele. You must know David Steele used to feature on Spitting Image so often as a little, slightly reduced-sized puppet. He admits that Cyril Smith told him he had abused boys back in the 1970s. So he had. Well, we all knew that Cyril Smith was guilty as what's it. We knew that because when he went to the local police station, they were quizzing him because they'd heard it as well. And there were various other things. There was a whole little group and a coterie of people who were taking boys around to different places. And Cyril Smith was one of those, guilty as charged, and so the police were interviewing till word came, and it didn't happen just once, it happened a few times, release him. As if, the powers that be on high have decided that, they didn't want him charged with anything. Probably because it would have opened up a hornet's nest. I would have thought, as in, on Capitol Hill, they had a huge problem up there with paedophilia, with the boys who were working there as runners. And over here we had Cyril Smith and loads of other people of his ilk. David Rodigan, says Angie, was at the Albert Hall on Tuesday and the place was packed. Any chance of you celebrating your 40 years with doing something similar? Not really, no. He's a music disc jockey, isn't he? I don't do music. I'm not a music disc jockey. And Mike says, I've not listened to LBC for long. I've got to say your show's by far my favourite. Of course. Why would it not be? There's nothing like it on the radio. He says, you remind me of Joe Lycett. Oh, you're one of those. A Joe Lycett fan. You're my radio man crush. God, don't tell the missus. You know why, Mike? There is no missus. It's another figment of your imagination. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So there's all these badly dressed people at Cheltenham Ladies' Day. You'd think they'd make an effort to look really good. It can't be that. There's far more choice for ladies out there than there is for blokes. Blokes, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing, unless you're sort of part of the racing fraternity, in which case you wear yellow and blue and green jackets and everything else. And Zara Tindall turned up, yawn, and Princess Anne turned up, bigger yawn, and it was Jeremy Kyle with his Botox little face. I think it's lovely, actually. And one here, Linda says, why have a go at Peter Andre every night? He's a great dad. Didn't question that, dear. Want to open your ears and listen properly. He's a great singer. I've met him on several occasions, and he's a very easygoing person who makes time for you and knows it's his fan who's put him where he is. Oh dear, Linda's a peculiar. Yes, where is he, dear? We're not every night. This is the morning. I don't know what planet you're on, love. Are you on medication? But I love it. A great dad. Yeah. You can't help but laugh, can you, really? You think, well, of course he's a great dad. We haven't mentioned him being a dad. What we've actually said is that everything's fact, Linda. You must, come into the real world. I can imagine what you're like, really. I should imagine. And he's a very good friend of mine because I've had a picture taken with him. And he loves me and all the rest of it. We weren't complaining about that. I couldn't care less about that side of it. I more complain about the fact that his ex-wife goes on television and talks about him being a hypocrite, which he is absolutely 100% cast iron hypocrite. He doesn't want his kids exposed to the glare of the media. He uses them in the media all the time. All the time. But if you don't know that, I feel sorry for you because you're ill-informed. But never mind. I notice you've only got 6 followers. Don't say a lot for you, does it, love? Never mind. Steve, I've recently bought myself a halogen oven, and I know why you previously raved about yours. Would you ever reconsider getting one? No. No, absolutely not. No. No, but they're brilliant for doing bacon, sausages, roast potatoes. Really nice. Oh, I'm late for the news. I'm so sorry. Now, if you talk about food, immediately poor old Josh goes on one of his sort of, I'm going to eat some roast potatoes. Hey, everybody, how lovely to be with you. How lovely to be with you on Thursday, the 14th of March. Steve, I have a problem with seagulls, says Jasmine. Every summer when I open the gate, I got them nesting in trees. I didn't even know they nested, actually. I know that seems a bit stupid. In trees. Because they're quite... the seagulls round here, Jasmine, I know they're the same as up your neck of the woods, but I promise you, round here, they've got a wingspan of like 4 feet. At least. At least. They can hover over a box of half-eaten Kentucky Fried Chicken and pick out the best bits. Brilliant. Ray and Hayes Bromley. They obviously played rock music at Stonehenge, didn't they? Thank you, your band. Bunny says, I've just looked at my calendar and realised it's your 38th birthday on Sunday. If I post it today, my card should make it to Londinium. I only send handmade cards. Don't laugh. I'm trying to create it now. Well, if it does arrive, it won't get to us till the Monday because the post room doesn't operate Saturday and Sunday. But it's very sweet. You don't have to. Seriously, it's not necessary. I've had some lovely birthday cards and things like that. Are you drinking that milk? Is that the only milk that they've got? Why are you drinking their milk? You've never drink milk. You normally drink water. Why all of a sudden you've gone on to milk? It felt like... he's got this little plaintive voice. When I go, why are you doing so? He goes, because I felt like it. He's always like the kid in the class. Thomas, did you do that? I didn't. You did do that. I saw you do that. I didn't do it, miss. I didn't do it. I bet you were the world's best liar at your school. I bet you were good. They could go, oh, Thomas, he's so sweet, isn't he? I didn't do it. I really didn't. And he does that now with me. I'll say, did you do sounds? I didn't, Steve. I didn't. Why are you drinking their milk? I just felt like drinking a little bit of milk. It's always like one of those... to be honest with you, I'm going to get him a blanket and a dog so he can sit by a cash point for his birthday. See how much money he can make. And mind you, he might do quite well, actually. Thank goodness, says Billy, you're on at this time of the morning. You're a daily dose of common sense and you're a Brexit-free zone. Well, I'm only a Brexit-free zone because, if it features in the papers, then I'll do it. I'll do it, but I'm not necessarily... I don't know enough about Brexit. Mind you, I don't... judging by, what's been going on over the last sort of week or so, I don't think anybody knows anything about Brexit, do they? Nobody knows. We've got no idea how it's going to end up. We just know at some point there's going to be another Prime Minister. Whether or not it'll be in our lifetime, we'll have to wait and find out. Pete says, tell us about your halogen oven accident. I think you will find it's on the internet. I think it's well documented. And have been on holiday in Australia and New Zealand, visited Bondi Beach... and thought of you when we saw the Tommy Bahamas shop. You'd have hated the weather. 100 degrees on one day. Ugh. Can't tempt me for things like that. I wouldn't enjoy it. I would feel really uncut. And also, I'm not sitting on beach person. Saw some bluey-green sequined boots in Wellington and thought they would go with your evening jacket. Congratulations on the award from Lisa and Martin Spikers from Guildford. Guildford's lovely. You should go there. You boys should go there. They've got a cinema. They've got a little theatre. They've got... Oh, don't diss the Guildford. Guildford's quite nice, actually. Nice, isn't it? Full of students. You'd like that. Oh, all those girls at the bar waiting for you to buy them a Cinzano or a martini or something like that. No, it's not like that at all, is it, really? It's got some quite rough pubs, actually, in Guildford, which always surprise... You're drinking all the milk. Oh, sorry, I just thought you were having just one swig of it. You're now on your... It's practically gone, isn't it? How many more little cartons are there in the fridge? Oh, are there really? How funny. Oh, I'll have one next time round. Is it full fat or half fat? Half fat milk? Or sort of... Oh, semi-skimmed. I don't mind semi-skimmed. That's okay. I can drink that. That's fine. Skimmed is horrible. That's like drinking water with a bit of colouring in it. Ugh. Disgusting. Also, more women than men lie about how many people they've bedded. People go, so, had many lovers? And you go, yeah, more than my fair share. And you always think, you're just fibbing. Not the producer, sorry, the AP. He's going away next week to a spa in Welsh Wales, which will basically be 3 witches around a cauldron, and occasionally they'll throw some hot water on some stones and things like that. Why he's going to a spa, I've got no idea. I'm assuming it's a present that he bought for somebody else, and he's part of the package. You're going to be walking around. You won't get any decent food. There'll be no Kentucky Fried Chicken or burgers or doner kebabs or anything like that, or sausages or anything. It'll be going to be what? Kale wraps. Sounds disgusting. But there will be people going, Thomas, would you like a treatment? It'll be like that. You can have joint massages, you know, on two... Yes, you can, yeah. You keep your pants on. Don't take your pants off. Oh, is it? You can have a little massage. That's a little bit extra, I think, for the massage. You ever been to a spa before? Oh, we've been before, have we? Why would you go to a spa at your age? Come on, there's got to be a reason for it. What? You want to treat yourself? Well, it's not worked, has it? What are you going there? How many times have you been to a spa? Been more than... only the once? Was it a big spa? Was it a well-known spa? Or was it just a little sort of woman down the end of the road who rented out the bathroom? Aberdeenshire. Because you know what they do with a lot of those old country houses that they can't do anything with? You can't sell them, unless they're in the Loire Valley. And you go there and they turn them in. There's a couple who've just bought a lovely chateau. They spent 600,000 quid on this chateau in France. It's beautiful. It's like, wow, 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 wow. Really wow factor. Looks beautiful. Really lovely. Steve, who please leaves a half-eaten box of KFC, says Anne. The drunks round here. Seriously, we see it by the bus stop and think, oh, God, yes, definitely. Definitely. And, Steve, correction on the Cheltenham ladies' outfits. They were the horses. Thank you. That'll please them. Two of them are the worst dressed I've ever seen. But they obviously go, oh, look, you know, why don't people... You know when you give somebody a pair of sunglasses, why don't you try them on to make sure they suit your face? It's like Victoria Beckham. Hers are enormous to cover all the lines under her eyes when she smiles, so she tries not to sort of be seen without them. But, you know. Steve, my band is playing Guildford on the 31st. You should come. We play death metal. Not death metal? Wow! Is that the same as thrash? Like somebody go, oh, death metal. I like the idea. Death metal. I can't even, you know, in my wildest dreams, I can't imagine what death metal is like. Certainly wouldn't be the kind of thing I'd be listening to in my car. Steve, day 6 in bed with salmonella poisoning after a dodgy piece of chicken, and it's the most painful thing I've ever had, says Rob. Well, AP boy had a little bit of sickness the other day. Seemed to remarkably clear up. But anyway, obviously, you know, some sort of new trick that he's got. Perhaps some herbs and a potion or something that his mother sent him down, written on a piece of toilet paper. You know, take, you know, one sort of, you know, head of bat, 2 of hedgehog and things like that, and just sort of mix them all up in a pot. That's what I see. Because it's funny, because the next day he was so much better. So much better. I seriously thought he was going to die. Seriously, because he looked pale. Then we realised he'd got some chalk and rubbed it on his face just to make himself look a little bit more ill. It's like, oh dear, should we? I'm not sure we should. Tiny bit. Okay, Eton. A band called what? Bloodbath? Oh dear Lord above. All right, Fraction. Illustrative purposes. They're like hard rock, hallelujah, hard... When Lordi won Eurovision Song Contest, I couldn't stop playing it. Do you ever remember that song? Hard rock, hallelujah. And they were all dressed up as goths and with these wings. And it was amazing. And the song was blooming good. And they won. Hard rock, hallelujah. I didn't like the sound of that one. Why did it all sound slowed down? And I'm assuming the people who followed that would be goths. Or something like that. I could be wrong, actually, because I don't know anything about that side of music. I mean, I've seen people... I always thought people who went to rock concerts were a bit grubby. You know, they generally... They look as though they haven't had a bath for about a year. I don't know why. Perhaps it's something to do with it. But that's... what do we call that? Death metal. Death metal. Well, there you go. Steve, love to see what Scottish boy looks like. Yeah, we would too. We would too. But we have no... Plus, more than likely, the only spa he means is the shop at the end of the high street. Oh, Paul, so cynical. So cynical. I should imagine his mother does shop in a spa. I bet you have a spa, don't you, up where you are? Of course you have. It's part of the village. But Mummy shops at Marks and Spencer's. Well, we say when she shops, you know, we don't actually mean she pays for everything, you know. Does she shop there a lot? Yes, we're a bit mean on Mrs. Woodman. We don't like to be mean on her because she might be listening. I mean, to be honest with you, she's only got an idea of what you're up to when we talk about it. Apart from that, you don't write to her, you don't phone. Do you phone her? Have you phoned her recently? And said, hi, it's your only son? And she goes, I'm sorry, who is this? You know, that's the kind of relationship they have. You've not been back home, have you now? You went up a little while ago. But he does have photos. He does have photos. It looks unlikely we will actually leave the EU on the 29th of March, Steve. Did the government get a refund for all those TV and radio adverts about us leaving the week after next? No, we're definitely leaving. Definitely leaving. Steve, rock concert that sounded like Theresa May yesterday. Interesting, isn't it, really? And Angie says, I call myself a spiker. I didn't wake up until 4:20. That's not good enough, please. Just wondering if you've mentioned how your stomach is feeling now. No, I don't like to dwell on me all the time, otherwise it sounds very sort of, you know, it's Steve Allen talking about Steve Allen, which wouldn't do. So I always talk about everybody else. Not. Given the choice of conversation, Steve Allen or an other person, Steve Allen wins hands down. Revealed the true cost of a no-deal Brexit. The cost of a family car may soar. Food and clothes will go up too, although TVs could be cheaper. So there you go, it's good, isn't it? TV Company, Thursday, 14th of March. Are those kale wraps at the spa something for lunch or something they cover you with? I don't think he's prepared for some of the treatments that they do nowadays. You could have a mud bath. Mud's very good, where you lie down and they cover you with sort of mud and stuff like that. I do that. I can do that. Mud. It's very good for you, apparently. Death and... I knew Rich should know. My friend Rich says, death and thrash metal plus Lordy getting a mention. Love it. Hard rock, hallelujah. Actually, somebody says, Chris in Chessington, good one for you, this one, Rich. He says, we're forming a band and thinking of calling ourselves Prevention. We think we're better than The Cure. Ban them immediately. Steve, did you see how ill Theresa May looked yesterday? I did feel sorry for her. She's not a well person. I should imagine with the amount of stuff that's been heaped on her. Little Judy says, I'm going to Worthing next week to see Vampires Rock the Ghost Train rock show. Is that the vampires that we know about? Or is it another... How many groups called the Vampires are there? Fiona says, my husband loves death metal. Give me Take That any day. I tell him it sounds like they're vomiting down the microphone, so I call it Comrock. I might have to think about that one, actually. And Ron says, regarding Scottish Boy, is he around 6 foot tall, slim and has a good head of hair? No. About 5'3", I think. And he's sort of a little bit rotund. And he's receding. And that's about as good as he gets, I'm afraid. So no, never ever sort of hear anybody talked about and try and visualise what they look like, because you'd never guess. Richard in Wapping says, when we have the good sense to eat chlorinated chicken from America post-Brexit, salmonella will be a thing of the past. Well, that's good, isn't it? I don't fancy that idea, I really don't. I still can't understand, why didn't David Steele say anything about Cyril Smith? Why did he keep it quiet? Was it sort of an open secret? Oh, by the way, as well, you'll love the headline on the front of the Sun this morning, which is good news. Madeleine McCann's alive. Maddie's alive. Who said so? It's more hogwash. They don't know. They have no idea. No idea. But this is the new Netflix documentary. They say that people traffickers abducted the 3-year-old in 2007. As I say, believe it or believe it not. And this is a top child protection cop. This is Jim Gamble. He says, I absolutely believe in my lifetime we will find out what's happened to Madeleine. No, we won't. Why would it be in your lifetime? Why would it be in your lifetime? I don't know how old he is. I don't know how long we've actually got to find this. And last night, Jerry and Kate McCann spokesman, Clarence Mitchell, said the possibility that Madeleine was taken by traffickers has always been one of the principal lines of inquiry. No evidence to suggest anything. Nothing. Nothing at all. No CCTV footage, no nothing. And why would you take one when you've got 3? Take a whole hotel. But this documentary, Kate and Jerry declined to take part in, which is available to 159 million Netflix subscribers. Executive producer Emma Cooper says keeping any search of what happened to Madeleine in the consciousness, particularly globally, is so important. Yes. It's funny that they didn't want to take part in it, did they? The McCanns weren't remotely interested. I went to a spa, and when I sat in the garden smoking a cigar, I felt a total pariah, says Richard. And Maggie says, don't ever retire. What would us Facebook spikers do without you? Just carry on as normal, I suspect. Carry on as normal. No, we're not going on to Facebook. Broken. Oh, is it broken? Oh, right. So we're not doing Facebook this morning. I tell you who's not well. Robbie Coltrane. He's got to use a wheelchair due to crippling pain from osteoarthritis. So we wish him the very best, because it can't be much. I mean, I'm quite lucky. I don't get those sort of... I get feet problems, but not osteoarthritis. Paul Hollywood acts from The Good Food Show after his Mary Berry feud, with his estranged wife Alex replacing him. Honestly, they put anybody on the television now, don't they? Rod Little in his column says, there's trees and fences down all over the place in my area. One of our neighbours has a huge privet hedge, which is spilling all over the road. One big gust of wind, and that's our road blocked. I said to the woman, you need to trim your bush, love. It's a menace. I think there's a badger living in it. She looked at me strangely. It's always the old gags, isn't it, that are the best. Raymond Van... Have you ever heard of this person here? He's a love rat darts ace. Raymond van Barneveld. Is he an old Dutchman? Oh, there you go. He bombarded 2 women with smutty messages begging for sex and dates. How could you eat dates all the time? And, you know, I mean, I don't mind a couple of dates, but not good enough, really. And Harry Potter fans, I told you how much they cost these things here. If you want a Rupert Grint selfie, you'll have to shell out more than 250 quid. A photo is 133.75, which includes £8.75 service charge, and his autograph will set you back another 125 quid. That seems a lot of money, doesn't it? Whereas when I get all these people in, I just ask them to sign a piece of paper. That's what I should do, actually. We should open up another Steve Allen autograph book, I think. I quite fancy that idea. Lord Steele, he says, I knew about him, but he admitted he knew that he abused kids sexually, but had done nothing when he confessed. How bizarre. Why not? Why not? He also went on to give his support for a knighthood for Cyril Smith. What, knowing that he was abusing kids? I mean, that's not very good, is it, really? Ex-Labour MP Simon Danjuk said, God, I thought he'd disappeared. I haven't heard from him for ages, have we? And he says, this means that Lord Steele nominated Cyril Smith for a knighthood, knowing he was an abuser of children. Apparently so. Apparently so. Doesn't make any sense to me, does it, really? Also, here's the picture. You have to look at the picture of these 2 girls in the paper today. It's on the Sun. Under the main attraction. They're both skinny little wretches. They can't pose properly. Obviously, they think that this is what models pose like. No, unfortunately, they look about the worst you can ever look. And then they've got loads of other people. Toff was there from Made in Chelsea. And Kim Sears celebrating with her husband, Andy Murray. Loads of people there. Vogue Williams was there as well. Because she's a model, she looks good. Just don't ask to have a conversation with her. She's as dim as a plank. Dim as a plank. What else we got here? The wife of Corrie star Simon Gregson had her nose broken by a thug as she defended her brother from a gang. And the airline staff, it's in all the papers, this one. I mean, it's quite an interesting one. They wanted to kick this woman off a flight for wearing an inappropriate bralette. Emily O'Connor, 21, said they even announced over the tannoy that they wouldn't take off until she covered up. I mean, it's, you know, whether you think it's allowed or not, people with shorts shouldn't be allowed on there. She eventually had to borrow a jacket from her cousin. Thank God, she was obviously so small. She was able to fit into it. But Thomas Cook have actually apologised to her. They've said, obviously, we didn't do, the situation very well at all. They had, appropriately, a clothing policy, but the crew don't always get it right. Well, as I say, if there's a bloke on there and he's in a pair of shorts... Then somebody shouted, shut up, you pathetic woman. People were swearing at her and everything else. She said a gent 2 rows behind me was wearing shorts and a vest top. And nothing was said to him. Yeah, blatant discrimination. It's no good them saying, oh, yes, we admit we got it wrong. Because they're supposed to get it right. They've been flying aircraft for many, many years. Take it further. You want money for humiliation and things like that. If there's a bloke on the flight... And they've already admitted they got it wrong, so, there can't be any disagreement about it. Dear me, honestly. Why do people think they can get away with something like that? She just wanted to get on the flight and go on a holiday, but they were late doing it. Everybody was looking daggers. And I've seen on YouTube lots of footage of people on planes being abusive and aggressive, and then bringing on security, and they go, right, you're off. Get off. Not flying with us ever again. Or anybody else. John Culshaw is the one who might or might not, I suspect might, be going out with this Storm Huntley. It just sounds like a bit of a showbiz name, doesn't it? It doesn't quite sound real. I do boiled eggs in my halogen. Perfect. And stop it. We're not doing eggs on this programme. I'm going to Paris day after Brexit, says Tim and Lees. Do you have any favourite French biscuits? Perhaps we should open that one up to everybody. Favourite French... What sort of French... Do the French do biscuits? I'm not sure that they do biscuits. Wafers, probably. I quite fancy a wafer or something like that. And very good for your face, very good for your complexion, is avocado. Not only can you eat it, if you mash it up, it makes a very good face thing. Just means you look a bit bad. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 people who had smear tests after Jade Goody's cancer campaign, because it was her that really helped. You know, her death brought about people going and getting tested for things. We don't like to do it, do we? We're frightened, because you know if there's something wrong. You know if there's something wrong. So our sign today, make sure lottery tickets are carefully checked. Way! A new way of working that lets you be more creative is opening up to you. Way! Perhaps they're going to turn this studio into a swimming pool, and I can sort of paddle around and then do the programme at the same time. I like that. Carl says, I can't stand death metal, but I'm a big fan of Deep Purple. Black Night is a long way to go home. I used to love Black Night. I used to love Paranoid by Black Sabbath. That was one of my favourites. And Smoke on the Water was very good, Deep Purple as well. Yeah, give me a title, I'll tell you the band. I was very good with things like that. And Me and You and a Dog Named Boo by Lobo. Me and you and a dog named Boo, travelling and living off the land. Sorry, I'm a big fan of Deep Purple, who are still doing major tours after 50 years. Peter Andre, not too sure about. No, well, I mean, he's a bit of a joke, isn't he? He must be. They invited him up to do GMB. They can't have been serious about it. Can't have been serious. What else we got? Oh, dear, I tell you, it's dreadfully... It's not thin on the ground, it's just that there's so many things you can't talk about because they're sub judice. If something's still in court, I'm not allowed to give it a mention. There's also a story about Alzheimer's. If you've got a cousin with Alzheimer's, that raises your risk as well. And knowing that the royal family have Land Rovers, what if theirs have been recalled? 44,000 Jaguar and Land Rover cars have been recalled over air pollution. Ooh, that's an interesting one, isn't it? OK, listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock this morning. What was the other one? Oh, yes, Young Britons. Young Britons. I don't know what age that is. Are ditching traditional brown sauce with their fry-ups. I didn't think young people had brown sauce. I have to keep reminding myself what day I'm up to this week. It's been a bit difficult because I was doing an interview yesterday with Ray Fiennes, who's got this new film out, which is about Rudolf Nureyev. And it's very interesting because Rudolf Nureyev, I think, was the first dancer to defect. He got as far as the airport in France and decided he wanted to defect. And he went on to become absolutely mega. Do you know he left $33 million in his will, which in the day when he died, that was a lot of money. A lot of money. He died of complications brought on by AIDS. And his live-in partner, they had a bit of a free kind of relation. They call it an open relationship. And he's buried in a cemetery, I think in France. But it's when you look at his grave, it was interesting. When they buried him, the coffin was lowered into the ground. Then his ballet shoes were dropped in on top, and some lilies as well. And the actual covering of it is concrete, but it looks like it's a rug. He loved rugs and things like that, so it stands out, as you can well imagine. It's in southern Paris, is it? And there is a museum over there, which they use in the film, where a lot of his costumes are. He was a very prolific bisexual. Rumoured to have had, sort of relations with men and with women. More men, it has to be said, but he did sleep with women as well. The French have biscuits, says Bunny. It's a French word meaning twice cooked. Someone must have made a little cake and cooked it twice, hence they're hard. Et voilà. A French biscuit, how about Nice? Or Nice biscuit. Remember those Nice biscuit? We used to love those. I could eat a whole packet of those. They were just biscuits which had a nice taste to them and sugar on the top, which is very nice. David in Nottinghamshire says, you've just inspired me. I think I'll have a blast of Deep Purple on my iPod. Do you remember the Resurrection Shuffle by Ashton Gardner and Dyke? Of course I do. Goodness sake, I'm coming up to 40-something. And yes, I remember Ashton, Gardner and Dyke. Absolutely. And can you help me understand something, Steve? I looked at a vegan menu out of curiosity. There was vegan beef, vegan chicken nuggets, vegan pulled pork. Are vegans in denial? Well, they might be. I don't know. I'm assuming that vegans probably started off eating meat and then probably moved on to vegan stuff. I used to go out with somebody who was a vegan. And it used to be terribly complicated. Trying to find in the early days, trying to find restaurants that catered for vegans and vegetarians was like nigh on impossible. They sort of go, well, you could have a salad or just have some vegetables. You go, is that it? And that was it. Now they're far more adventurous, and the food is lovely. Food is lovely. I don't think I'd want to be complete vegetarian. I don't mind being sort of part vegetarian. That'd be quite nice. Also, Boris's spaff. I've never heard this word. Had you heard this word before? Boris, thank you. Boris came up with yesterday, and he was talking about knife crime. And Mr. Johnson told Nick Ferrari that keeping police numbers high on the streets is certainly important, but it depends where you spend the money and where you. Can we hear it? Oh, we've actually got it. Oh, fantastic! So this is yesterday. This is Boris talking to Nick Ferrari.
I think that it's about. Keeping numbers high on the streets is certainly important, but the question is where you spend the money and where you deploy the officers. And one comment I would make is I think an awful lot of money, an awful lot of police time now goes into these historic offences and all this malarkey. And, you know, £60 million I saw was being spaffed up the wall on, you know, some investigation into historic child abuse and all this kind of thing. Well, what on earth is that going to do to protect the public now? What the people want is to see officers out on the streets doing what they signed up to do.
Spaffed up the wall? Historic child sex abuses? You know, obviously a terrible waste of time. Terrible waste of time. They shouldn't actually have to bother. Although an NSPC spokesman said bringing child abuse perpetrators to justice is not a malarkey in such crass language is an affront to victims who've suffered in silence. I mean, I've never anything like it. It was the oddest thing I've ever... I can only assume his brain had switched off. Because I can't think of anything else. I've never heard the expression spaffed up a wall, but I'm assuming I know roughly what that means. So we wasted, he thinks, all this money, 60 million. He says, what on earth is that going to do to protect the public now? OK, fine. Let's just kind of forget about child abuse, shall we? Doesn't matter, you know. Doesn't matter the fact that Nick will be talking about that on the Breakfast Show this morning. I mean, but I don't think... I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I don't think Nick could have believed his luck that he would say something like that. You never know, do you, with sort of politicians? But Nazir Afzal, former chief prosecutor, says Boris Johnson thinks spending money on delivering justice to victims of child sex abuse is wasted. Tell that to people whose lives were devastated by abusers. You imagine if you were in a children's home and you look out the window thinking, what shall I do today? Oh, God, there's Cyril Smith again. You know, loads of people like that, loads of people. But he was put up for a knighthood by David Steele, who, to be honest with you, based on this interview, I'd take his knighthood away from him. I can't think of anything that you would say that would be so upset. Are you going? Great to work with you again. Great to work with you. Never going to miss you in the newsroom, are we? Is Josh back tomorrow? He's back tomorrow for the weekend. I mean, not here at the weekend, are you? Gosh, your life, honestly. Did you like Bournemouth? Did you have a nice time in Bournemouth? Did you have a bucket and spade on the beach? Did you sort of make sandcastles? What was he doing? He had sandcastles in his bikini. Was it a mankini? Have you got one of those? Do you know what a mankini is? Does he know? Right. Why are you looking at me strangely? Just remember, it's very cold out there and you're still wearing your summer outfits. Have you got a scarf? I know he's got a shirt. I know he bought that to impress me. I bet that was more than £12.50, wasn't it? Is it rain? Oh, I'm sitting in a studio. What do you mean, is it raining? Is it raining, Thomas? Can we see? Well, I know. Well, he can't look out the window because he can't reach. But maybe it's raining. It's certainly cold out there and it's going to rain today. So, you know... Did you? You went to the opening of something I read. Josh was tweeting about something he went to the opening of, and I can't remember what it was. Did you go to a restaurant or something? You went to the opening of a new Primark? God, honestly. He was the one who told me that we get a discount at this place just round the corner here if you show your little woggle thing. So I'm very much looking forward to doing. Have a great trip back. Don't stop off. Just keep driving. Bless him, honestly. We haven't seen him for weeks. Seriously, we've not seen him for weeks and weeks. I walked in and went, oh, there he is. He don't look any different, just slightly bigger version. But he told me last time, he said, I haven't put on any weight. He said, but on the other hand, I haven't lost any. Danny Dyer was meeting Prince Charles. He couldn't get past him fast enough. Hello. Oh, you know, I'm related to you. Effing this, effing that. They all went, though, Gemma and Gorka. And Brian May was there. And who is that person there? Oh, Catherine Kelly. Why do we know Catherine Kelly? I'm trying to think. Is she an actress, Catherine? We mentioned the other day, I'm never too sure who she is. She's wearing a very funny outfit. There's a lot of very funny outfits around at the moment. It was all very... Oh, she's the one who said... Oh, that's right. She says soap people who make it big. Oh, that's right. No, they won't. And Paul Merson breaks down in tears. He sobs on Harry's Heroes as he admits, my gambling's out of control. In other words, she's turned it all around. It's supposed to be a show about everybody getting themselves, fit and doing that. He has 7 children with 3 wives. He's a gambling addict. He said, I'm struggling. Gambling, I've lost control completely again. Why is this awful? Why do people use television programmes for basically boring us with their life? Why doesn't he go and get some help? But I think he's had help. He says, I've placed some silly wagers, 60 grand here, 80 grand there. Where does he get his money from? Where does his money come from? How is he that rich? He wasn't never a phenomenally successful footballer, was he? Was he very... I don't know anything about it. But he was, but before the wages went mad. That's what I thought. But he has now gone back to Alcoholics Anonymous. But the programme's not supposed to be about that. It's supposed to be about people getting fit to sort of turn into a team. And he's turned it around to his own miserable existence. They say... He works for Sky Sport. Well, I must pay him a reasonable way. They say he blew 7 million quid on gambling. 7 million quid. What an idiot. What an idiot. But now he's been to AA to help beat the booze battle. That was easily done, I should imagine. But, the programme's not supposed to be about that. It's supposed to be about all these other people. There you go. Can't have everything, can you? Rudolf Nureyev resurrected Margot Fontaine's career. Well, she was a lot older than he was. And Richard thinks their relationship extended beyond dancing. I don't think so. I think he only had 3 female relationships. And I don't think she was one of them. What's happened to Darren, says James? Has he disappeared with a whale or been abducted by a flock of puffins? No, he's in Iceland, I think. That's where he's been. Do you think he's the king of Iceland? He loves Iceland. That's his favourite place. And so he will be back on Monday morning. Steve, I'm in Manchester for a couple of days working for a charity, so to save their pennies, I'm staying in a twin-bedded room with a colleague. Trouble is, as a spiker, I'm having to risk frying my brains by listening to you via earphone. But you're worth it, says Elaine. Thank you. They were talking about that, weren't they? If you wear these sort of certain earphones, they can be, really bad for you. The judge has blasted Katie Price for showing a lack of respect. I think she's an ignorant little so-and-so. To be honest with you, she knew she had a court case. She deliberately went on holiday to avoid it. And so she's enjoying a break in Thailand. It's a pile of old rubbish. The judge, Amanda Kelly, says she hasn't bothered to turn up. Apparently she's got something more important to do. Yeah, basically stick 2 fingers up to you in the court system. She's in Thailand. She's on holiday. Ridiculous, honestly. 3rd time this year that she's faced court. What a disgrace she is. What an embarrassment to the children. What an embarrassment. Last month, she was given another driving ban after being convicted of nearly being twice the drink-drive limit whilst in charge of her pink Range Rover. And in January... Actually, it's so funny, because I've thought... Do you remember she said somebody else was driving the vehicle, and they ran off, which might or might not be the case. I don't know. But as the vehicle was damaged... Has she got the money back to have the vehicle, sort of seriously sorted out? But anyway, in January, she was banned after admitting driving whilst disqualified and without insurance, ordered to pay fines for the unrelated offences. And now she's just basically laughing at the courts on holiday. Ha, 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 ha. Well, let's see whether you're laughing when you come back. A head teacher says a cramped school dining hall means some pupils eat lunch in the toilets. What? Dr. Simon Letman said children also take lunch in corridors and outdoors. Holbrook Academy near Ipswich has 560 pupils in a building designed for just 380. Dr. Letman told counsellors the main hall does not have capacity for hot meals and packed lunches at the same time. The fact is it's relatively small. God, blimey, that's a bit bad, isn't it, in this day and age? Don't like to see things like that. Also, a prolific thief caught red-handed after a shop raid showed police he was wearing tights on his head because he was cold. He has 19 aliases. 19 aliases. Charles Traverso. He admitted burglary, previous convictions of burglary and drug offences. 2.5 years he was sent to prison for. There's no hope, is there? I've seen these. I was watching some things on YouTube earlier on about people getting into arguments, getting out of cars and shouting at the police and all this kind of thing. Oh, it's amazing. Amazing. Russia's the worst place. There's more drunk drivers. And then they had a couple going around, stopping people double parking on a road, which turned it then into a one-lane road. So they put a huge sticker on their windscreen, which they couldn't get off. It seemed to stick immediately. Oh, the Russians were not happy. Provided with mild entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. 5:50. Apparently, says Jackie, the smear test is very painful, humiliating and embarrassing. Yes. She says you have to wait in a room full of teenagers waiting for free contraceptives and things, so it's assumed that's what you're also there for. I know. Men don't have to put up with things like that, thank the Lord. Amber says, hope you're okay. What do you think about the best remedy for a hoarse throat? Not talking. Not talking. Is that another can of milk? How many are you drinking? Is it the same one? I'm not totally convinced by that. God, honestly, you're getting through loads. You see, once you start drinking cold milk, it's very addictive. Not very good for talking. And I would think honey would be better for a sore throat. And then trying to rest your voice, because if you talk, it just exacerbates the problem. Michael Gove did one of Theresa May's speeches. Oh, really? Because I'm sure they're all written down, aren't they? So you've just got to, just read it. Oh, poor soul. It's not much fun, actually. Josh in Barnet says, do you still remember, Steve, that you won the Global Awards? When was that? When was that? Start that sort of cheap talk, honestly. Won the Global Award, honestly. It's ridiculous. What? In a theatre full of people? I don't know where you get that from. I don't know how you pronounce that first thing, Pat. Is it Langue du Chat? Thank you. It's a very good French biscuit. Tongue of the cat, named because of the shape. How boring. What a dull-sounding biscuit. I don't know. 2 problems, or solutions, to the Katie Price problem. Take her passport or revoke her citizenship while she's on vacation. Now, that would be so funny. I mean, she's turning into the embarrassment I predicted she was years and years ago. She hasn't improved. She's also said, and she's made threats against Peter Andre. She said, if he doesn't stop this thing, I'm going to tell people things about him. That's how nasty she is. She's really nasty and very devious. Mind you, I think they're both their own worst enemies. It's as simple as that. The California governor suspends executions for death row lags. You've been sitting there waiting. Imagine if they've just done an execution. You go, could you not have left it a few days? 737 prisoners. 737 prisoners are on death row in California as executions are halted. Because you could be on death row for years. Years and years. What they do is they'll sort of put it into the appeal dispute system, and then if that doesn't work, then you reappear, and so it goes on. I mean, you can do stays of execution for ages and ages and ages. The TV survivalist Ed Stafford invited a homeless man to live with his family after meeting him on the streets whilst filming a documentary. He wanted to try and understand Britain's homeless crisis for a 3-part show, which this is why the publicity is in the paper, isn't it? What he was basically saying was, on the Channel 4 series, 60 Days on the Streets, he was making about 200 quid a day. That's what he said you can make. Not all of them, but he said there's a lot of abuse of the system. There was somebody sitting down just by the Garrick Theatre the other day when I finished and I left and I walked down there. And I'm afraid I get a bit short-tempered. He looked very well fed, put it that way. He didn't look like the usual sort of person. He looked like he was basically trying to rip people off, homeless and hungry. Yeah. Why are you sitting down then on the ground? Why are you sitting on the ground? What's that got to do? You lost the use of your legs? No, of course not. They're just bone-idle people. What else we got? Oh, Kirsty Gallagher back behind the wheels of her car following her boozy driving ban. The insurance must have gone through the roof. It's a 50 grand car. In fact, I'm surprised she's even got insurance. I'm surprised. Also, what else do we have here? Oh, the cost of a no-deal Brexit. Cost of a family car could go up, food and clothes. Although a TV could be cheaper, but everybody's got TVs. You don't need a TV all the time, do you? Bank closure is going to hit the most vulnerable people who rely on going to the bank. But you can go anywhere now. I've noticed down the Strand, there's a bus stop. Opposite the Savoy, there's a Robert Dias. Guess what's in Robert Dias now? A post office. Post office downstairs. How do you know? How do you know that? You've been in there. It is actually... What a funny place to put a post office. In the cellar. Oh, I've heard of that. Yes, in Richmond there's a post office above W.H. Smith as well. Upset. Ghastly. Your closest one is paired with the Subway? What, the baguette place? Good Lord above. I can't understand that. Don't they make money at post offices? Mind you, we have a W.H. Smith with a little post office in the back of it. I assumed it was just all part of the same shop in Twickenham. They're ever so nice. Ever so nice. They have a nice box in there for you to take a photograph for your passport. You sit in this special sort of booth thing. You feel like you're sort of being stitched up or something. So why are young Britons ditching traditional brown sauce with their fry-up? Because it's horrid. Because it tastes horrid. Nobody likes the taste of brown sauce except my dad. He used to like Daddy's sauce. For me, it was a little bit strong, a little bit too strong. So we all used to go for ketchup. Although, you know, dipping, I don't know, very nice breakfast in our canteen the other day. I had 2 sausages, 2 bacon and 2 hash browns. I was going to add beans, but it was only a cardboard box and I was worried it might sort of collapse on me. So I had that yesterday. Felt so much better. I felt quite grand, actually. I started cutting it with a knife and fork, then suddenly realised to hell with it, just pick it up and eat it. So I did. I was eating sausages and hash browns. Don't know why, I was just having one of my mad sort of moments. And then very nicely, the lady up there said, would you like a juice? I said, I wish I could, I'm diabetic. Turns out her mum's diabetic as well. She has to inject once a day. And I said, I have to do 2 times a day. 2 times a day. Although I promise you now, it makes such a difference getting sleep. Because I've done it before, where I've missed the injection at night. I thought, I'll do it the next morning. And I get a really terrible night's sleep. Yesterday, I do 2 injections before I go to bed, sleep like a baby. But I woke up to watch a really nice programme. I think I've seen it before. And it's about a family with 21 children. And you've never seen anything like it. The parents work. There's no shirking. The kids are very well behaved, very well turned out. And mum's just had, I think it was baby number, it's either 21 or 22. And they live in this sprawling house, which I think could be around Blackpool or somewhere like that. But whatever it is, it's like a seasidey town. And they have a minibus to get them all out for the day. But they're very well behaved. And the kids learn to work in the bakery and everything else. So they get them all involved. They're very well behaved. She's just obviously incredibly fertile. She just seems to have children. Imagine having 21 children in the house. But they all help with each other. That's why I was so amazed. You know, some of the older girls would sort of say, right, all shoes in here. And her washing machine is permanently on go. Now, there might be many of you listening this morning who go, our washing machine's on the go as well, you know. And so this woman, as fast as she's pregnant, she has the child, then she gets pregnant again. And the kids were saying they had one little 11-year-old lad, and he said, she said she's not going to have any more children. And I always say she is, and she does. And I thought that was great. But they were really well behaved. Unlike some of these people who just have loads of children and don't bother working and we're expected to pay for them. See, that's what I don't want. You know, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, you know, there was a guy in the paper the other day, the one who ran onto the pitch and attacked that midfielder, and Jack Grealish. And I'm thinking, and you're not working. Why are you not working? What's the matter with you? Obviously nothing's the matter with you, you're just bone idle. These people, I'll tell you, I'd have a field day. Means testing. We see people all the time on the television. And then they catch them. I'm sorry, there was one in America. Actually, really strangely enough, this was one in America where they interviewed him on a news programme to find out why he bothered lying to them. And he carried on lying. He was obviously one of those really thick people, of which there are many, of course. Some of them vote. And he was sort of there, and they said, but you look at this. You're playing golf, you're hurling things, you're carrying, you're lifting. What sort of illness do you have? It's not visible, he said. That's the trouble. People always pick on me because it's not visible. I thought, no, because you're a fraud. He got fined 1.6 million. And he got sent to prison at the same time, which is good. Debbie says, smear tests are not painful. I nip in to see a nurse and it takes 5 minutes. Saved my life. Please go, all you girls. I think, it's like men should be tested. The biggest killer of men is testicular cancer. Most men have got no idea how to check themselves. I'd love to go into it now, but, breakfast kind of show. The breakfast, Steve, was that the gap in your vegetarian pledge? I never made a pledge. Actually, we have got vegetarian sausages up in our canteen and things like that. I always want the toast. But I could eat 6 pieces of toast. I've got a 4-bar toaster thing, and I could eat 4 slices of toast with peanut butter, easy peasy. And I've learnt how to do it quickly. You only butter half the bread, and then you put the peanut butter on the other side, then fold it over. Peanut butter sandwich is my favourite, but I don't do them very often. I might do them today, actually. No, I can't have in Kentucky. Yesterday I didn't have anything. I just had a 1/4 pounder with cheese and a strawberry milkshake, which sent me completely round the bend. And then I was talking to my friend down at Waterloo Station. He's the man who blows the whistle on the trains. And he said, I said, I couldn't resist it, a strawberry milkshake. And he said, I'm keep trying... Oh, dear. I keep trying to... You're going to sneeze again? He said, I keep trying to get a vanilla milkshake. I'd move further away. He was like this yesterday. Oh, no. Well, it's better than his sleeve, which he did the other day. We get a lot of that. Sometimes it's sort of, it's manners, isn't it? North of the border and down south. And I think we are, we're sort of better. Fancy sneezing all over the keyboard. Honestly, people have got to touch that keyboard. Really are, honestly, an annoying little squirt. But stay well away from him, because look, has he washed his hands since it? No, he's not. So he's now touching everything and infecting it. Oh, it's no good. Please, do not take... Has he touched the headphones as well? Unbelievable. I love the way you can shame him into doing something. He's very odd today, isn't he? I don't know why. It's because he was telling us about the spa holiday that he's going to with his girlfriend, kind of thing, Bruce. As you're a collector of vacuum cleaners, Steve, have you got a shark? No, Jimmy, I haven't. I keep saying they didn't interest me. I have an upright, but it's I don't know what it does. Oh, do they? Oh. No, I've got a Vax upright and all the other ones, as you know. My friend Yvonne is a domestic engineer, and they bought her one at work. Oh, how lovely. What's a domestic... she's a cleaner. Is that a domestic engineer, a cleaner? Car insurance costs actually go down after a ban, like mine did. When I questioned it, the response was, once you've been banned, you're not going to want to be banned again, so you're classed as a lower risk. I don't think so. I don't know what world you're in. But it's certainly not the real one. It goes through the roof. You tell them you've been done for drink driving through the... Honestly, you get some real thick people, don't you? The worrying thing is that they vote. That's what's even more disturbing as far as I'm concerned. Perhaps they don't... Well, it's easy for them, is it? Just put cross. They can just about manage that. Steve, having fresh pork and leek sausages for breakfast. Yummy. Probably not good for the waistline. I should imagine you're long since forgetting about the waistline, Ron. I should imagine. And I heard somebody on Sunday morning would get the birthday bump, says Howard. Any idea who? Nobody round here. Anybody tries to do the bumps, they're going home in a wheelchair. OK? It's as simple as that. We don't do that kind of thing. 65, for God's sake. Dom says a vanilla milkshake with coffee powder. How does that work? I might have it. The trouble is, it's only because I left yesterday. But actually, the good news is, that's all I had to eat yesterday. Well, I had the breakfast, and then the quarter pounder with cheese, and that was it. I wanted to have a Big Mac with bacon, but I couldn't quite sort of psych myself up. 6 is the time. Smear tests are not painful. 5-minute test could help save your life, says little Julie. I know, we keep every time somebody, something happens with a celebrity, they always go, people now should go and get checked. And they don't, but you must do. Or failing that, they just do it. Oh, Richard. Please stop trying to micromanage your staff. I think you've actually hit the nail on the head there, Richard. Your staff. OK? I think that's how it works. They are my staff. He says you're a bully. Yeah, well, they love it. They absolutely love it. Seriously, you beat them and push them around a little bit, go, oi, coffee, now, water, get me some milk. That's how it works, Richard. But they are my staff. On my programme. Doesn't say Richard Show, does it? Shouldn't imagine anything ever says Richard Show. And, Steve, I love the way you talk to and about Scottish Boy. It's more than obvious how fond of him you really are. Oh, please. Don't start that one. He's big-headed enough as it is, without, the presenters. No, he gets treated very well. Believe you me. No complaints on this programme. I don't think so. No. Tip for your milk drinker. Good idea to brush your teeth afterwards. He's only just got round to washing his hands. Because milk is... I used to drink milk, but the trouble is it's very addictive. Once you drink some cold milk, got to be cold milk. Kevin the milkman will tell you this one. And you go, I could drink more of that. And I have done. You said, there can't be any more milk in that thing. Is there just air in it or something now? It's only a little tiddly carton. It's finally finished. I mean, what is that size carton made for? Who buys, what is that, a quarter of a pint or whatever it is? Less than 200 ml. What's the point of it? Why don't you just buy a bigger thing and just not drink it all at the same time? Are there really? I wonder why that is. Oh, it's a straw hole. Oh, well, for kids, they used to. Years ago when I was at school, we had little bottles, and you took the thing off. They were nice as well. Economy, flying, planes, bed. You'd love a bed, wouldn't you, on a plane? You can get them now. You can get them. I mean, you've always been able to get them, but this is, a luxury for getting a good night's sleep on a long-haul flight. It's only been available for those people who do expensive business-class seats. But now, Thomas Cook, the budget airline, is offering economy passengers a similar experience. If you fly to New York and San Francisco, you can reserve a sleeper seat, a row of 3 singles over which a mattress is laid after takeoff from £200 one way. Okay, but it's 8 hours, 8.5, 9 hours. So you also get the headrest, a pillow, a blanket, and an amenity kit, including toothbrush and toothpaste. The row of seats is around 4'8" long, so you're going to be curling up, and 2 foot wide, so you'll have to curl up for comfort. But it is undoubtedly cheaper than a business class ticket or 3 economy seats. So it's an extra 2. So a return economy flight from Manchester to New York costs £359. Adding a sleeper seat to both journeys at £200 each pushes the price up to £759. £759. So you've got a little bed you can sleep on, and you take up 3 seats. The cheapest, and this is hilarious. So £759. Hold on to that price there. The cheapest business class ticket found yesterday for the same journey with Virgin Atlantic was £4,460. Only 4 mattresses are available on each flight, and customers can book up to 48 hours in advance. You see, if you are flying and you're going with Thomas Cook, you could do that. £200. It's worth it. So £800. 760, but 4,460 with Virgin Atlantic. Lovely. It's just that the people in front of you could lean over and go, "Oh, so you've got money, have you?" I think it's a brilliant idea. Absolutely. Good idea. 84850, Steve, I have a cat and a dog, a Miele vacuum cleaner. It's always top of the pops. In which magazine? And Scottish boy gets some antibacterial hand gel. Oh, bless him, honestly. He has some, he said. He has some, which is lovely. Ron says, if the entire fleet of Boeing 737 MAX aircraft are grounded, I'd imagine some of the old stored jets in Arizona will be brought back to life. God. Julietta says it's pouring with rain in Hounslow. Did you finish the story about the strawberry milkshake and your friend who blows the whistle? He actually said that he was trying to get vanilla milkshakes at Waterloo Station. They kept running out of vanilla. Whereas I don't know why I bought strawberry, but I got it all the way to the train. But it does send me a bit balmy bonkers, I'm afraid. A little bit. Mike from Finchley. He says, can I give a shout-out to my good friend and former LBC presenter Charles Golding and his wife Madeleine, both of whom I know are spikers and listening. Charles helped me give up smoking 7 years ago this week, and I've never gone back. One of the best things I ever did. I used to go round their house Friday night for dinner. Oh, yes, I know Charles and Madeleine very well. Not seen them for years. Chris says, sadly, I'm sat in a cold stable trying my best to keep a very sick llama alive. It's been a very long emotional night, but she's still fighting. I'm sat with a heat lamp on her, keeping her warm, listening to you. That's put a smile on my face. Oh, don't like to hear about things like that. I know what it's like. I was watching a programme on the television a couple of years back, and it was some hill farmers in Wales, I think, which is where the spa is that Scottish boy's going to. And he's so looking forward to it. Honestly, he keeps, deciding what clothes to wear. And I said, you won't need clothes. It'll be a dressing gown. That's all you wear is a dressing gown. For dinner and everything, you'll wear a dressing gown. Nobody dresses for it. It's a spa. People go there to sort of have a little bit of relaxation. And they had this, it was hill farmers. And when it was lambing season, they have to sit up all night to get the lambs through and to do everything. And if you get a sick lamb that doesn't, the mother doesn't want it, they've got to try and bond it. Oh, it's unbelievable. At the end of it, I began to think, why in God's name would you ever want to be a farmer? Irrespective of whether... watch Hannah Hawkswell, and the lady who looked about 90 but was only about 50 or something, and how she coped on her little holding at all. But I wish you well, Chris, with your very sick llama. Are they the ones who spit? They do, don't they? I like alpacas. They're very pretty, aren't they? Although they spit too. Although, did you see that disgusting thing on the Katie Price disgusting programme where they decided to bring in I think they were alpacas, into the field where our horses were. The horses were kicking off like there was no tomorrow. They were having to, they were literally getting really agitated. I thought she's more stupid than she looks. Jeremy, just back from Thailand, missing the beach. Hong Thong rum. I'm not so sure. Thank God I miss Katie, although it appeared we shared the plane with a bunch of Towie cast and hanger-oners. KP or Towie, not sure what's worth. Equal. At the moment, because they're showing the early ones, you can sort of see whoever he appears to have been sleeping with. It's all deeply embarrassing. But luckily they managed to get rid of one the other day who turned up in one of these ones I was watching the other day. I just got the impression that poor old Joey Essex is so dim and hasn't got the face idea what's going on in the world that it was just an embarrassment. He had to leave the programme. Much easier. A lot of people turning up to Cheltenham, badly dressed. My God, were the people badly dressed. You have a look at the Daily Mail today. There's two women here. I mean, seriously, they've got to be bimbos. Nobody dresses like this. Perhaps they didn't look in the mirror or something. They're dreadful outfits. Dreadful. Then there's some people drinking champagne out of the bottle. Out of the bottle. What is it about chavs wanting to drink out of the bottle? Not so good, is it? Also, what else did I have? Oh, yeah, this story about David Steele at the Liberal Party conference in 1983, where Cyril Smith told him he abused boys. Well, that come up. Oh, David, have a cup. Oh, by the way, I was abusing boys. And then David keeps it quiet and then recommends him for a knighthood. I mean, it's just absolutely and then you get Boris saying we shouldn't be wasting money. We're sort of basically chucking it up against the wall on these historical sex abuse things. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, you couldn't make it up. Couldn't make it up. Also, what was I going to do? Oh, the Emily Maitlis scribbling on a pad whilst enduring gaffe-prone Labour frontbencher Barry Gardner's Brexit-related waffle proved a hit with viewers. Everybody wants to know what she writes on there. Probably a resignation. I don't know. The village of Welwyn in Hertfordshire. Probably a few of you listening this morning in Welwyn. You're going to lose your last bank branch on March the 29th. No more banks for you in Welwyn. To get to the nearest bank, after Barclays closes, you will have to travel 4 miles to Welwyn Garden City. Villager Sandra says buses are every 40 minutes to Welwyn Garden City. A trip to the bank can end up taking half a day. There's 8,500 residents. They've got a post office with limited cash reserves. The owner, Deline Miller, says a proportion of the population don't use online banking and need banks. There is a need for ATMs and cash. Barclays said last night the bank would pay for an ATM to be installed in the village. Expect that one to be dug out by somebody with a dinkum digger. That's what they generally do, don't they, in these sort of places. And just coming up to 5:45, a quarter of young adults who watch pornography are apparently addicted. That's according to a new documentary. Porn Laid Bare explores abuse and drugging in the sex industry and reveals the toxic effect that explicit material may be having on young people's relationships and self-esteem. That's why people say they don't need a girlfriend or a boyfriend. They go, always got the internet. And you go, yeah, but it's not the same, is it? It's not the same as having a sort of a proper, somebody you could take to a spa and have a nice time and sort of have some, because the food will be terrible, I tell you. It's terrible. No, dreadful. It's meant for people who want to lose weight. You'll be getting rabbit food. It'll be grated carrots and nuts. Loads of nuts. Loads of nuts everywhere. What you need is a place that's got its own doner kebab place just outside the front gate. Dale used to go to one called Greyshot Hall, because I went down quite a few times, and he used to nip out and go and get stuff from the local village shop. I don't think he was ever very keen about the losing the weight thing. Right, 5:45 is a really nice... I don't know what you're talking about, actually. I didn't get that at all. Oh, right, talk it through with him. Thank you. I live in Welwyn, says Chris. In Welwyn. The post office went last year. The Barclays is a big building. It's going to be an empty big building, isn't it? And, Steve, I've got a spare ticket to Magaluf. Bless you. I think I'm busy. Elsewhere. Lee says, wish the llama well. Oh, no, I don't like it. They do that programme, which was looking at sort of a place down in Surrey, I think, which Chris Tarrant is involved with in some way, and they sort of go out and rescue deer that have been knocked down by cars and things like that. And deer don't always survive because they're so skittish. Like, apparently, kingfishers, the birds, are sort of, they're also quite difficult to keep going if they've had a bit of a trauma. So, a llama, I don't know. Steve, was that the end of the milkshake story? Yeah, it wasn't very exciting at all, was it, really? Even I thought so, James. He says, I thought you were going to tell us after the strawberry wobble you put on the station master's outfit and ran around blowing the whistle. You can always tell when he's blowing the whistle. He blows it louder than everybody else. Brilliant. Alan in Fife, heading to work early, needs something healthy and nutritious for breakfast, so heading to McDonald's. What would you recommend? I couldn't recommend anything, actually. You could have porridge. Porridge is good. That'd be good, which is okay. And just porridge with some berries. I don't know if they supply berries or anything else like that. So poor old Welling, honestly, I feel a bit sorry. I thought Welling was Welling Garden City. I just thought it was the way that people called it. Junk food firms use ads loophole to target children. Why are they targeting children? You know, I mean, there are certain things that there's certain things. Sorry, I was just thinking about Sunny Delight, which was pasteurised, so it didn't need to be in a chiller cabinet or anything else at all. But they sold it to you on that, and I never tried it because it looked like it was a bit phosphorescent. So I kind of thought, no, I don't think. I mean, is there anything that's good for you for breakfast? I know if ever you go to a hotel, and they go, it's a buffet breakfast. You generally can't eat as much as you think you can, so it's good for them to give it away to you, which is quite nice. Spare a thought. Do you own a property? Do you own a property? No, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the listeners. Why is everything about you all the time? It really is. Frank and Patricia Ann Barrett have got a house, which they want to sell. And so they put it up for sale. And £210,000. And you think that's quite... And they found a buyer, and then the buyer pulled out. Why? Because their solicitor found out that the boundary lines went right through their living room. So in other words, people had the right of way to go through their living room, and you can't have that. That'd be ridiculous. And so, it's local council. This house was built in the 1940s. The maps were never updated, but they did move the boundary. So in other words, people went round the house as opposed to walking straight through their living room. Anyway, the mistake caused people to fall out. 2 other offers have fallen through. Banks would not lend on the property. So the council phone him up and they say, well, there's a footpath. They went, no, it's been redirected. The person who's not, they're going to charge them £3,000 to change it. This is Cornwall Council. So they're trying to put right a wrong that happened decades ago, and that's only recently been brought to our attention. There is no way why they should take any time at all. All they've got to do is change their things. They want £1,500 for changing it. £1,500 for changing it. And so this particular property, they might actually be able to do something with it, but at the moment it's people who can walk through their living room, and they're going, no. So the council, in fact, somebody phoned them from the council and said, oh, it's because there's a right of way. They went, no, they've moved the road. Bring yourself up to date, for goodness sake. So they did, but they're still having to pay bills at the old property. They've moved into the one they wanted to move into, obviously not short of a penny or two. But one of them said, I should have been retired by now. It's become a nightmare. They've been in tears and all the rest of it. The way to madness. It was the council blunder. So they moved the path and put it round the side of the house, which was much easier. But they didn't actually update all their maps. So, of course, when solicitors try and do searches and stuff like that, they find out that it's got this blooming thing on it. Anyway, the council, I'm sure, not willing to be seen as being a little bit stupid and slow, will be changing it as quick as possible so they can finally sell their house. But it's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Steve says, VL, if a deer gets knocked down by a car, does that mean it's vegan friendly? It hasn't been exploited or murdered for meat. Oh, some of them are so cute. They seem to go in, they live, no, is the answer. No, definitely. They're lovely. I quite like them. I've fed a couple in my time. Not wild ones. Cindy, normally in Chingford, says, luckily the wind here in Swanage has woken me up. I'm up on a hill in my caravan, rocking. Luckily, able to listen to you live instead of downloading. Hooray! We went on holiday to Swanage once. We were on a hillside, so we had to put blocks up on the caravan, on the little... I don't know how we managed it, to be honest with you. Just negotiating the car onto the hill was the tricky bit. But we did it. That was all of our childhood holidays, in a caravan, because people couldn't afford to go abroad. Then going abroad became actually quite cheap. Very cheap. I told you, I went away for a weekend to Kalalea in Spain, and it was obviously sort of, you know, we didn't have all the lager louts and the Magaluf kind of crowd that you get nowadays. And we stayed there, and I think we spent less than £10 each, me and my friend Terry, for a weekend. That's including the flights and the hotel. For £10. It was so cheap. So cheap. Admittedly, you know, the rooms weren't particularly flash. I don't remember what we ate, but there was no breakfast provided. But I think when you're younger, you tend not to worry about eating, do you? Tell you what's good for breakfast, Steve. Turning over and going back to sleep, says Jim. Yes, I would not disagree with you on that one. Alan's in Fife. He says, have you seen Ricky Gervais's new series Afterlife on the well-known streaming service Netflix? Hilarious and heartbreaking at the same time. The best thing Gervais has done thus far. Highly recommend it. We had a very good interview with Ricky Gervais. Very good interview. I'm just sort of okaying various other people for the new series of In Conversation. Scottish boy's very carried away with it. He sort of runs through names, and if I sort of poo-poo something, say, oh, that's not for me, you go, oh no, you've got to talk to them because they're this and that. We used to have a producer here years ago. This is one. Remember, I told you he could persuade you to do an interview with somebody. He'd say you're going to be really good at it. He pandered to your ego. Worked every time. So I try not to do things like that. But we've got quite a few in the can. We're doing all right. In fact, we're so far ahead. I've recorded the links for this weekend's In Conversation and next week. Never happened in all the years that I've been doing it. I forget how many years I have been doing it, but it must be a fair. Must be years. Years and years. I never thought about that one, isn't it? Never thought about it. Diana from Herne Bay says, I'm flying back from Malta at lunchtime, but obviously had a dodgy mussel for dinner last night. Keep everything crossed. Oh, no. He had food poisoning. The other day. And shellfish and fish and stuff, aquatic things. That's the quickest way to become ill. If it's off, you can become really ill. So, you know, look for the fish's eyes, you know, or whatever it's got. Same happened to my brother on his house, and he took the conveyance solicitor to court, and he got a fortune when he bought the house. Should have been noted by the brief. It should have been. Absolutely should have been. It's, you know, dreadful for them because they were I mean, they have moved now, so they've just got to sort of tie it up, but they're now running two mortgages. My brother's got to extend the lease on his place that he's selling, and to extend the lease is going to cost him about $24,000. I mean, where do people get this money from nowadays? Ridiculous, isn't it? Here we go. There's a great piece in the Daily Mail today on rubbish. The blight on the countryside. Sofas, you know, builders, rubble, everything. People come round, I'll move that for you. Give us 50 quid. They take it, they go down a lane, they tip the tipper truck back up, and it just dumps it all over everywhere. It's disgusting. Really is. You know, they've actually done a report on it. A lot of people try and disguise their number plate, or they take them off completely. It's just really, it's a game of cat and mouse, I think. So trash tag, hashtag sweeping the world. So if ever you see people, make a note of their number. Pass it on to the police. Let them pass it on to the council. Make it much easier. Happy birthday to Sir Michael Caine today. Maurice Micklewhite is 86. I only told you to blow the bloody doors off. Did he ever say that? Did he actually say that? The Italian Job. That's why they used minis, wasn't it? Minis became all sorts of, you know, everybody wanted a mini. I had a little mini, didn't look anything like theirs. But he took the name Michael Caine after watching a 1954 film, The Caine Mutiny. The star of Alfie, educating Rita. He's got 2 Oscars for Hannah and Her Sisters and the Cider House Rules. He knew the Beatles and has said, I invited George Harrison to dinner and he brought what we thought was a guitar. I didn't know that George was president of the George Formby fan club. He brought a ukulele and sang George Formby songs all evening. How cool is that? We have somebody who works on the programme who can play a uke. That's Ollie, isn't it? He keeps threatening to bring it in, but so far we're still waiting. And also in 2017, Muirfield in Scotland became the world's oldest golf club. They voted to admit women as members for the first time in 273 years. Outrageous. Women can't play golf. What's the point of that? Mind you, the Magic Circle was the same. It was a male domain. Now, of course, women go in and have been, you know, for a long, long time. Phrase explain. Couch potato. Couch potato. The person who takes little exercise and watches a lot of television from 1970s America. The potato most likely comes from boob tube slang for television, with tube equating to tuber a plant stem. See what you've learnt this morning? You can dig that up and use that. You'll be going to a garden party, you know, in the summer, if ever it arrives. And people will be saying, so, where did that come from? Couch potato. You go, well, actually, I can tell you. I can tell you all of these things. Coming up shortly, the news at 6 o'clock this morning. Here on LBC. It's Steve Allen with you until 7. Yesterday, we were just being cut short because Nick Ferrari started at 6. Today, he's reverted back to 7. There's a boy of 15 in the papers arrested at school. He's made threats to kill over 30 fellow pupils. And, of course, they have to take it very seriously. Kirsty Gallagher back behind the wheel following her boozy driving ban. The insurance must be pricey. Elvis Bogdanov's fans are all shook up at the picture of him hanging from a crane, the end of it, by his fingers. I mean, what would happen if all of a sudden... Oh, I can't even bear to think about it. Awful. Impressionist John Culshaw getting close with the woman from Jeremy Vine's TV show, Storm Somebody. And Caroline Flack is on holiday. Still, I was just looking at all the pictures on the television because of all the goings-on, the shenanigans down at Parliament. It seems to me there's loads of people wearing sort of outfits and waving flags. And so they're not working. How do these people manage it? I'm always intrigued when I come through London, you know, on my way to the studio. And there's all these young people outside bars like Tiger and things like that. And you think, perhaps they're not working. Perhaps they're not working. Welwyn, says Stephen Potter's Bar, is a small village really named Old Welwyn, shortened to Welwyn. Welwyn Garden City is a small town. I was born and bred in Welwyn Garden City, but moved to Potter's Bar when I got married, and I hate Potter's Bar. Sounds fantastic. I've never been there. Well, I don't think I've ever been there. You never can tell, actually, nowadays. Sometimes you sort of say, oh, I've never been to so-and-so, and somebody says, yes, you have. Yes, you have. You've definitely been to Welwyn, but I can't remember. So Welwyn is the small village, formerly Old Welwyn. And now, well, he's got no bank. That's what it comes down to. No bank at all. And the post office ain't going to be much use to people. Why is it that they close these places? And then they go, oh, we'll actually put an ATM in. And you think, OK, that's great. Put an ATM in. And then you think, but how often is somebody going to come around? They used to do you remember mobile banks? Which was sort of banks built into the back of, you know, sort of like a lorry kind of thing. And it would come around. It was like the mobile library. But they used to have mobile banks. I mean, I don't remember ever seeing them, but I've seen pictures of them, which I used to think was fantastic. So if your little village didn't have a bank, they would turn up and you do your banking there. Mainly for the elderly people who don't do internet banking. Not everybody does it. I do internet banking. Well, somebody does it for me. I'm not clever enough to do things like that. But you don't actually physically need to go into a branch. I can get money from the ATM, same as anybody can, and I can use any bank, quite clearly, and they don't charge you for it. So the bank I'm with, perhaps they have an agreement, I don't know, but I can use about 4 or 5 banks in Twickenham. The only one I've never tried is the Metro Bank in Kingston. Perhaps I should try that, see if I can get money out of that one. But it's always been useful. But you don't physically need a bank if you can manage internet banking. If you can't manage internet banking, well, then you're in big problems. And for a lot of elderly people, they might not have a computer. They might not know about things like that. So, you know, they have to be aware of it. But at least Barclays have said they are going to put an ATM in. As I say, how long they last out in these places, I've got no idea. Was Tudor Britain more diverse than we thought? They have discovered an African crewman who was aboard the Mary Rose. How do they know? They've got his skull. The skull is of Henry. They've sort of done a replica of one of these mugged up things where they can take somebody's skull and then they can superimpose and they can work out what they think he looked like. And they've done an analysis of skeletons recovered from the wreck of the Mary Rose, which I'm telling you now is the place to go and see. If you've never seen the Mary Rose, it's going to be actually on Channel 4 at 8 p.m. This is the skeletons of the Mary Rose. But if you've never seen the actual ship, go see. Seriously, go see. It's in this... It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. You know, you look at it and you're looking at a Tudor warship. Only half of it, it's like somebody's cut it down the middle, because half of it was in the mud, which preserved it, and the other half wasn't in the mud and it wasn't preserved. And so they injected it with all this silicon and everything else, and now it just sits there in this... And you can walk round, you look through portholes into the Mary Rose. It's when you think how many people were on it, you can't believe it. The one thing you can't believe either is how the thing ever floated in the first place. When you look at the size of the cannon, and they've got all the cannon from it. They've got everything. They've got the skeleton of the dog. They've got their bowls of food. They've got everything. Bows and arrows and armour. Everything. It is just the most amazing. You know, I've been to some pretty impressive exhibitions, and that one I thought was just about the most impressive. And you look through, and there is half a Tudor warship. A Tudor warship, you know, from the 1500s. But anyway, this particular man, who they've called Henry, they think he was aged between 16 and 19. He'd lived a life of physical hard work. His job on board the Mary Rose may have involved helping to waterproof it against leaks, because his remains were found near the barrels of pitch and tar at the bottom of the ship. And so what they've done is they've reconstructed his eye, hair and skin colour. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. They've also found an Archer Royal, a member of the King's personal guard. And they reckon that he was of Spanish origin. But, I mean, the crew, do you know there's 200 people of the crew of the Mary. I mean, just unbelievable. Do go see, really. I can't impress on you enough. Re the Brexit protesters hanging around all day. Are you aware of the work of Steve Bray? No. So he quit his job, and he now spends every day around Westminster just doing that.
Stop Brexit!
He shouts all day. That's what he does. Peculiar person. What sort of job did he have before? Do we know? And he just stands there shouting. He's probably one of these people. He's got a big hat. You know what he is? He's one of life's exhibitionists. He just wants to be on television. That's what it is. That's what it is. I've often wondered, actually, you see these people shouting there. They don't really know what they're shouting about. He's sort of got a hat with lights around it and everything else. He's now got a giant megaphone, just walks around shouting all day. You know, eventually somebody will invite him onto Question Time. You know, that's how it works. It's like the, what's that bloke who's got the very nasty fans and support club? There's a lot of shouting from them and everything else. They're really deeply unpleasant people. Very. I was watching some YouTube stuff, some of them. Oh, my goodness me, absolutely disgusting. So this is Steve Bray. Stop Brexit, hashtag People's Vote. And so they've all got little flags and balloons, and he just shouts, Stop Brexit. My God, honestly. What a dreadful mess we're in, aren't we? What a dreadful mess we're in. I wonder what it was, actually. I thought it was maybe some band from Germany that had wandered over and they were getting ready to sort of do some marching. So he's been interviewed on television and everything else. He's an egotist. Is he beyond with O'Brien? Oh, there you go. He's probably got a copy of the book I was showing. I wonder what he did for a living. What did he do for a living? Did he do anything for a living before he did this? So he's doing coins. Oh, right. So if Steve Bray shouts hashtag Stop Brexit enough times, I might be convinced. Says somebody. He's just, it's just a bit tragic, isn't it, really? But there you go. Alan in Fife, he says, I've been through the drive-thru for the breakfast. I found a double sausage and egg McMuffin. It's got to be healthy, surely. Came with orange juice, a part of my 5 a day. It's whatever you want it to be. It's whatever you want it to be. I never subscribe to the fact that orange juice makes you feel a little bit better about life, but, you know. Listening to you, says Elaine from Gran Canaria, being on holiday with my sister-in-law Jill and cousin Karen. Thankful for the free Wi-Fi. That's a good idea, isn't it? I think all hotels should offer free Wi-Fi. And Grace says, add to your robot cleaner collection and buy a robot vacuum cleaner. No chance. No, I don't think I'd have any chance of getting round anything at all. Welling's always been Welling. When Welling Garden City was built, then it was known as Old Welling. Lovely little idyllic village, says Chris. And Steve, I was watching The Chase yesterday, and they were all wearing poppies. Yes, I think there's a number of old programmes that they are putting out there. On our birthday's 3 days away, and Poppy's on TV already. Yes, it's an old programme. It wouldn't be a current programme. Wouldn't be a current programme. What have we got here? This is an NHS stalwart. She's a cancer patient. Her name is Joanna Houghton. She's denied life-prolonging drugs. Why? She lives in Wales. And it's this postcode lottery. She's terminally ill. And she devoted her entire working life to the NHS. She's denied this drug because she lives half a mile over the Welsh border. She's been told that the NHS in Wales will not pay for her to receive Avastin, even though it could give her precious extra time with partner and 2 children. Isn't that awful? In a cruel twist, the healthcare worker who lives in Shirk in North Wales would be eligible if she lived 3 minutes up the road in England. Why doesn't she just move? I thought, well, tell them she's moved. They're not going to know, are they? I shouldn't think. Also, this is... why did I keep... Oh, that's right. I don't know if you've ever seen Heartbeat, but the garage owner, Bernie Scripps, actor Peter Benson was often roped into madcap schemes that would invariably go wrong. In real life, he's enriched the lives of his friends from beyond the grave because he died in September at the age of 75. He left a fortune of £2.5 million to a string of pals and charities. Documents released by the Probate Office revealed that Benson, who also played roles in Blackadder and All Creatures Great and Small, signed a will just days before he passed away. He directed the bulk of his estate should be split into 12 parts and given to a dozen little-known actors he named. He also left £2,000 each to his 2 executors, £5,000 each to 22 friends, and £6,000 each to cancer research and shelter. There's a man who knew what to do with his money. Well done him. Well done him. I can't remember which one he is, actually, Peter Benson. Can you put me up a picture of Peter Benson? Just so because I know I watched the programme a load of times, but I can't remember which one he is. I only remember the one who was in... Oh, him. Oh, God. He was born in 1943 in Wallasey. So he's often played weak characters, but that was a great thing. He's also got an Outer Critics Circle Award for Outstanding Featured Actor in a musical, of all things, if you please. Oh, bless him. Bless him. So there you go. £2.5 million. That's called saving your money. Saving it. You've got to do it now, haven't you? You've really got to do it. It becomes so ridiculous. And there's an academic broadcaster and math whiz, somebody called Bobby Seagull, who I'm fed up with already. But he's in the paper today on a blind date. And somebody said, could we help find him the formula for love? No. Looking at you, there's no formula for you. Definitely not. What is it with these dating programmes on the television? It's just embarrassing. Really embarrassing. In the paper today, Danny Dyer reminding Prince Charles that they're related, as they met the other day. I bet Prince Charles is going, oh, my God. Also, ISIS, jihadists in makeup and burqas trying to flee Syrians. Not so good. Katie gets the rap from the judge. That's Katie Price. Guinness is offering... I've never heard of anything like this before. Guinness are offering one lucky winner and 3 friends the keys to a pub in Ireland for 48 hours. Joseph McHugh's pub in County Clare will be rebranded in the winner's name for the weekend to celebrate St Patrick's Day. The prize includes a Guinness expert to show how to pour a perfect pint, a chef and a DJ. You've got to register for the Guinness get-together. Imagine letting people loose. Don't tell Holly Willoughby, for God's sake, she'll be down there straight away. Very worrying, very worrying. 6:15 is the time. 6:20 is the time. I paid a cheque into my account via the banking app on the phone, says Geraldine. Have you got one of those phones that's got the slot that you feed the cheque into? Have you got that one? I've got that one, which came out a short while ago. It's like an add-on, and you write the cheque, and then you switch on the app, and then it whirs into life, and you slide the cheque into the phone, and then it transmits it. Got that one? You must have that one, mustn't you? Because it's very popular. I had to pay about 30-40 quid extra for that, but it's well worth it if you do a lot of checks. Steve says, Andy, NatWest still have mobile branches. Oh, that's good news. That's good. Have you ever had the Kinks' Ray Davis in conversation? Yes. Yes, we have, John. We did Ray. We did Ray on the I don't think they're still not talking to each other, I don't think. It's one of those things, it's just the way it goes, isn't it? Steve, never let anybody else do your internet banking. If you do, check each time to ensure you aren't defrauded. No, I just let her do it. She takes it over and she does it. She's done it for years. Years. She's my private banker. She does all of my banking. She transfers money. I've got a little machine, though. I don't know if you've got a little machine, like the one I've got on the phone for taking checks in. I've got another machine at home which looks like I don't know what it looks like, actually. It looks like a calculator. And you put your card in there and it generates a number. And you have to put that number... It's very clever. I don't know how it works either. Annette says, happy 87th birthday to Joe in Palmer's Green. Oh, God help us if there's more than one Joe in Palmer's Green, but there you go. And so if I'm right, says Peter... 3 hours a day comes to a total of 10 years on the radio, not 40. 3 hours a day comes to a total... I don't quite understand that, actually. Are you on some sort of medication or something? So 3 hours a day comes to a total of 10 years on the radio. Well, it's 79. I can only tell you it was 1979. That's all I can tell you. It doesn't matter. Try not to worry about it, Peter. Try not to worry. Steve, that lead up to the 6 o'clock news. 3 minutes is the precise time it takes to bring fruit juice and cornflakes from the kitchen back upstairs for the missus. I do that. If you're sitting at home and something comes up on the television, they go to the ad break, I go, I want a cup of coffee. I'll go now. So I can quickly rush out, go to the... And I've timed it. I can actually get in and out in the ad breaks, which is a brilliant idea. Luke Perry and his fiancée had planned a summer wedding. He died a few days after a stroke. 52 is nothing. Seriously nothing. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous that nowadays, you know, you sort of worry about things like that. More pictures of really badly dressed people at Cheltenham. I think it was the wind and the rain that kind of sort of sealed their fate, but it's not like Ascot, is it? It's not. It doesn't have the kudos. Mind you, it has the same chavs that go to it. There must be certain people who just want to wear bad clothes who go, and people wearing fascinators. I mean, surely, if you put something on your head that looks like a dead bird's nest, do you look in the mirror before you decide and sort of go, does that suit me or does that not suit me? Because all these people here, that they say 3 glam punters. Well, I think you need to go to Specsavers. The thing is, they're not glamorous at all. Makeup bad, outfits... But why don't people look in the mirror? That's what God invented mirrors for. Save... No, she didn't turn up, the band one. Although, actually, the armed police arrested a racegoer. He's obviously some sort of chav. He's wearing jeans and trainers. And why did they arrest him? He had a knife on him. A knife on him. The grey-haired man was... a spokesman of the course said he was found in possession of a knife outside the racecourse enclosure. And he was taken away. Who are these stupid people? Do they not read the newspapers? Anyway, apparently a viral internet cooking sensation has created a special Cheltenham meal to soak up alcohol and keep punters warm. Carol C., who runs Rate My Plate, a site dedicated to showing off people's dishes, reckons her bacon stew is a must-eat for festival week. Bacon stew. Sure about that. Carol says the dish really lines the stomach, as it's bulky, especially if you had dumplings. Bacon and dumplings. Actually, I'm looking at a picture of it. I do cut bacon up and use it in sort of rice and things like that, but I'm not sure about a bacon stew. It sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, really? A little bit. LBC used to have race meetings. We used to have race meetings. I went to horses, yeah. I went there. We did, I bet on the tote. We used to have a couple of people, actually, who used to be very, very good at it, but we had LBC race evenings for the advertisers and things like that. We did it at Kempton Park and Sandown, and I'd been with Noel Edmonds to all the other racetracks around the country when we took Crinkley Bottom out on tour. Means nothing to anybody now, does it, really? Means nothing. Everybody thinks he's mad as a fruitcake. He might be, but we still had a great time. I loved it. Did I make a lot of money? About horse racing? No. Well, I was a bit confused by on the nose, each way, you know, paying the tax in for... it was too complicated. Yeah, I used to go in there, and I do it the same when I go to do the National. And I look at the names of I go by the names of the horses. I have to, because I don't know anything about form. And so I write them down, and I go... and it might be 10 to 1. And I might put 5 each way on it. So that's going to cost me £10. I think that's the way it works. I'm getting myself confused now, actually. Getting myself confused. Anyway, so if it's sort of, you know, it might say 20 to 1. Sometimes I go for something that's quite high, just in case, and I might put a tenner on it. A tenner to win, as opposed to tenner to place. In which case you don't get as much money, but I'd much rather get something back. Steve, I don't have the check scanner app, but I do have the one that prints money. I wanted that one, and that was the problem. You know why? Because my phone, I mean, it's not an old phone, it's a fairly modern phone. It doesn't have the facility to keep the paper in there. You've got to have the heat-sensitive paper. But it works, actually. Dan in Essex says, looking at the Cheltenham photos, it looks more like glum munters rather than glam punters. Dreadful, isn't it? I mean, really, it's some of the outfits. You think, you really haven't thought about this properly. It's filthy weather. Take an umbrella. Don't wear a fascinator, you look ridiculous in it. If you're not used to wearing hats, you look even more embarrassing. I tell you what, do yourself a favour, stay at home. OK, watch it on the television, because it just cheapens the whole thing. I mean, you know, it's like going to Boxing Day racing at some of these race courses. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. Steve, these chavs at the races should save their tacky suits for the court appearances. Hey, old joke of the century, being reworked yet again, Simon. It's true, though. It's sort of, some people have got very funny ideas. Mind you, they probably look at me. I'd probably walk down the street and people look at me and go, what is he wearing? You know, but I look good in heels. I don't care what anybody says. You know, don't take the mickey out of me, thank you very much indeed. But you look at these people and they're supposed to dress up for horse racing. I don't know why. I've got no idea why. And they wear these and you think, it's not really meant for you, is it? If you're somebody who doesn't wear patterns, and a lot of people can't wear patterns, that's why some of the Oscars and the BAFTAs and everything else have some really naff outfits. And it's a shame. Martin thinks we've got snow coming. I wouldn't be at all surprised. It's cold enough. Not down here. I think we're just going to have rain. Just rain. Gary says, I've just read somebody's review of an Iceland roast pork joint, complaining they'd cooked it for the prescribed time, but it was still pink. The picture on the box front even shows the cooked joint pink inside. Where do they get these people? Iceland, I think. I don't know. I've never cooked a joint in my life. Never cooked a joint. Isn't it funny? I would say if you want to eat something like that, you go elsewhere. I can't do it. Hollywood's best-looking models came out for a night out. This is Cara Delevingne, Joan Smalls. They were all watching Niles Rogers, which is good. And if you want a festival with killer mighty pop acts, try Mighty Hoopla in London's Brockwell Park on June the 8th. Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan. Bananarama, they'll be miming. Can't see them singing live. Don't think they've ever sung live, have they? All Saints, blimey. Crystal Waters and Samantha Mumba, plus more. I mean, I'd quite like to go just to watch Bananarama miming. I think that would be quite funny. I'm sure people have to do it, don't they, really? Because it's very difficult to do things like that. And also, All Saints. That's the group which has got the two mad Appleton sisters in it. Completely balmy bonkers. What else we got quickly in the papers here? Rihanna, a little picture. Dua Lipa. I think Dua Lipa got an award at the Globals the other day, which is quite good, isn't it? And Hugh Jackman is set to take his first steps on Broadway. He's going to tour with his favourite musical hits. He's going to be in the 2020 revival of The Music Man. Now, The Music Man was the show, of course, that brought you 76 trombones, I think. I don't want to make myself look really stupid. Fern Cotton has opened up about her struggles with her husband. They've been dogged by rumours of marriage troubles. Not surprised, some of the dreadful programmes she appears on. Conor McGregor steps out in skimpy blue shorts. Ghastly man. And a mum has blasted her daughter's school for refusing to allow them time off while she has a life-saving heart operation. I mean, you would have thought, actually. Emma Payne had asked for Charlotte 10 and Sophie 8 to have up to 5 days out of class. But St Augustine of Canterbury Primary School in Burnley refused, claiming the dates were too close to Charlotte's SATS exams in May. Emma, who has to have a risky pulmonary valve replacement at Newcastle, says, I'm not requesting the time for a holiday, I'm having surgery. Head teacher Sinead Colbeck says, you can imagine what this one's like, can't you? We work in line with government guidelines. She's having a heart operation. Oh, blimey, honestly. You sometimes feel, don't you, with some people, they're just, not even savable, I'm afraid. I noticed Charlie Girling said, ugh, fascinators. They're dreadful, they really are, honestly. It always looks like something's landed on somebody's head. Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning at 7. The House of Commons has descended into chaos, with even one of the government's own whips voting, not bothering to vote for a motion which he was trying to get fellow Tory MPs to back. Now, Parliament's rejected a no-deal Brexit. What happens next? We'll find out in a sec. Nick will also find out if there's any chance that Boeing 737 MAX jets will ever take to the skies again, following, of course, 2 tragic crashes involving the airliner. Plus, he'll look back to yesterday's show and the controversial comments made by Boris Johnson about the investigations into alleged historical abuse. Should police spend money on such investigations? And was what the former Foreign Secretary said to Nick offensive. Nick, the team with you at 7 o'clock this morning. Of course, I didn't understand anything that was going on yesterday. I'm hopeless. Seriously. I need somebody who can bring it down to my level. So here he is, Theo One Phone Usherwood, who's our political editor. It's only because you just told me he's only got one phone and what...
I can't cope with more than one phone.
Can't cope with one phone, can you? And it's so much smaller than mine.
But it's powerful, Steve.
It's very powerful.
It's very powerful. It's got
I should imagine, there's lots of people who've got your number.
Okay.
I haven't, but loads of people have. So, yes, all I remember from yesterday is that I finished an hour earlier, which is all very exciting indeed. She got defeated again. She's losing her voice. She's not a well person. And so today...
We're going to have a vote on extending Article 50. And Theresa May has said... that if MPs are prepared to back her deal, remember the majority she's trying to overcome is 149 after the loss earlier this week on her second meaningful vote, then the delay will be a short, sharp extension until June the 30th. But if MPs do not accept her deal, then it will be a much longer extension, possibly 2 years, with Brexit being delayed. So we could end up in a situation where we leave the European Union finally at the end of December 2020, having voted to leave the European Union in June 2016.
So what is the word on the street? What are the MPs likely to do?
They have a choice to make.
Yeah.
Between, and I'm talking about the people who are still rebelling, the Conservatives who are still rebelling, along with the DUP. And this is the choice that Theresa May would like to present, is that if you don't back my deal, then there is going to be a lengthy extension. You are going to lose Brexit, because a 2-year period would allow for a number of things. Steve, it would allow for a general election. And Jeremy Corbyn has said he will take a different approach to Brexit, with a closer permanent customs union and a closer relationship to the single market. And he could well become Prime Minister if there is a general election.
Is that likely?
Anything is possible.
Well, I know it is in this
anything
climate.
is possible in this. Anything is possible in this climate. And if you think about what would happen in a general election, what would the Conservative manifesto say on Europe? I mean, it would be the Tory party would go into that a divided party. The party is irreparably split on Europe. So now is not the time for the Conservatives to have a general election, and therefore Theresa May is hoping that she can persuade the MPs who didn't back it last time that if they don't vote for it this time, they will lose Brexit and they should come on board. So we're looking at possibly a meaningful vote, a third meaningful vote in the early part of next week. But I don't get the sense that the government will put that to a vote, to hold that vote, unless they know they've got it.
Right.
There's no point in going again. And of course, they'd committed last time to holding a meaningful vote. They thought Geoffrey Cox, the Attorney General, was going to give them the legal opinion that things had changed as a result of Theresa May's unilateral declaration, her revised deal with the European Union as she saw it. But Geoffrey Cox blew the government out of the water as the Attorney General, the most senior lawyer in the country, and she ended up losing the vote. We understand now Mr. Cox is meeting people in the DUP and Brexiters to try and find something that they can cling on to in order to climb down and back the deal.
Is it my imagination? Everybody I talk to about it, and there's not that many people, but everybody goes, what a complete cock-up from start to finish, the biggest mess I've ever seen.
That's a fair summary. It is worth going back to just after the referendum result. And there was a man called Sir Ivan Rogers, and he was the UK ambassador to the European Union. And Sir Ivan Rogers went and told the Prime Minister and made it clear, make sure you know what you want. Set out exactly what you want and make sure it's possible. Make sure that it's feasibly possible. So you get your ducks and you line them up and you're ready to go, and then you go and trigger Article 50. But to Sir Ivan's point, that might take a little bit of time for Theresa May to say what she wants. But she didn't want to do that because, of course, she felt under pressure from her own party. She didn't want to be seen to delay Brexit, to obfuscate, to be seen as any way preventing it from happening. And so she went early doors, September, I think, 2016, and triggered Article 50. And that started the process whereby now we are leaving on March the 29th. And from the problem she had...
We are leaving on March the 29th.
Well, there's two ways of stopping it. There's a revocation of Article 50, not going to happen. An extension of Article 50, possible, but the European Union will only give us a short extension if we want a longer extension if we have a plan. And so we need to put a plan in place. They'll only give the short extension if we have a plan.
Right.
So we need to have a plan in place. We need to be able to say, this is what we've all decided. It's all going to be fine. We just need to jump through these hoops to make it happen. They will not grant a short extension if there is no plan in place, because the European Parliament breaks up on April the 18th. Things work quite slowly in Brussels and Strasbourg. They will go out campaigning. They'll probably take a little break as well. They'll go out campaigning. You then have the European elections in May. There is nobody there to negotiate with. It's no good saying, well, we want to have a negotiation. If you go to Brussels after April the 18th, it's shut up shop. It's over. They've got their European elections. They're then involved in negotiations after the European elections about who's going to be on which team. And then you're into setting up a new European Commission. So there is until basically November in Europe, it's closed shop, nothing happening. And that's so So you'd only have a short extension in order to get the various bits of legislation through to make sure that we have our house in order. They're not going to grant it just because we feel like one. Otherwise, it's a longer extension and we do the whole thing over again.
She's not going to resign, is she?
No. No, she's not that. She's
not that sort of person.
She's not that sort of person. No. She's not that sort of person. The way she would possibly leave is if somebody like Sir Graham Brady, who's the chairman of the 1922 committee, or members of her own cabinet went up to her
and said,
"Please, no, you need to go now." I'm not even sure she'd go then.
No, I think she can be quite stubborn.
She would go then. The way she'd have to go, and this is the danger, is that there are members of her own party who are so fixated on Brexit. For them, it's like a religion. You could go to Brexit church. They would go to Brexit. They could go to Brexit church. I mean, they are so adamant on delivering Brexit, and they see themselves as just having to get to March the 29th, because the default position is that we leave on March the 29th without a deal, and that's the problem she faces. Is that they think if they could just get to March the 29th without either an extension or May's deal in place, then we're going to leave on no deal terms. For them, that is the holy grail. That's where they want to get to.
Well, we just have to wait and see, don't we now? We have to sit back and wait again. I mean, she must dread it. Everybody hates her. Everybody's talking about how bad she is and all the rest. She must wake up every morning and go, here we go again.
But if those MPs, and this is the danger, if those MPs signal to Jeremy Corbyn that that in a vote of no confidence they would abstain, they would sit on their hands, Jeremy Corbyn will put in a vote of no confidence. If there's, say, a 2-year extension to Article 50, they would put in a vote of no confidence, and Jeremy Corbyn would put in a vote of no confidence, and then the likes of, Mark Francois last night was talking about he was in the army and he doesn't win, he loses. He doesn't lose, he wins. And he's not a loser. That sort of language signals that they will do anything, and even if that means abstaining to bring down their own government.
Oh dear. I'm wiser now.
And then you end up with then you're a bit like Brenda, and you think, oh no, not another one.
Well, I understood it this time around. Last time I didn't understand anything at all.
I've done my job properly.
You've done your job properly now. You started getting a bit confusing, throwing in a few names I wasn't aware of, but apart from that...
Which ones?
Most of them. Theresa May was the first one I wasn't too sure about. But no, I mean, I feel sorry for her in a way. In fact, I think
she's lost her voice.
She's lost her voice. Even James O'Brien said the other day he felt, not too much, a little modicum of sort of sympathy for her, because it must be really difficult standing up there battling. At least they kept quiet when she was talking.
She had it. Actually, I thought BMQs was the most. It was the sort of easiest to sort of cover. It was the most sort of disciplined. Jeremy Corbyn just shouted at her for a minute, and then she gave a sort of short 20-second answer because she was saving her voice. Jeremy Corbyn just shouted at her for another minute, and she gave a short 20-second answer. It was almost, for the outside punter, you could understand it.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Theo, thank you.
That's all right.
Always grateful. That's our political editor, Theo Usherwood. 14 minutes. At least Theo put it into context. Now you know where you are with it. Well, I hope you know. Although Stuart Manning says, can I say Brexit isn't about Brexit, it's about power between the political parties. It's just that sometimes you feel like you're watching sort of children arguing about something, and there's people waving flags and banners outside. And, oh, dear me, honestly. Helinka, thank you very much indeed. Something to make my radiant complexion even more lustrous, as if 'twere possible. Tim in Royston says, my dad used to like LBC's racing pundit Colin Turner. Yes, on Bob and Doug show. God, I remember him so well, so well. Neil says, I tweeted you yesterday about a horse running at Cheltenham, Envoy Allen. I had a bet at 6-1, and it only won. I had 5 out of 6 in an accumulator. Blimey, how much you get? That sounds quite good for an accumulator. Mike in Kings Langley says, I backed a horse yesterday at 10-1. Trouble is, it didn't cross the finishing line till 5:30. Ban him. Ladies' Day at any race course, says Holly, is the worst. You get silly women in the highest of heels limping around pretending to be glamorous. You often find them in the ladies' loo, shoes thrown off, trying to soothe their tortured feet. Sorry to say they haven't got 2 brain cells to rub together. I know. I mean, well, we see it here. I see people walking through Leicester Square, even when it's raining. holding their shoes because they can't walk in these things. The worst fascinator, surely, is Donald Trump's blonde hairpiece, says Elliot. You could be right. And Jill says, I proudly put my new feathered fascinator on my head, which I bought for a wedding. Asked my husband what he thought. He said it looked like something had landed on me. Very cruel. LOL. Thank you. Right, what do we got? We got coming up 7 minutes to 7. Daily Star, Merson, My New Booze Battle. It's a programme that's not about him. He's just taken it over now. Everybody else just pales into insignificance. I think we've heard enough about Mr. Merson. Thank you very much indeed. The Daily Mail, May loses control after Minister's mass revolt, and Theo has now laid out to you exactly what's going to be happening. Daily Mirror run with Paul Merson fighting his booze demons and gambling and everything else. Apparently he's got rid of 7 million quid. I don't know what to say. Or perhaps he's got 7 children. Wait a minute, 7? Yes, he has got 7 children, I think, as well. Meltdown is the headline for the Daily Mirror. The Sun, number 1 for Cheltenham. You get a free bet. The bet is on how many ghastly outfits you can see in about 2 minutes. Theresa May warned last night that leaving the EU could be delayed for 2 years. Maddie's alive. So says a Netflix documentary. They don't know any more than anybody else does. This is the one that the McCanns didn't want anything to do with. Didn't want anything to do with at all. So they've sort of said this is where, she was taken from. It's interesting that if they sort of say she was taken, why the McCanns wouldn't want to be involved with it, I don't know. But the vile trade, they say, regularly involves the supply of a child to desperate wannabe parents or paedophiles. But there would be something. There would be something, and there's been nothing at all. Nothing. But the documentary suggests Madeleine could still come home alive. Well, how does she know who she is? She doesn't know. She hasn't got the faintest idea. What a load of old rubbish. This is a 12-year case. She was 3. She doesn't know she's Madeleine McCann. She'd be somebody else. And they say the secretive world of online child abuse can now be thrown wide open. It's just going nowhere. Just going absolutely nowhere. Daily Express, why I wrote a love song, says Michael Ball, for my fiercest critic. Plus chaos as the Commons reject a no deal, but defiant May tells MPs to face up to the consequences of repeated attempts to sabotage Brexit. And magic moments for the Murrays. Yes, the Murrays went to the races. At least he's looking very sensible. Guardian, the new food section today. Zoe Williams makes sourdough bread. Why is that so popular at the moment? Everybody's talking about sourdough bread. Where do you go? They do sourdough bread. I don't really know what it is. May's final warning to Tory rebels, back me or lose Brexit. Because as Theo said, once they close, they close. The Times. What really happens at night? The secrets of sleep. Close your eyes, don't you? That's what I thought. Brexit meltdown. Amber Rudd arriving at Parliament. She was one of 5 cabinet members to defy the whip. Never known such really, like slapping their legs together, don't you, really? Plus hundreds of thousands of people with high cholesterol could benefit from a new drug on top of statin. This is one that can cut cholesterol. It's called bempedoic acid. It can cut it by about 17%, which is something to be hailed. Plus, the survivor in Avalanche on Ben Nevis has described the moment 3 of his friends were swept away to heavy and compact snow to their deaths. And you ask the question, which I do all the time, why do you go climbing blooming mountains? It's dangerous. Also, the Daily Telegraph this morning. They've got Amber Rudd, David Gauke, Greg Clark and David Mundell abstained in defiance of a 3-line whip. Plus, the officer in charge of British troops on the day of Bloody Sunday has said he feels angry that his soldiers have been betrayed by authorities. Junk food firms face threat of ad blackout. And the other one was here. Oh, Liverpool scored a famous away victory against Bayern Munich in the Champions League last night. That's winning 3-1 in Germany after a goalless first leg at Anfield last month. I don't see. The trouble is because I care so little about football. I don't really care either way, actually. Makes no difference. See, poor Theo, he must be shattered. Late finishes and early starts. Hope your producer, says Oliver in Muswell Hill, got him a strong coffee. No, nothing. Nothing. Genuinely nice just now to listen to Theo Usherwood speak at length without being interrupted every 7 seconds. Ooh. What do people... See, the trouble is, I let him... He's the expert. In my studio, I could talk about loads and loads of things, but I can't talk about that. That's why we bring him in, And as long as he makes it so that everybody understands it, then and I can understand presenters jumping, and I watch it all the time on the television. Every time I turn on, there's Ian Dale. I think he's permanently on there. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing children's television today. I'm sure he's going to bounce into that one as well and look through the round window. But it's great to get Theo in. And I said to him yesterday when I saw him, you should come in and just sort of try and make it so at least I understand it. Anyway, that's it for this morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your company. I appreciate it every single day. And I think we managed to get through everything. I just want a nice cooked breakfast today, but I'm not going to get it. So I can't get excited over rugby, football or anything like that. I get more excited about synchronised swimming than I do about anything else. But it is nice to have your company. I hope you've had a good week this week. We've had sort of a good week, and then we had a bad week with all those events which took place in New Zealand. And then I saw the bloke that they've actually put in court. And I was thinking, because we did the programme on that morning, Nick Abbott did a bit, and then we sort of picked it up when there were only 2 deaths, and then sadly by the end of it, I think it's now 50 deaths. And whichever way it was an absolute tragedy. But the people who perpetrated the crime, and I was only sort of thinking about it the other day, they couldn't care less. They absolutely could not care less. They, it makes no... If you said to them, we're actually going to take you out of here and we're going to execute you, why would they worry? They're not particularly bothered by anything like that at all. It was exactly the same with the Ceausescus when they were found guilty in court, and he poo-pooed it, and she sat there shouting at the court, and the court sentenced them to death. And she was still shouting at them and sort of going, you won't do anything and all that. Anyway, they took them outside and shot them immediately. They didn't waste any time. They really didn't. I think they thought it was going to be, there'd be an appeal or something like that, but there wasn't an appeal. But that's exactly the same with these. They now call them white supremacists. I think you could probably call them just about anything, really. But it wouldn't make any difference. They're obviously sick people. But to kill, innocent children, just to kill anybody, I always find slightly disturbing, because you can't quite understand why somebody would do something like that. But then there again, it brings us back to ISIS, when, people are more than happy to sort of strap things to their bodies and go and blow themselves up under some peculiar pretense that you're going to go to heaven and meet lots and lots of virgins. There are no virgins in heaven. You'd have to be particularly stupid to realise that would be the case. You're going straight to hell. Straight to hell. But in the case of New Zealand, it unfolded over 3 hours, and by the end of it, I was quite affected. And I'm normally quite good about things like that. Normally I'm able to sort of run through news stories and sort of deal with it in my own little way. On this particular time, it kind of rang true, thinking there were these innocent children in a mosque, going about their business, not hurting anybody, not doing anything at all. And somebody goes in there, and they've targeted 2 mosques. And then we sat here thinking, oh my goodness, they found some equipment in a car. And will they find another car? No, they didn't. And that was quite good. Then they closed down. They did a lockdown on the schools. Then they lifted the lockdown. And they dealt with him. He was in court straight away. But what's going to be the charge on that? Well, apart from the charge, what are they going to do with him? Put him in prison for the next, for the rest of his life? He doesn't care. He doesn't care. I object to things like that. As far as I'm concerned, it's life for life. And in the case of 50 lives, I think you've just obliterated anything that would ever keep you alive in this world. But they don't have the death penalty over there. In America, you could be sitting on death row for God knows how long. I think they're actually trying to... I think 730 people will have the death sentence commuted over in America. But the whole thing is just too distasteful. So that took up most of the week. That was the thing that everybody was talking about. We kind of moved away from a few other little bits and pieces. Then we kind of got onto Brexit. And then most of you seem to be going, oh, not Brexit again. Because it does seem to be there, doesn't it? All the time. You all right now? No, it's not working, is it? We've lost the phone box, as they say. I think, is it a phone box we've lost? All right. I'm trying to be technical and pretend I know what I'm talking about, but of course I have no idea. It's like the rugby. People say to me, I remember having an argument with a friend of mine, and she said, don't you ever talk to me about football. I said, why not? She went, you don't know anything about it. There's nothing. Oh, there we go again. She said, you know nothing. Oh, now you're taking it away completely. God, you're very... Oh, you've given up. Oh, right, you're going to give me the other screen. You think I can see that, do you? Think again. I'm never going to see that, Nick. It doesn't have an arm. It doesn't go any further. I can't read that. That's definitely not going to work. This one you see is on the movable arm. That one is on a stubby little thing. It doesn't go anywhere. It's a shame, isn't it, really? Honestly. So it's just not doing it, is it? Ah! Oh, no, you get excited? What's happening?
I think it's on this screen.
Oh, you think it's on... Sorry. Another voice in the studio. It's like sort of that Most Haunted programme, isn't it? All of a sudden they go, I've just heard another voice. and you go, wow, that's amazing.
I've been here the entire show. No one knows.
Nobody's. I know. Well, me too. Me too.
Co-hosting.
Didn't get co-hosting. Nick Abbott the other day said on air. My friend sent it to me. He said Nick Abbott was being very cruel about you. I said, what was that? He said, talking about how many people work on your show. I said, exactly the same as work on his show. Oh, blimey, around the other side now. Exactly the same as work on his show. We both have a producer and we both have an AP. Your AP can't even get in. Does he not have a pass?
You can stay out there, that's fine.
Oh, right, leave him out there. He's happy out there, wandering backwards and forwards. Does he know what time he's here till?
Until you're off?
Yes.
Yeah, well, we're here for you, Steve.
Thank you. Bless your heart. There you go. So, yeah, so we both have exactly the same amount of people. I have a producer and an AP, and he has a producer and AP. He was moaning about the fact, I think, that he has to drive the desk, which he does from the other side, but of course it takes about 3 days and 3 weeks to try and reset the blooming thing. It takes ages. You might as well just pull up a chair and we'll have a piece of toast with peanut butter on it.
Hurting, yeah.
Your knees hurting already?
Yeah.
Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. We don't want that, do we? Vicky Beckham tells of Romeo giving up football. Apparently he bawled because he didn't want to let his father down. Why don't they just keep quiet, actually? I mean, well, I'm not really that interested. Plus, shoppers in a threat to boycott Primark over gender-neutral changing areas.
Got an idea.
You've got an idea? Yeah. We're going downstairs. We're not going downstairs. Also, the new wacky show called Just the Tattoo of Us is appearing. It's the same D-list celebrities. Bobby Cole Norris. I mean, how dreary. And Joey Essex. I was only thinking to myself the other day, I saw him on an advert, and I thought, nobody's really interested in you now. Stupid people we don't really want on the television. But he's still playing dumb, I'm afraid. In fact, in his advert, he's playing dumb, really dumb. And then... But don't ask me how I ever got to this. I was sitting watching television, and then I thought, there's something I wanted to watch on YouTube. So I started watching something on YouTube, and then it flicked on to something else, and it said, people who watch this wanted to watch this. I think I was putting in a program in America. There's 2 programs. There's quite a few programs, but this particular one is called Bait Car. And the other... Oh, there it is. Oh, it's on the other... Oh, right. Oh, right, okay. Oh, okay, so you flip it backwards and forwards. Oh, okay. I'm so excited. That's a technical term, isn't it? I've got no idea what I'm talking about here. I'm just sitting here talking drivel. But there again, I've made a living out of talking about drivel for so many years. Anyway, so Bait Car I love. And then there was another another programme where they were confronting people who had used a disabled badge illegally. Happens over here all the time. I see it at Costco. People pulling up, the disabled badge. They can't be bothered to blooming well walk. So they get out the car. Some of them sprint for the lifts. I mean, seriously, it's that bad. But, and I was watching this, and then it went on to, people had road rage. That's very interesting. In Russia, road rage practically involves, you've got to be careful, they'll produce a gun. And then it said, people losing their temper on Big Brother. And I sat there, and I must have been watching for about 10 minutes. It had all these clips of Big Brother with people losing their temper and shouting and being disgusting, and you think to yourself, small wonder they've dropped it. And then, having been through all these Americans, some foul-mouthed Americans, some right old dogs on there, people whose language was just, I don't think they actually knew how to speak. And then it came on to Jade Goody. And Jade Goody, how vile she became over Shilpa Shetty, ably assisted by a former model and Joe O'Meara from S Club 7. And I remember watching it thinking, my God, I'd forgotten how vile it was. Jade Goody was so revolting to Shilpa Shetty. I mean, it beggared belief. It really did. But they were all at it. I've never seen so many people shouting and obscenities, and you think, good God, I'd be the one standing in the bedroom going, I got so much material for the programme. Because that's what I thrive on. I thrive on material. But watching that vile racist Jade Goody and Joe O'Meara, and the other one, I can't remember who the other one was, actually. I've completely forgot, but it'll come to me. Who was the other one? Was it Danielle Lloyd? Yes, I'm gonna check that. I'm sure that she was the other so-called model who apparently was sort of vilely racist to Shilpa Shetty. It was just disgusting. Shilpa Shetty was sort of standing there, and she was trying to be quite self-contained. And you've got Jade Goody using every swear word under the sun, and I thought, you really are a piece of pond life, aren't you? And it just doesn't sort of sit very comfortable. So I was quite glad when they dumped the programme, because at one point we had poor old Rylan, There's a career that's kind of stationary at the moment. But anyway, he was sort of conducting this thing. They had to get rid of the whole panel of people in sort of Big Brother's Little Brother. So here we go. So Jade Goody, that's right, Danielle Lloyd and Joe O'Meara. I mean, I forget how many complaints, after the show, Goody stated she understood her comments appeared as racist. They were racist. Of course, she's dead now, so you can't say anything. But it was just the language. I was more upset by the language. I mean, goodness knows, we all swear. I've been known to say the word. And there are 25,000 complaints. 25,000 complaints. The reason I mention it is because it was so horrendous to watch back. I'd sort of had not a softened view of it, but watching people being so racist to somebody, and Jade Gooding, Shilpa Poppadom and all the rest of it. Anyway, the final figure was 44,500 complaints. 44,500. I'm seriously. It was the language, but some of the language on that programme from Pete, you think, oh my goodness me, it's just dreadful. And they were all Z-listers. Jade Goody was famous for being thick. Danielle Lloyd was famous for not being anything at all, and Joe O'Meara, I thought, would have known better, but didn't work at all, I'm afraid. Felt a bit sad. Also, tributes pouring in for Love Island's Mike Thassalis. I can't pronounce his surname. Anyway, everybody knows who he is because he was affectionately known as Muggy. And depending on which paper you read, it's a bit embarrassing, really. 26, he was found in woods. Now, that says to me that he might have taken his own life. That's what it says to me. I don't know. We haven't had anything confirmed from the police yet. But he was only 26. I always think if the balance of your mind is disturbed, which it has to be to do something like that, what was going wrong? They said, he was about to open a restaurant, and I'm thinking, ooh, that would be bad. They said he made $1 million through appearances. Well, apparently not according to some other papers. They say he had money worries. But that's never enough, is it? To sort of... It's not for them that I worry. It's for the people they leave behind. When you see sort of mums and dads and children who've been bullied at school, who take their own lives, I feel a relief for them that now whatever it was that is disturbing them has stopped. But it's the people that they leave behind. It's very, very embarrassing. And of course, they've all jumped on the bandwagon and go, oh, you were our best mate, you were this, that and the other. I thought, well, obviously you didn't have anybody to talk to. Otherwise, somebody would have known about it. It was just, seriously terrible. Seriously terrible. Also, Ozzy Osbourne says he can't believe he's not dead. Oh, we can't believe you're not dead either. Seriously, I thought if anybody would have pegged it a few years ago, it would have been Ozzy Osbourne. Right, you've got enough time to make a cup of tea. In fact, you've got 2 minutes to make a cup of tea, and then we continue. And yes, it is my birthday, and yes, I am 5. Don't like to talk about the age thing. It's too embarrassing, really. Seriously, it's got nothing to do with Pete. It's a state of mind, and the state of my mind. I keep forgetting things. I've decided this could be the beginning of the end, but at least you're aware of it. Sunday, welcome to St. Patrick's Day, and yes, it's my birthday. And my friend Rich is working on one of our other stations just around the corner. I took him in something for his new little lad, and it's a bubble machine. I was going to say bubble gum, but it makes it sound like I bought him chewing gum. But his name's Ruben, and he's going to be very famous because his daddy's very famous. And got me a nice card. Very neat writing, I thought. Actually, I seriously expected Rich to have the worst writing under the sun. It's almost too neat. And I got a bottle of Prosecco as well. So, there you go. And we got loads of texts as well coming in. Thank you. Listen, there are literally loads of people who sent me, even the Facebook group and people like that, which is lovely. In fact, we cannot keep up with the amount of people going, happy birthday. For some reason, don't ask me where this came from, many of you seem to think I'm 65. This is absolutely a blatant lie. I will have nothing to do with the numbers 6 and 5, unless they're reversed, and even then I don't think it's too high. It should be much, much lower than that. But, yeah, sadly a child of the 50s. I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Doesn't actually make any difference, because there'll be people listening going, I'm much older than you, Steve. But you do get to the stage. When I started, I was the youngest presenter on LBC, and now, for some inexplicable reason, I appear to be the oldest presenter on LBC. I don't know how that's worked out, but I've certainly got the longevity. 40 years. I'm older than Ferrari. Yes. Younger than me. That's why I'm older than Ferrari. Yeah, no, there's quite a few years in it. I'm pretty certain. You're now going to check, aren't you? I can't remember how old Nick is, but I remember checking some time ago, and I thought, oh, I am older than everybody else. And then I discovered, oh, look, they've come back again. Oh, no, they were there all the time, weren't they? Thank you. Sharon and little Julie and June and JJ and somebody saying, wish you all the best of luck for St. Patrick's Day. See, 5 years, isn't it? 5 years, I'm older than that. How old are you? No, how old are you? Well, we're not going to get that answer, are we, anytime soon? Geraldine and everybody else wishing happy birthday. Russ the Postie from Southend, back in shorts. He said, can old Queenie get pushed into the Commons like young Mr. Grace used to and decide what she wants to happen? Oh, Lord. And another one here says, I'm sure you'll be inundated. Yes, I am inundated. I am inundated. And Blanche, but I must warn you, you're in danger of having penalty points. What's that mean? Why am I in danger of having penalty points? Was you ever bullied at school? You're joking. With a mouth like mine? With a mouth like mine? Bullied at school? I don't think so. No, it's Phil Vickery. Phil Vickery, who's up very early this... Well, actually, it's not that early, is it, really? And also, I got some other things as well. We'll have to do some tomorrow because I got some from people I wasn't expecting them as well. What did Scottish get, you said, little Julie? At the moment, nothing, but he is in this morning. Scottish boy is in this morning. I don't know why, actually. He almost said it like a threat to me the other day. He said, I'm in on Sunday morning. I went, ooh, careful, careful. So, of course, I can't operate this. I can't make my mouse move screens, can I? So you'll have to... can you delete all those ones on the left-hand side? I've just done all of those ones there. Stop. I don't even know where we are now. June in Wimbledon, JJ. Yes, you can delete those, delete all of those. Double bubble on your birthday, apparently. Sounds quite good, doesn't it? If you see a fireman, it's not a stripper, but just on guard from the amount of candles on the cake, says Carl. Thank you. And Viv in Chelmsford sings happy birthday. It's quite, when you do get a birthday, when you do actually have a birthday, and you're in a business like this, especially when it's sort of live, it's great. It's great. It's great because everybody writes in and goes, happy birthday, and you think, you're sharing it with everybody. You're sharing it with so many people, which is great. And so interesting when you say, was I ever bullied at school? I don't think I was, actually. I don't think I was. I mean, I was very good at talking myself out of arguments. Kind of served me well, really. So I was lucky. I think I got bullied when I first came out of prep school and went to a school in Yorkshire. You can imagine they're all sort of right, rough and ready, and I'm, hello. This must have been a nightmare for them. And I was the only one in short trousers. Only one in short trousers. Because my mother said, listen, there's loads of wear left in these corduroy trousers, grey. So I went to school in the middle of winter wearing corduroy shorts. I mean, seriously, honestly, my mother had a lot to answer for, I tell you. I used to have socks that you pulled all the way up again. I didn't look like Just William or anything like that. I was sort of... But my brother had long trousers before I did. I was going to school in the middle of winter in Yorkshire when it was blooming freezing with short trousers on. But because I was fairly articulate, in fact, actually, compared to the kids I was in school with, I was very articulate. They were all, as I say, rough and ready Yorkshire, fish and chips on Friday night and the bath on a Thursday. And I used to go to school. Eventually I ended up being very popular. And I knew I was popular because at one point we had a debating in our class. It was very good, maths. And we all did it, and it was great. And I was the Lib Dem candidate, and I won. I mean, to be honest with you, to this day, I can't work out how the dickens I won this blooming thing, but I did. And the Labour candidate and the Conservative candidate got nothing at all. For some reason, I won it. And I look back on it, and I think that's great. Although my mother kept all my school reports. Have you ever read your school reports? Yeah, mine actually said, stop Stephen staring out the window, because, it was more interesting. We had a Stevenson screen outside, that thing that predicted the weather. You opened it up and a little water dripped in or something, I don't know. And so Stephen spends a lot of time daydreaming. And I thought, well, that's all right, nothing the matter with daydreaming, but obviously not very good at school if you're trying to get some brownie points and get... I hated it. I should tell a lie, I didn't really hate school. I just couldn't wait to leave at 15. So I did. Stephen Potter's Bar says, I hope you get everything you wish for. God, I hope not. I've got no room. Seriously, I'm having to turn stuff away. Also, You went on Pointless Celebrities radio presenters yesterday. You often say you're not a celebrity. Pointless Celebrities radio... No, I didn't. No, I don't do anything like that. Why would I be on that? It says, be honest, did you get asked? And if asked, would you have gone on? No. Oh, you weren't on. Sorry, it's your spelling. I do beg your pardon. You went on, it says here. Yeah, he left school at 15 too. But obviously I was a little bit better at it. No, I wouldn't be remotely interested. Of course not. I'm a radio presenter. You know, if you're a radio presenter and you want to go on something like that, well, that's fine. But not for me, thank you. Sue says, happy St. Pat's and birthday. I shall mail your package on Monday when the post office opens again. We had to go on a biz trip to Phoenix and were swept up in meetings. And then, of course, the grounding of the 737, snow in Colorado. They had snow in Scotland yesterday, and it was so windy yesterday. So, not so good. But stood in line, she says, for 45 minutes, and we're premium travellers. Oh, crikey. And Tony in Ealing says, happy birthday. You share it with the other man in my life, my partner, Luca. So there'd be many if you're celebrating today, many happy returns of the day. David's in Amsterdam. And Drew says, I hope you have an awesome day. An awesome day. Somebody says, Steady on Jade isn't alive anymore. I'm sorry, and the point was, she was a racist on Big Brother. It's on YouTube. You can't miss it. What's it got to do with her not being alive anymore? That didn't have anything to do with it at all. She was a racist, an out-and-out racist. That's all you can say about it. It was really, really bad news. I did a memory lane walk along Portobello Road from the Goldbourne Road. Do you mean Goldhawk Road? I think you must mean I've never heard of Goldbourne Road. Have you? Never heard of it. Goldhawk Road. Is it all to do with gold? Perhaps there used to be people there. Anyway, it was on Sunday morning. Totally shocked. The market is decimated. The pictures are all marked out, but no stalls on them. I couldn't believe it was heaving 47 years ago. Well, you've answered your own question. 47 years ago, of course it would have been heaving. Markets were good. I think about one of the... I mean, there are a few markets around my neck of the woods, but the best one, I think, is still Romford Market, which is going. So, thank you. And people saying, you know, they give the market 2 years, then it'll go. I would not disagree. You only have to look at Kempton Market, which used to be thriving when I first started going there. I had friends who had stalls, and now it's a shadow of its former self. It really is. Dreadful. And Katie Price, take note, living on past glories. Apparently is she back or she's not? I can't remember. Anyway, then there was a rumour about, is she pregnant? I thought, well, I don't think she's divorced yet, so that would be a little bit naff, wouldn't it? And never forget when Chloe Jasmine, I hear people cry, was on an episode of The X Factor, and then the next week was on Celebrity. They're all on different things, aren't they? They seem to drift time and time again. Elvis, please. Do please. Did you touch it? Is it playing Silly Beggars? Dreadful, isn't it, really? One here that says, have a magical dream come true day. Actually, I'm having a very quiet day. I'm out next week doing things, and I think later in the year I'll probably have a party. We had a big one for my 60, so we might as well do one for 65, mightn't we? And it's also another one here. Wish all my Irish friends and workmates in Greenwich, presumably an Irish Happy St. Patrick's Day. I don't know, it doesn't go there. Kathy says, have a cheeky glass of Prosecco. Listen, there's no such thing as a cheeky glass of Prosecco. You're either having Prosecco or you're not having Prosecco at all. Also, somebody says, your wind sound effect just made Amazon's Alexa go off. I don't know why they do that, actually. I don't know why they do that. You know, when it goes... But it was worse than that yesterday. I mean, seriously, it was absolutely terrible. Another one here, which says, have a fantastic day. And somebody says, I haven't written you in a long while, but just to get away from Brexit and other news. Well, on this programme, we are almost Brexit-free. I do Brexit, but not only if it's something in the newspapers. Because I listen to, you know, the Nick Ferraris and the Eddie Mayers and James O'Brien and Sheila Fogarty. They can all talk about Brexit. I haven't got the faintest idea what's going on. Seriously, I'm not remotely interested, because I think you've got quite enough programmes dealing with it. But it's almost quite nice for those people who go, oh, thank God for that. You're not going to talk about Brexit. I might mention it. But here we are in tests in at a hospital in London, which involves using taxis to and from Victoria Station. So on quite a few occasions, the drivers forego the fare. Did they? I'm going to start using the guys down at Victoria Station. That's obviously the place to get free taxis. And just want to say to my friends on behalf, thank you. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's nice when people do something nice. It really is. It's fantastic. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And just in case you're wondering, we don't do phone calls. Not for 40 years, but there you go. If you're slightly remedial, you might think that we should. Alex, Philip, Leon and Margaret. Happy again. This number 65 keeps cropping up. And then Mike says, I must warn you, you're in danger of having penalty points. If I heard correctly last week, you said you'd take Gemma Collins to the airport if she was going to leave the country. If you check the handbook, you'll see that you'll be exceeding the maximum loaded weight for a Bentley. Da, 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 da. I know. The trouble is, I did actually look the other day because I had to change some DVDs, and so I sat in the back of the car. No, I've never sat... We weren't going anywhere, quite clearly. And I've never sat in the back of my car. If you buy a car, how often do you sit in the back of it? Never. And so I sat in the back, and I was quite... Well, this is a bit unusual. It's got... You can move the seats about in the back. I mean, obviously not sort of, so they stick outside of the car or anything like that. Or they form a flatbed or something. But the seats move, and they're heated. And then you've got sort of the air conditioning, whatever it's called. I think it's called climate... comforting, I mean, whatever it is, it's there. And then in the ceiling, I've got this other pod thing which does lights and all sorts of bits and pieces. And it's got headrests in the back of the car. When you sit in the back of the car, you put your head on it, it lifts up a little bit by itself. I never touched it. And it goes up because I got out of the car and I remember thinking, what on earth is going... Where did that come from? And then I shut the door and it goes down by itself. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine? It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm quite upset, Steve, about Muggy Mike. I have sons of similar age. What a waste, says Nikki. She says, happy birthday, but you don't look a day over 42. I don't feel over 42, I have to tell you. I'm probably if I was thinking about what my real age is, I'd be thinking 38 to 42. Yeah, we don't know anything more about Muggy Mike. The papers are full of it. He's not the first Love Island person to die. I always think dreadful waste. Dreadful, dreadful waste. 26, wasn't he? It depends, what other problems he had going on in his life. I don't know what... nowadays, I hear all sorts of horrendous stories about people and drugs and depression and, and people who get up to things in their life. You think, why are you doing this? Why are you doing it? But they won't take any advice. Nobody takes any advice. I've been offering advice for ages and ages. All these people, they think they know it. Until all of a sudden they get into trouble and then things just go from bad to worse. And so that's why I always think it's a bit of a shame. It doesn't matter how old somebody is. Obviously 26 is a waste of a life, an absolute bloody waste. It really is. But, and he'd been out with loads of different people. And that's it nowadays. You see, nobody tells you about how fame or media attention affects you. And I've been dealing with it for the past 35, 40 years, so I know exactly how it works. Somebody will become, a sort of an overnight sensation very quickly, and then they'll be getting, all sorts of benefits, like going out to a nightclub and people take your picture and it's all wonderful. And you can pick anybody you like up and go and sleep with them, and then you think to yourself, it's not going to last. It's really not going to last. I can't help you any more than that. And then they start going out, and then they start getting desperate, and then they start taking their clothes off, and then they go out with somebody, and then they don't go out with somebody, then they finish, then they have breakdowns with their tears, and then can't do this, and then stupidly somebody says, why don't you open a restaurant? Biggest way to lose your money, a restaurant nowadays. 90% of them fail. 90% fail. It'd be absolutely ludicrous to start a restaurant or anything else like that. Why they don't realise, I've said before to the himbos and bimbos that were dumped from Towie and all the other programmes, is you should have really planned this a little bit better. Go and get a job. It's finished. It's finished. Ali says, happy returns. You must be a little bit Irish to stay up chatting at this ungodly hour. I'm not doing it for free. I always point that out to people. They always people seem to think you sort of wander and you go, well, I wasn't doing anything this morning. I had little sausages actually, but that's my business. And then I came into work today, but because I thought Trafalgar Square would be a nightmare later on, didn't bother bringing the car. Much easier. Steve, as soon as a radio or TV programme mentions Brexit, I switch channels. You must spend all your time going click, 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 because they're all mentioning Brexit. All of them. All of them. Here's to the next 165 years from a Curve fan. And John says, congratulations on now becoming a pensioner. The good news is you get cheap haircuts. Oh, excuse me. I don't pay for my haircuts. I haven't paid for my haircuts for ages. Actually, did you notice the other day? There was a lovely little bit of what I call royal family propaganda, where Harry and Meghan, and depending on whether you believe she's making him as miserable as sin, I don't know, but a pram company turn up down at their new place. And I thought, is that a freebie? Are they showing them the catalogue going, just pick out the one you want? And then I suddenly realised, of course they're going to be getting a freebie. You know why? Because Zara Tindall is an ambassador for that company. Quite clearly, she'll take the golden shilling if it's on offer. And so she'll be saying to, listen, go round to Harry and Meghan's, let them pick out a pram. Good publicity for you. And blow me down, it made all the newspapers. You don't seriously think they pay for things, do you? That's why they get things for free. But now they've moved down to Windsor. Well, they will be moving to Windsor once we've spent £3 million doing their house. Why they can't live in a tent, I've got no idea. Seems to work for loads of other people. Couldn't they have one of those big caravans parked in the middle of Windsor Great Park? That'd work, wouldn't it? That'd work. Oh, dear, honestly. Somebody says, remember, 65 is only 25 in Scrabble, says Mark. Listen, do I sound like the sort of person who does Scrabble? Do I seriously sound like... I can't do anything like that. I can't even do Countdown. I can't do Countdown. I could do the rude words, as long as they're no bigger than sort of 4 letters, but I cannot do anything like that. And the reason is that my brain has given up in that department. Talking of doing something nice, my fiercely independent father, Steve, of 93, went shopping in Wilson a couple of weeks ago. He tripped and fell. A very kind lorry driver stopped his truck, got out and helped him up, as did others who were nearby. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Probably robbed him blind, I should imagine. You know what lorry drivers are like? Where's his wallet? Get his wallet. That'd be so good, wouldn't it? Steve, I thought you were describing Kerry Coke-Toner and Katie Price. Did you see Kerry Coke-Toner on this dating programme? If ever there was a fake and a fraud, she would be it. In between, Chelsea Healy is one of the most disgusting people. Small wonder, Chelsea, you're single, love. Nobody's going to want to go out with anybody like you. Or Kerry Coke-Toner, who takes her wig off, this ridiculous purple wig, because she's a bit simple, and puts it on this fella. And then he says, I've got tattoos down here and all the rest, you know, going to have them with my kid. And so she said, can I see them? So he starts taking his shirt off on this programme. I mean, she was cheap, if nothing else. Really awful. Really awful. Muzzle toff. Thank you. Wishing you a very happy and healthy birthday with many happy returns of the day. Look after yourself and definitely steer clear of any sort of, I don't know what the rest of it is, any sort of something like that. You see it on the right there? Any sort of, I don't know what the next line is. We're reporting. Definitely, they are. Steer clear, oh, that's right, of any newfangled cooking appliances. Thank you, Deanna. Yeah, I'm not actually very good with cooking appliances, as you know. I tend to fall on them. Actually, the fun thing, I was thinking about it the other day, because I've got to go back to hospital to go for sort of checkups and everything else, just to make sure that the stitches have all taken, which they have. And we aren't going to get rid of any of the burns. I'm kind of stuck with those, so you're not going to be seeing me on a naked beach anytime soon, much as I might want to be. And it's only because people look at me and go, oh, poor soul. And I remember when I first went in there, and people were sort of, I think they thought I was self-harming. Because I met about 3 psychiatrists over the period of time. They were all saying, you know, do you have people to talk to? I said, yeah, I have loads of people to talk to. God knows I have loads of people to talk to. But now I said, believe you me, there's no fun in doing it. But I did meet people in there who did self-harm. I didn't realise just how big a problem it is. Big a problem. But anyway, I'm sure that we will get through it. Oh, by the way, Kellogg's, changing the subject, have cut the packet size of cornflakes, but not the price. So you're down about 40 grams, or I don't know how many cornflakes that is. I was watching some dreadful programme. BBC Two is a right load of old pants at the moment. They keep repeating things, and one of them is Greg Wallace going out to where they make crispy, toasted, crunchy nut cornflakes or something. What a boring man he is, honestly. And so they're doing, and this man, and they keep repeating it in between people who are dancing, some men who all look exactly the same with short haircuts, and then they thought, what are they doing? Honestly. So, I mean, would it make any difference if you had a gender-neutral changing area? Producer seems to think this is quite normal, and says he's more than happy to start unrobing in a changing room, and then other people come, because they're all individual, aren't they? You're not changing in a room. The girls go into, do they? They go into the bed, because you're just going into a room and then you lock the door. Oh, close the curtain. Oh, I don't do it with the curtain. Oh, no, it's only a curtain. No, because somebody might brush the curtain apart. Excuse me. standing there in your pants, not looking very good. No, I'll only do it if there's a door lockable, and it's got to be big enough, because by the time you've taken your clothes off, there's always a seat in there. Then there's a mirror. Who the God's name wants to see yourself standing there in your underwear? And then they've got a couple of hooks, but there's never enough room, is there? Never enough room. And so, oh, thank you. Philip, you're guessing Philip Schofield. No, it's Rich. Rich again. It's Rich, yeah. We've had Phil Vickery. I'm very disappointed we haven't... who are we waiting on? We're waiting on Jamie Oliver at the moment. That'll upset him. On a Sunday, just as he's going to the gym. Did you know Gemma Collins was a student at Sylvia Young's Theatre School? I thought she was Sylvia Young's Theatre School. I had no idea. Yes, she's lost some weight again. Who cares? Seriously. Jimmy's in Up Holland. He says, happy birthday, have a great day. Have a great day. I'm not doing anything today. I'm really not, actually. It's interestingly enough. See, for your birthday, I found for you a couple of books you were asking for 2 or 3 years ago. That'll be useful, won't it? I've forgotten what they were. Original copies, Arthur Mee's Children's Circus. I tell you what I'm looking for at the moment, and it's only because I had a flood a couple of years ago, and it's British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith. And I found them before, but it's a bit difficult to get hold of these blooming things at the moment. If you know anybody who's got one, do tell me. So it's British Circus Life. It's the definitive circus guide about Rico's circus, which used to tour many, many years ago. But I'd love a nice copy of that. That's what I'm looking... I'm not looking for anything else. I don't really care. But I also sent something down to my brother, because my brother is still laid up with it, but they put him on drugs where he doesn't care, which is quite good. He said they generally send him to sleep, then he kind of wakes up and he feels a bit better, because, you know, he fell down his girlfriend, shortly to be wife's, staircase. They are quite steep stairs, so he's been laid up. He has to sleep on the floor or on the... It's really difficult. And so he's not been going home, so his girlfriend, soon to be wife's, son goes round to my brother's place to pick up his post, and I sent him something, and he said, oh, thank you. He said, I'll let you know when it arrives. He didn't say anything, so I thought it had gone. So I wrote to him on Saturday morning yesterday going, I'm highly indignant, very upset. It's not arrived. He went, no, it did arrive. I went, oh, thank God for that. Takes away any sort of worry, doesn't it? So Arthur Mee's Children's Circus book, Uncle Mac's Children's Hour storybook. I shall drop them into the office, says Gary in Bromley. It's this British Circus Life I'm desperately mad keen to get. Nice to have your company. 10 to 6. It's Sunday morning. It goes through so quickly. So quickly. Right, let's go through the stories that the papers are talking about today. The Daily Star. I knew this would be their headline. This is tributes pouring in for one of the people from Love Island called Mike Thalassisis. I think. I think. He was known as Muggy. Everybody knew him as Muggy Mike. That was it. All the columnists have said exactly the same. Although somebody said, oh, his name's Mike, not Muggy Mike. You think, listen, who cares? Get over yourself. Helen Flanagan's flogging dozens of her old designer clothes and bags online. She needs the money. And Tina Turner has finally sold the Los Angeles apartment where her eldest son committed suicide. They get these... in America, property is cheap compared to here. As you know, if you bought a place in Florida recently, you can get a lot in Florida for not very much money. The heartbroken dad of murdered tot James Bulger has vowed to wreak havoc on his boy's killer. I don't think that would be the best thing. I really don't. And serial killer Ted Bundy slaughtered scores more young women than the 30 he confessed to. And then I was asked this morning, actually, and I didn't see it, so I'm really not able to talk about it. But the Netflix documentary on Madeleine McCann, I was more intrigued by 48 questions that Mrs. McCann didn't want to answer, and I thought I wasn't sure if this because it goes forever. This documentary. I wasn't sure whether or not they thought it would not be helpful to appear on it. Either way, they decided that they weren't going to appear on it, so they haven't. Although I'm reliably informed she doesn't come out too well in some of it. It just goes back. There's going to be conspiracy theories, all over the place, aren't there? Which is not so good. Staff have been asked not to speak Welsh at a holiday park in Wales. I'd be very surprised if it was all Welsh staff anyway. And Greenacres Resort have confirmed they told workers to speak English in the kitchen to stop miscommunication. Oh, there you go. I don't think it's anything to sort of worry about, like you're Welsh, but you mustn't speak Welsh. Michael Jackson's entire fortune could be wiped out by the latest child sex scandal. It's worth $430 million. Producers of a stage musical based on his life have already pulled the plug on its October opening, and, they think there could be lawsuit. Well, I don't think there can be. Just really don't know where they're going to get this evidence from. Just can't, there's going to be sort of people on, have you told a fib or have you not told a fib and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, sad stories. A wacky reality show set to return for a new series. It's called Just Tattoo of Us. I've never heard of it, but it's got some right D-listers on it. Really embarrassing, actually. Contestants include Big Brother legend, foul-mouthed old bag, Ashleen Horgan-Wallace. I saw her on the television in this part of this shouting and screaming. And Bobby Norris. Oh, God, how dull and boring. Already bored. Do you know who Bobby Norris is? See, producer has no idea. You're a nobody. And also other people. Guest hosts include... here we go. Guess how many of these you know. Letitia Grace? No. Nathan Henry? Joey Essex? Yeah, you think you've heard of Joey Essex. Josh Ritchie? No. Chloe Ferry? No. And Aaron Chalmers? Aaron Chalmers, yeah. No, you haven't, have you? You don't know who Aaron Chalmers is. I'm looking at them. What a bunch of deadbeats. There are two of the women here have got tattoos all up their legs. I mean, it really is. It's just getting so desperate. But that's about all Joey Essex can get now. Or failing that, an advert making him look even more stupid than we thought he was. Have you ever heard of Lisa Vanderpumps? Stop it. You've never heard of Lisa Vanderpump? No, she's not on Eurotrash, no. She's on American television. She's in The Housewives of Beverly Hills. She's very rich. She's British. She's probably bigger than the Queen over in America, but you might not have heard of her. I've heard of her, because together with her husband, they live in a house which can only be described as bloody hell. It's all marble. I thought it was a hotel we were going through. It's just, But over there, if you were spending 20 million, you're going to get the best house you can think of. Tina Turner sold hers for 750 grand. That's Tina Turner. But Lisa Vanderpump is 58. Personally, I think she's a bit older, but I'm being kind on that one. But she's also in Vanderpump Rules. And she says a lot of people probably are a bit baffled. Her husband's quite camp. He walks around holding their dog, who has a little coat on and all the rest of it. But it's very interesting because she's the only British one. And the Housewives of Beverly Hills, some of them are very rich, some of them are only rich because they married somebody rich. But she's very interesting. I think she'd be a great subject for in conversation. So I'm trying to work on that. But is she a diva? Of course she's a diva. But a proper one. When Gemma Collins talks about herself as being a diva, that just means she's bone idle and lazy, which is not the same as being a diva. But there again, you wouldn't expect her to know that. Steve, Bob in Bracknell, thank you very much indeed. Al as well. And says... how much Prosecco are you going to sink today? Oh, I don't know. Do you know I promised myself? I promised myself for the past 3 weeks Kentucky Fried Chicken as a treat. I don't have it very often. I mean, it might be once every 6 months, and I keep saying I'm going to have it. And then at the end, I think, I can't be bothered to walk up the high street. I really can't. I'm too fagged out. I'd rather stay in and cook something myself, which is just... But today I might do it. Or failing that, Chinese. I just feel like a Chinese today. I don't know what it's... you get these cravings, and I have them at my age quite a lot, where I sort of think I could eat that. But Kentucky Fried Chicken, I might buy a barrel. Because... Is it a bucket? Sorry, it's a bucket. Oh, right. How much is that? Would that cost a lot of money? Would that be about $9.99? I don't know. About 10? 10 pieces? Oh, no, I'm not bothered about fries. No, I don't do cola. Nuggets? No, I don't do nuggets, no. I just fancy sort of 10 pieces, can I just eat the skin? I'm quite good with that. I'm not bothered about the chicken. Chicken sounds horrible, but I'm sure it's really wonderful. So I'm thinking $9.99. The trouble is, I know it seems like an awful lot of chicken, but I could make that last 2 days. I wish. Gary Bushell on the box talking about separated at birth. Harry Kane, Adam... I think he's a footballer. But he looks like he cheats. So there you go, which is good news. And also, who would live in Midsummer? Why would you want to go there? Every day, a murder. Every day, somebody else found with... this time, it's with a pitchfork inside them. For goodness sake, honestly. Plus, they say bad sex is spreading across TV like an STD on Love Island. I don't watch any... I'm seriously not watching any of these programmes. All these poor people... who, they go, oh, I'm famous, I'm on television. There's somebody here, there's a very big picture of somebody in Towie. Okay, she turns out to be the bisexual sister of Chloe Sims, who, to be honest with you, has got to have one of the stupidest voices I've ever heard in my entire life. In fact, for some reason, most of Towie appear to have voices of 3-year-olds. Perhaps they've been transplanted from 3-year-olds. But Demi is open to love with both boys and girls in the new series. That'll be exciting, won't it? That'll be very exciting. 10 pieces, $13.99, apparently. But that includes fries. If you take away the fries, we don't think we can. I don't want fries. That's like I know, but that's like in Australia, isn't it? Somebody went out in a town called Alice, the book, and the bloke pitches up there. And he says, oh can I have ham and eggs, but I don't want the eggs. And she goes, oh, I don't think we can do that. And so he goes, no, I just want the ham. Well, it comes with eggs. And he goes, I don't want the eggs. And she goes, well, we cook them anyway. Should we leave them on a side plate? And you think, it's as bad as that. You've got to have the fries. I don't want the fries. Apparently, though, they have changed them, because McDonald's fries, the average time between them hard to going soft is about 10 minutes. I can relate to that. I can relate, because sometimes you buy them and you take them and you go, oh, these are nice and crispy. Not that I think they bear any resemblance to a potato. 14 ingredients in a McDonald's fry. 14 ingredients. Preservatives, colouring, all sorts of bits and pieces. And but they go soggy and limp. And we've all been there, haven't we? We've all been there where you bought the chips, you go, oh, it's great, and all of a sudden it just droops in front of you. 10 minutes, they reckon. And so KFC have changed the chips. They're now cutting them from potatoes, leaving the skin on. Doesn't sound very exciting, does it? I'm not sure about that. It's like going into your local kebab shop and discovering they've actually cut real potatoes. No. I want fries. I want fries because they hold more grease. I know they're really bad for you. You've got to have more grease. I know the big fat ones are supposed to be better for you, but I don't do big fat ones. Don't know why. Just one of those sort of people. Anyway, so there is a picture of poor old Demi Sims and Chloe Sims, whose breasts look like they're about to fall onto the floor. But there you go. I'm sure she'll be a wonderful credit to the cast. Just what you need in Essex, isn't it? Somebody who's bisexual. Ooh, big surprise there for everybody. Coming up very shortly, the news at 6 o'clock. I can't believe it. 6 o'clock already. Status Quo says we played the Prince's gig on Charlie. That's not a person, by the way. Also, here's an antique I made earlier. Brexit is now or never. Parliament would have failed if the MPs don't take the last chance. 10 essential gifts for your devoted dog. The landlord who kicks out hundreds, but what's he got? He's a really nasty person. They give him a series on the BBC. It's hilarious, isn't it? Nobody likes nice people anymore. Also expose the sex-for-rent landlords. Yes, of course you can have a room, but I'm expecting you to sleep with me. What? Dirty old pervert. And the diabetic dad tells of the moment his insulin pump started all by itself. Welcome to 4 minutes past 6. Steve Allen with you until 7. And I'm back again this evening as well, not to be missed in conversation. Definitely not. Honestly, you think we never work on our birthdays. Here's an antique I made earlier. What could that be? What does that remind you of? You've got to be a certain age. A certain age, yes, believe it or not. Anthea Turner has kept the original Tracy Island, as indeed you would have expected her to. And she's going to be showing it off on the television today. Apparently it was the most... I love the way they seem to think it was her. She didn't invent it. It was... Tracy Island was done by the Thunderbirds people, and then somebody else... It's nothing to do with her. They just taught her how to make the thing. And then... Did you meet Anthea Turner? I met the lady who created... Yes. No, she came in. Really, with Richard... Actually, I went to the Blue Peter office. And I've been in the studio as well. And because they used to keep the cats... At the beginning, dun 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 dun, and it would pan round. The reason the cats were still on the cushion is because there was food in there. The moment they'd eaten the food, they were off set immediately. But in the Blue Peter office, because I interviewed Peter Duncan up there and a few people, and I went to watch it because it's one of the very few live programmes on the television. They used to do it live, which actually I think is so much better. I don't like pre-recorded, even though I do pre-recorded programmes. So the antique they made earlier is in fact the Tracy Island, which is lovely. How much money have they made off speeding drivers on the speed cameras? 35 million. 35 million. And the British players come forward to collect the Euro Millions. 71 million they've come forward to collect. Is that good? I'm so pleased for them. I couldn't really have here. Also, Strictly Bosses hoping Shane Duffy and Natasha Hamilton will quick step this year. Why would you think they were any sort of big deal? Shane Duffy and Natasha Hamilton. I mean, I don't understand it. Also, there's a girl. She had a 14-year addiction to burgers. And she's been cured now with hypnosis. You can use hypnosis for all sorts of things, but she's been cured of it. Plus the landlord who's kicked out hundreds. He's a deeply unpleasant person. This was the one who didn't want Indian people in because they smell of curry. Do you remember that one? That's the one. So now the BBC have made a programme about him, so now he becomes famous. Fantastic. Why don't you put him on Strictly Come Dancing at the same time? Bond must not be black or female, says Rafe Fiennes. Well, he can't be female, otherwise he wouldn't be James Bond, would he? You know, the name remains the same, unless it's going to be Jane Bond, but I think that's highly unlikely. Victoria Beckham spends thousands of pounds every week on her skincare range. It's not working, love. It's really not working. And the diabetic dad who tells her the moment that his automatic insulin pump started dispensing insulin. 3 times his usual amount. 3 times his usual amount. Front page of the Sun. Here we go. Slim for summer, like you care. You know, they make you feel guilty, don't they? Do you want to go on the beach? Not if you're a fatty. Not if you're a fatty. Only if you're a thinny person. You don't want to go on the beach if you're fat, because that means the tide can't come in. And so they make you feel guilty about it. So they say, there's a 4-page special on losing weight. Why don't you try eating less? That's going to help you, isn't it? If you're a fatty, it's because you're eating too much or you're drinking too much. Unless, of course, you have a medical condition, in which case then you go and see the doctor. But they make you feel really guilty about it, don't they? Every time I watch Love Island, I mean, seriously, what a load of gym bunnies. Nobody looked real. I couldn't identify with anybody on that programme. Well, there was one of the women. But, I mean, I can't identify with any people on that programme. All the blokes come and first thing they do, take the shirt off. Me, I put my Mac on. You know, there is no chance I'm going to be doing anything like that anytime soon. And it's because people say, OK, can we take a picture of it? Oh, an Attitude magazine like you. Can you get your kit off for Attitude magazine? So off they go. Take their kit off. George Ezra has been forced to pay royalties from that hit Shotgun. I can't remember how it went now. Riding Shotgun. Anyway, because he's been accused of ripping it off. Very similar to a tune called Flowers in Your Hair. Am I looking at something different on my screen at the moment? It's buffering. Lovely. Haven't been buffered for a long while. And, oh, look, there it is back again. So, poor old George Ezra. You know, I mean, there have been song battles before, haven't there? George Harrison's My Sweet Lord, which had to pay out to the Chiffons, He's So Fine. 440,000. Sam Smith's Stay With Me versus Tom Petty's I Won't Back Down. Agreed 12.5% royalties. Ed Sheeran's Thinking Out Loud versus Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On. Currently being sued for 79 million. Good God. And Oasis, Shaker Maker. Basically, they've said, that's the new Seekers, I'd like to teach the world to sing. They're about to pay out £375,000. Because people go, oh, you know, I didn't know. But this particular one here, Derek Ryan, who is the bloke who wrote we've got a little tiny bit of it. Little tiny bit of it? Is this George Ezra's? Is this shot? Yeah, just a little tiny bit. I don't want too much of it, just so we can get the chorus. See, I quite liked it. I thought it was quite catchy, actually. I didn't know who he was. He's got nice hair, but he's blonde, so he'll lose it, so surely he'll be bored. Not that it makes any difference. It does look like a young Darren Adam, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You need to go to Specsavers. Here we go. You see, I thought that was really clever, actually. Unfortunately, ripped it off from somebody else. So, Derek Ryan now gets 7.5% of the income from the tune, which was last year's 3rd best-selling song. But the trouble is, how are you supposed to know that? You know, if I actually sat down and wrote a song, you know, that goes, Happy Birthday to you, well, how are you to know that I've ripped that from somebody else? You're not, are you, really? Experts know that, don't they? I mean, it's like that. What did I do? What did we say a short while ago? There was something that we thought was amazing. Oh, that's right. If you hear a tune and you hold your phone up and you Shazam it and it tells you what it is and you think, how does it know? How clever is that it can identify it? So in this particular case, George Ezra has been forced to pay royalties, which is a shame, really. Derek is a country singer, so he gets 7.5%. 7.5% of how much, I've got no idea, but it sounds brilliant. But that's what happens, isn't it? I remember hearing something once, I can't tell you who it is, because otherwise it could get me into a lot of trouble, but it's somebody who writes some very, very wonderful stuff, but apparently it sounds very similar to Puccini. You know, that's what it is, isn't it? I suppose it never works in radio, does it? Oh, well, actually, I'll tell a lie. We used to get people who wanted to sound like other radio presenters. They would say, oh, I'd like to be, you know, like so-and-so. So everybody sounded like Tony Blackburn at one time. Do it sensational. And then someone said, well, why don't you just be yourself? And they go, oh, I can't do that. That's very difficult. Very difficult. Steve, re Madeleine McCann. At the time, I wondered whether it may have been a very good idea to have hair samples from the other children in order to check for sedatives. You see, the trouble is, I think they must have thought of everything. Do you not think so? You know, they are searching for a, a child. So that's why. That's why. So, I mean, I think they've literally been over it with a fine-tooth comb. It just comes down to the fact that they sort of left the children alone in an apartment while they were the other side of the complex having dinner. And to be honest with you, it's almost lost in the mist of time, but she would now be 15. There's no chance that she's going to come knocking on their door because she doesn't know who she is. At 3 years old, a child does not know, 12 years later, who they were. If indeed she's alive. And that's the open question, isn't it? We don't know. We know nothing, which is dreadful. Which is absolutely dreadful. And we spent all this money, and we're still not there. But apparently Kate McCann refused to answer 48 questions about missing daughter Madeleine. A Netflix documentary has revealed she remained silent in protest of being treated as a suspect. But surely they're trying to get as many answers as possible. I don't know. I mean, I'm no clearer finding out anything that went on. I just don't think, personally, she's alive. I really don't. But, and they're very keen to play up this, she was taken by, European paedophiles. Well, sorry. Well, I don't think that's very, very likely. You think that's Helena Bonham Carter? No. You're not doing very well with this game this morning, are you, really? You ever heard the expression, loser? Loser? I hope they are doing something in Trafalgar Square for St Patrick's Day. It doesn't make any difference. Producer's going for his sort of breakfast somewhere. And when we get, because it's Guinness. Who drinks Guinness at 7 o'clock in the morning? Actually, quite a number of people, I think. Also, footy pedo Adam Johnson will be released from jail in the middle of the night into a waiting car this week. We thought that was going to happen last week. It's been sanctioned by prison bosses for his own safety. So he's only served half of his 6-year jail sentence for grooming and sexual activity with a girl aged 15. A source close to the family said Adam is terrified about coming out of prison. Oh, they'll be waiting. The paparazzi will be sitting there. Actually, they're probably sitting there now. He's worried about the backlash from nutters or vigilantes, or people who object to you being a paedophile. That would be a difficult one to fight, isn't it? He's now leaving prison as a paedophile. Well, I don't think people are going to wait outside there. I think you're going to come in for some stick. I think you really are. Serving 3 years out of a 6-year sentence, that would really annoy a lot of people. Plus, England ace John Stones. If only I knew who John Stones was, but he's dating a new mum. After splitting for his childhood sweetheart, he's seeing former beautician Olivia Naylor, and here's a picture of her. She looks like she's a bit good time. She looks like she's got the boobs hanging out and wearing a nightie, so that's obviously a good start, isn't it? A source says John started seeing her after he moved out of the family home. Now to stupid as footballers, eh? Now to stupid as footballers. And in the days before her death, Jade Goody's closest friends made a promise that brought a smile to her face. I've never heard of this one. They vowed to look after her boys. I think they have their father, actually. I don't think they really need anybody else. And one of them, Bobby, has started doing modelling at the age of 15 and started putting pictures of himself up online. And they say Jade would have been so proud. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Telly Weatherman makes a knife plea. This is Alex Beresford, who was in mourning last night after his cousin was stabbed to death just days after Alex waded into the knife crime debate. It's almost an occupational hazard, isn't it? I've heard people talking about this for ages and ages and ages, and it seems that there is no area of London which has not been blighted by this terrible affliction. People, carrying knives. It's not very good, is it? With breakfast on LBC, it's Andrew Castle up for discussion. The New Zealand shooter likely acted alone, the police say. Road toll scheme could cost motorists £700 a year. Well, of course, they just kick us when we're down. Junk food ads could be banned before 9 p.m. under government proposals. Is this? I mean, I don't want to be rude about this, but what do they think children go to bed at 9 o'clock now or something? I mean, that's ridiculous. Of course they don't. They stay up for ages watching things. It's not going to make the slightest... So, they're obviously working on the assumption that if you can't see the advert, you won't want to go and buy the product. They know about the product. It's on every high street. Producers just bought me a Prosecco cookbook for my birthday. And it's pink Prosecco cake, Prosecco biscuits. It's basically recipes that you can add Prosecco to. So, in other words, you can have a little drinky poos and a little bit of a recipe. And then the more Prosecco you drink, the more bizarre the book becomes, I should imagine. Chocolate Prosecco frosting, strawberry Prosecco cupcake. I've never even heard of this before. Prosecco apple crumble. Basically, you're just sticking Prosecco in anything you can think of, which is a brilliant idea. So I got a bottle of Prosecco from from Rich, and I've also got Plant and Grow from the producer, who's real. I mean, honestly, he's maxed out the credit card. And this is a Prosecco Botanical Cocktail and Garden Kit. Can't wait for this one. Can't wait for this one. It's you can grow it indoors, they say, in small outdoor spaces. Well, I've got a small outdoor space. I shall grow it there. Very excited. Honestly, you always go home with loads of things on your birthday, don't you? In my case, generally jelly, ice cream, a magician, and a set of balloons with your name on it, which is all very sweet. But I always go home with a magician, just for the entertainment on the way back home again. I've got to get a magician. I'm trying to book a magician at the moment for my brother's wedding up in December, and I know the one I want, but I haven't got back to him at the moment. He's got back to me, but I've not got back to him, which is a little bit... Oh, look, a £10 voucher from KFC. Is it from KFC? Oh, yeah. Just Eat, a £10 voucher. Oh, that sounds quite good. I might better manage that, I should imagine. Also, 1 in 4 celeb social media accounts buy fake likes and followers. Of course they do. I think you pay at the moment 100 for £2, 50,000 costs 200 quid. That's what they do. They put it up there. They don't have all these people. They really don't. Also, Peter Sutcliffe. Why is he not dead? Why is he not dead? The Yorkshire Ripper. He's to appeal against his status as a high-risk lag in a bid to move to a cushier jail. He's 72. How much longer can he live? How much longer? The fiend who killed 13 women, as I say, we couldn't care less what happens to you. I'm sorry, Mr. Sutcliffe, but, sooner you die, the happier everybody will be. But I hope they don't do things like that. That would be bad. Plus, Towie's Georgia Kasulu, according to Karen Brady's column, said she was reduced to tears by social media trolls after they criticised the nose job she had last year. Apparently she's abused every day. Which must be truly grim, says Karen. But I'm sorry to say that George's experience shines a light on the risk you take when you have surgery to please other people rather than yourself. I know. They always do it. Have you noticed, though, they all burst into tears? I'm reduced to tears. Somebody the other week, a woman who's a vegetarian, but only recently, a 2-year vegetarian, she goes to McDonald's, she orders the veggie thing, the wrap, and when she bites into it, she realises it's not veggie at all. It's chicken. And apparently she goes into complete meltdown. She's only been vegetarian for 2 years. You feel like saying, oh, well, you just don't eat it then, dear. It's not like you're going to die or something like that. She made a choice, and so she's made a big brouhaha, hasn't she? You can well imagine. Oh, that's absolutely dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. So McDonald's have apologised, which, of course, they have to, because they just got an order wrong. But whatever happened to the, I'm sorry, and now get on with your life? You know, that she said, I was completely reduced to sort of tears and all the rest of it. It's a piece of chicken, dear. You've not eaten somebody's, sausage dog or something like that. Get over yourself. Blimey, honestly. Also, I haven't seen this, actually. Game of Thrones. I've never seen Game of Thrones. I've talked to loads of... Oh, here we go again. I've talked to loads of people in it. Do you want to guess on that one? Bob Carroll, geez. Will Guyatt. Steve Allen Show, says Will. He says, oh, I've lost it. Once audited LBC presenters SM page for fakes. Who was that? Who was that? I don't think it's mine. I don't think so. I've never bought any fakes. I do know a presenter who did buy fakes, tried to pretend that they weren't. And you can go onto this site and you click on it and it will tell you. So, Bob Garrelcheese. No, he's still going, isn't he? He had to spit the dog, didn't he? Oh, check him out, please. Apparently, they were saying that the other day. That's the biggest problem that radio presenters have. Talking about somebody who's sort of passed on, who hasn't. Or failing that, talking about somebody who hasn't passed on, but they turn out to have passed on. So, is he still... He's still going, isn't he? Please, he's still going. We like Bob Carriages. Oh, thank goodness for that. Thank the Lord. There is a God. He's still going. Big fan. Actually, I worked with him. He won't remember me, of course, because years ago, Noel Edmonds took Crinkley Bottom out on the road to various racecourses, and Bob Carrollgees was one of the celebrities who came with us. He was very entertaining. What? Why are you laughing? What's the matter? Joke amongst producers? Like what sort of joke among producers? Would you like to repeat it? Is it a repeatable joke? It's for what? For that side of the glass? Oh, right. Is it sort of a boy's joke? Oh, right, okay. I kind of get that. I can buy into that. I'm all right with that. What was it? I don't want to let Daddy down. Tears as the last Beckham boy quits football. Who gives a stuff? It's only the dreary Beckham. She's now worried. Apparently Brooklyn was the first to say he didn't want to play them Romeo. Brooklyn can't do sweet Fanny Adams, can he? I mean, he can't make a cup of coffee. He can't... Oh, for goodness sake. He can't take... I don't know how to turn this bit off, actually. I really... Sorry? No, it's Will Guyatt. Again, yes. Twice. He said that one definitely did have fakes. Well, who was the other one, then? Come on, who was the other one? Happy 21st birthday. You know it's not my 21st. I don't know how to turn that noise off, actually. It's going to happen every time, isn't it? I've just got this feeling. Anyway, so the attention-seeking Beckham family, like, you know, who gives a forex? We don't. We really don't care. Also, this is Boyzone and Atomic Kitten Singers, a long list of celebrities for the dancing show. Chris Evans has said that he will appear. Vince Cable has been floated but ruled himself out because he has weekly dancing lessons. I mean, to be honest with you, Natasha Hamilton, they say Big Brother's Ryland... Is it just the same people? Is it just the same 5 people that they keep using? Who cares? Who cares? So boring. So dull and dreary. And a criminologist reveals the darkest secrets of Britain's most notorious prisoners. On serial rapist Peter Cook, he wanted to become a woman called Janet. On armed robber Charles Bronson, he says, I wasn't the only one to think there was something sexual about all the stripping off. And on Steve Wright, the sex killer, what we're seeing is an organised serial killer. He used prostitutes in the past, he's hurt them and killed them. Well, it's exactly the same as the Yorkshire Ripper, isn't it? And Dennis Nielsen touched my hand and said, do you have to go? Is he still dead, Dennis Nielsen, or is he still alive? I don't know. Plus, how long do you have to wait to see somebody? If you call 999, how long before you think they're actually going to turn up? Well, I'm telling you, the worst waits are in London. The worst wait for a 999 is about 35 minutes. I mean, that is just ridiculous, because that's for 999. For 101, that's what you call for the medical as opposed to sort of the policing, 5 hours, 15 minutes. In Humberside, it's only an hour 47. Let's all go live Humberside. It's much easier, isn't it? Boise's in the paper today. Love him. He says, every time they change the doctor, I'd ask, can I ever go? Love him. Love him to pieces. He's so great. Also, fast foods. Oh, this is what they're going to be talking about this morning, I think, on breakfast. The fatty foods cream ban to fight kids' obesity. They won't stop it. They won't stop it. Kids go into the sweetie shops after they actually finished school. You see them queuing up, and they go, "Oh, we're going to stop the adverts on the television." They're not going to stop it. Honestly, they're so naive sometimes, aren't they? Really, they really are. What else we got? This is a lot of the papers running with TV's Love Island. Mike found dead in the woods. We don't know why. We have no idea. It was either money worries or it wasn't money worries. There's got to be a little bit more than that. A little bit more than that, I think. And Kellogg's cutting the size of their cornflake packets, but not the price. The big box of the cereal shrunk from 790 gram to 720, but still cost £2.69. I quite like cornflakes. I could go cornflakes now. I could go cornflakes. And what have we got here? It's a nice picture of Elizabeth Hurley going out on the... Where do you wear these frocks to? Where do you wear them? She was celebrating her birthday. Well, I'm celebrating my birthday. I'm not wearing that. I really am not. Also, local radio DJ Emma Britton, mistaken for this morning's host, after being booked to give a talk on broadcasting. Hilarious. I thought that was very funny. And here's a picture of Michael Lavelle from Coronation Street, looking a little bit peaky. In fact, he's looking as if he's more than a little bit peaky, wearing his black flat cap and all the rest. I quite like flat caps, actually. Plus the former altar boy on the Church of England anguish. The vicar abused me 350 times, says this young man here. But he killed himself, or I get justice. More victims should come forward. This is in the church here. He said it went. This is going back to 1989. Plus, a top cancer expert slams the outdated NHS scanning machines. They can't afford them. They don't have the money. And one half of the hairdressing duo on Gogglebox says leaving the show after feuding with his sidekick left him feeling suicidal. This is Chris Ashby-Steed, replaced by his co-star Stephen Webb's mum Pat. Stephen was the really camp one on there, and never seemed to be particularly polite to him. People didn't know that the friendship was over after a series of rows, and they were locked in a bit of feud. They used to be a couple, but they stayed friends doing the show together after they split. And as I say, the other one decided he really wanted to be on television. He's very irritating, very, very irritating. But Chris's husband, Tony... So wait a minute. So Chris's husband, Tony, said, Chris has confided me about ending his life. It's awful. I love my husband. This year he's been a shadow of himself and I want him back. But Gogglebox say Chris has not contacted us since he made the decision to leave the show. The duty of care of the Gogglebox contributors is of paramount importance. Stephen then declined to comment. This is Stephen Webb. As I say, never seen that friendly on the programme. A little bit too too fey. But anyway, there's always unhappiness, isn't there? Wherever you go now, there's sort of people and misery and things like that. Thank you, Sam. I tell you what, it's always very intriguing. You know, when people send you a card now, I look at people's writing, and Sam's got little tiny writing, which is there's a place. Just reminded me actually that there's a place in Vienna where they make little boxes of chocolates, and I mean little chocolates. They're about the third the size of normal chocolates, and they come in little cabinets. Really, and you pull the drawers out, as you do, and it's full of little chocolates. I mean, like half an inch across, all different. So the same as the big chocolates, but in miniature. I don't know why I told you that, actually. It's got nothing to do with you. I went there, it's my story, I don't care. But I just remember getting them, and it's like you can get those Mozart Krugel over in... I mean, you can get them here. You can get them in Selfridges, just Mozart balls. And they look a bit like Ferrero Rocher, but they're sort of equally yucky. But I quite like Ferrero Rocher, actually, especially the big boxes, which have got all the different ones in. I think they're actually really fabulous. But, you got what? Nutella? Are they? Oh, I hate Nutella. Is it the same company? I never liked Nutella. I don't know why, actually. It didn't... I'm sure everybody loves it and things like that. It's like lemon curd. I mentioned lemon curd to somebody the other day, and they said, you don't like lemon curd? And I went, yeah, I love lemon curd. They went, oh, how disgusting. But it's just lemons. It's not like whatever curd is. Do you have a bucket list, says Kath, or have you done everything you yearn to do? Well, there's probably a few things on my bucket list that I haven't got around to doing yet. You know, I always say never. Never say never. Dave's in Basingstoke. Of course he is. That's why he's called Dave. And he says you should have KFC chicken wings. No, I can't eat the wings. You know why? Because I just imagine it's their wings, and I think, no, that's not very nice at all. Deborah, happy birthday, says Barbara. Been listening since Gough Square. And Phil says, if they ban junk food adverts, what would they replace it with? Adverts I see now paying for funerals, leak-proofing underwear, car insurance, or memory foam beds. Yeah, you're right. Actually, all of those I subscribe to, of course. Speaking of fast food, says Mina, there's a chicken shop near my work in Clapham, which is open at 8 a.m, and yes, schoolgirls queue up at that time to buy food. What happened to good old cereal? Well, I mean, if I could walk out of here now and have a piece of pizza, I'd eat a piece of pizza. I'm one of those who used to subscribe to certain food for breakfast, certain food for lunch, certain food for tea. So it would be bacon, so it would be the savoury stuff. But if I have eaten after 8 mince for breakfast, I don't really care. You wonder I'm the size I am. Actually, I'm not that big. I don't think I'm sort of huge. But you're right. It's all full of because you know that the biggest problem is incontinence in men. Did you know that? That's the biggest problem at the moment. Don't know why, actually. It just is. I think it's because men don't like to talk about it. You know, they just prefer to stand there and not say anything at all. Paris Jackson, very cross, very angry over reports she tried to kill herself. Also. Oh, Marilyn. Do you remember Marilyn? the 80s pop star, only briefly. Apparently, cross-dressing pop star Marilyn was left baffled when he was reported for being anti-transgender. The 1980s singer, I mean, seriously, a friend of Boy George, I think, was informed by Twitter last week that a complaint had been lodged against him after he posted a tweet rejecting the idea of gender fluidity and insisting there were only two sexes, male and female, which is what somebody else said on YouTube the other week. You know, it doesn't matter whether you jiggle around with the little bits and pieces, there's still only two genders. But anyway, Marilyn said it was difficult to believe he could be accused of transphobia given that he's known for his androgynous style. He said it's totally baffling. The world has gone mad. My name is Marilyn. The clue is there that I am pro-choice and pro-gender assignment. I couldn't believe somebody had reported me for such an innocuous tweet. Following an investigation, Twitter confirmed the star's post did not violate the social media site's rules. Of course not. How stupid, honestly. He isn't trans, but he understands exactly what it is. He's always been androgynous. Goodness sake, honestly. No, that was, You Spin Me Right Round was Pete Burns from Dead or Alive. You spin me... Yes, he has passed on, yes. I think so. Yes, the band were called Dead or Alive. No, the band were actually called Dead or Alive. I think you might be right. I think Pete Burns has passed on. I think... Double check. I'm pretty certain. Why have we got this today? All of a sudden we're now checking on people who they're sort of... If they listen again... I did that once, and it was actually a show in London. I said, it's actually going to close. Because I'd been there and I'd seen the notice posted up. Unfortunately, they hadn't told the cast, which was a little embarrassing. Marks and Spencer's do rhubarb and custard curd, do they? I'm a big fan of rhubarb. Big fan of rhubarb. I love that. And another one here said... Sorry? The screen looks like rhubarb. It does. There was those horrible sweets of rhubarb and custard. I never liked those at all. Thought they were a bit yucky. I used to like cough candy. Do you ever have cough candy? Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. It's not that sort of programme. We're not BBC Radio Shropshire, thank you very much indeed. Not now, not ever. Biscuits, yes. What's your favourite biscuit? What's your favourite smell? What's your favourite method of execution? You know, I mean, they're always very popular, aren't they? Did I hear you say you could grow bottles of Prosecco in your garden? Well, if I'd drunk enough, I could probably imagine I could do anything. No, I don't. I wish you could grow Prosecco. Apparently, I share my birthday with Ruth Langsford, says Helinka. There you go. Look at that. And she's going out with an Irishman, so St. Patrick's Day. That's the best one, isn't it, really? That's the best one. I don't know. I don't really care. Somebody said to me, how did you get to St. Patrick's Day? I don't know. I was just born on this day. I've got no idea why. And little Judy says, any plans for today? Nice breakfast somewhere? No. I've got nothing. Next week I've got things to do, which I'm looking forward to. And somebody says you may well be right that children stay up after 9 p.m. these days. They do. They absolutely do. The people stay up much later. In my day, people didn't stay up so late. And you did go to bed at a certain time. Whether you slept, of course, is another matter. Probably most of the time you didn't. There's also a picture here. This young man who lost his life, little Muqad Ibrahim, the youngest victim of the New Zealand terror attack. He's only 3. It's nothing, is it? Nothing at all. I did ask the big question on Friday. I don't think we were going to get the answer. You know, if there is a God, what's he doing? Is he doing anything? Not really. And exposed the sex for rent landlords over in Gravesend in Rotherham. There's one here, a bloke, okay? He says, "Hi, I'm 29. Male, looking for a girl who needs somewhere to stay rent-free." Then comes the clincher. "I have a one-bed flat, but you can share my bed." And then you look at a picture of this plank. There's another one here from Rayleigh in Essex. He's an electrician. He's called Tony Crossley. He's a father of 2, looking for females only to lodge at his Essex home in return for fun. I'm hoping that means board games, but I have a sneaking feeling that he's a little bit pervy. He says, "Fun is spending a couple of nights with me. I'm not going to tie you up or anything like that." Yeah, right. So, free if you're a female. And one from Gravesend, this is Colin Luck, who met the reporter and told her, "I thought if it's mutually beneficial for both people and nobody gets harmed and no one gets hurt, what's the harm in it? In exchange for your intimacy, I'm offering free lodging." Disgusting, people. Disgusting. I mean, offering accommodation in return for sex is illegal, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out, just in case people weren't too sure about it. And that just, as I say, it's nothing new. A friend of mine, it happened to them years ago. She went to get... Sorry? No, they're not looking for marriage. They're just perverts who want to have free sex on their doorstep. Well, not actually on the doorstep. But it's been sort of offering, in exchange for me giving you a bed, you have sex with me. I don't think so. I don't think so. Steve, I hope you get spoilt rotten. I'm always spoilt rotten. Always spoilt rotten. Sarah Ferguson, a showbiz firm backed by the Chinese on the brink in a £10 million funding crisis. She does lurch from disaster to disaster, doesn't she, the Duchess of York? And the plane mutiny rapist. Do you remember all those people at the airport tried to save him? They didn't realise that he's a pervert. And so they went, no, you can't. And so they started a mutiny. His deportation was stopped when misguided passengers staged a mutiny. He's still costing us money. Of course, if it had been their children, they might have thought differently about it. He was meant to be kicked out of the country in October, more than a decade after he was jailed for the gang rape of a teenage girl. And these well-meaning passengers on board the plane were saying, no, you've got to, you can't sort of take him back again. And you think, he's a pervert and he's still here, costing you money. No, this is Dawn Neeson. Dawn Neeson, who writes for the Daily Star. Close personal friend. She says, enjoy your Prosecco. Why does everybody think I drink Prosecco? Seriously, I just drink milk. Flavoured with Prosecco. I'm going to try some of these recipes. I like them, actually. Now somebody's told me that you can get rhubarb and something else flavoured bits and pieces. I'm all in favour of that, actually. All in favour. I love rhubarb. I just wish it didn't have so much sugar in it. By the time you cook the bloody stuff... Sorry. By the time you cook the thing down, it's a bit of a pain, isn't it, really? But I do... Ice cold. Oh, look, Loose Woman Star. She's just a columnist on these Loose Women. They're not stars at all. Has thrown her weight behind a campaign to change the law governing IVF. She used to go out with David Lammy. Do you remember? June Sarpong and David Lammy. The meeting of the minds. They did so. They did so. Do you not remember that? Never wrong. You're going to check it, aren't you, now? Go on, check it, I dare you. David Lammy and June Sarpong. Yeah, they went out together. What they talked about, God alone knows. I was watching... Who was I watching the other day? Getting very het up. Shami Chakrabarti. Why do I get the feeling every time I watch Shami Chakrabarti, I'm watching a car crash. And then I watch... Who's the other one? Diane Abbott. Oh, she's off with the fairies. They were asking her questions. I don't know how long ago it was. It was Piers Morgan. And he said, I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just asking you what your opinion is on illegal immigrants in the country. She didn't have an answer. And how that woman has made it in politics, God alone knows. God alone knows. Here we go. TV chef Rosemary Schrager. They think there's another one could go for the Strictly dance floor. Oh, God. From Rumbaba to Rumba. Yeah, she's going to be another one of those comic characters, isn't she? You can just tell. People do that. Steve, another violent night in London. 24-year-old man stabbed leaving a bowling alley in Dagenham while two men have been attacked on Shaftesbury Avenue. Years ago, they'd say, you're looking at me, mate. People would say that, wouldn't they? And you go, I'm sorry, who said that? And you'd sort of just sort of totally ignore them. I was watching some great bits and pieces, some bullies on YouTube. A lot of them taken from films. A lot of them taken from The Karate Kid with Mr. Miyagi. And he said, no fight. And you get these big blokes saying, yeah, whatever, little old man. And of course, he's an expert. Not with us anymore. He has passed on. But he would completely annihilate them. And then at the end of when they were all lying on the floor, you go, I tell you, no fight. Only one winner, me. I used to think that was so cool. Wouldn't you love to do that? I'd love to be Mr. Spock for a day. So somebody comes up to you and you just touch them on the shoulder and they just collapse in front of you. A bit like being tasered, I suppose. It's funny, actually, when you get to my age, you start reading cards. When you're younger, you open them up to see if there's any money inside them. And then you suddenly realise there isn't any money inside them, if you found a 10-shilling note or a pound... Oh, we usually get excited over a pound note. That was a lot of money. Doesn't seem anything now. But Sam's card, with the tiny writing, says, just remember, growing old is inevitable. Growing up is optional. So true. Who wants to grow up? I don't... You're writing... That was okay. It was okay, yeah, wait a minute, let's have another look at it compared to everybody else's. Yeah, yes. I could probably get it analysed by a graphologist. We discover all sorts of things. And then Scottish Boy says, happy birthday, Steve, best wishes, Scottish Boy. And then, you see, it says here, everyone gets to be young once. And inside it says, your turn's over. It's not helpful, is it? It's not helpful. Not if you're looking for a Christmas present. I know we shouldn't say Christmas present. Somebody told me off the other week. They said, you mentioned Christmas. It's March. I went, and? What's the matter with that? Goodness sake, honestly, I live for the festive season. I think it's wonderful. So Anthea Turner holding Tracy Island, which is lovely, you know, if you haven't seen it before. Nick Ferrari's column today in the Express, talking about delay, just call it a complete shambles. And he thinks, actually, that David Beckham's good because he reacted quite well to that hoax by James Corden, where they produced somebody who looked like Quasimodo, which I thought was quite funny, actually. Front of the Sunday Telegraph, mosque killer visited UK on trip that firmed his extremism. But I said, what's the point? So all they're going to do is send him to prison. That's all they'll do. Send him to prison, and then it'll be a case of he'll stay there, and we'll all forget about him next year. And that'll be it. Mind you, if he was in this country, he'd be out straight away, wouldn't he, really, I should imagine. That's the way it goes. So if he was able to travel here, and he was under the radar, nobody knew anything about him. I think 11 minutes before something happened, they were aware that something was going to happen because it had popped up on, was it Twitter it popped up on, I think, or one of those. That's right, he emailed people, and it threw it up. And I thought they reacted really, really well. Still a disaster. And the front page of the Sunday Times, Paul Weller, the mod father on music, schooling his twins. Doesn't seem possible, does it? He's actually got children. Also, their food critic, my worst meal out ever. It's the kind of thing I love. Absolutely love stuff like that. The toddler saved by his dad after the shooting in Christchurch. And no laughing matter, comic relief down 8 million after white saviour row. They're still raised something like 63 million. I mean, come on. I mean, play fair. David Lammy, they say, criticised a celebrity supporter for promoting a white saviour complex. That kind of tipped the balance. Jimmy Wales, the founder of Wikipedia, was among those who attacked Lammy as the BBC announced it had raised their 63 million, down from 71.3 million. But and far below the record 108 million achieved in 2011. Wales, who relinquished the chance of becoming a billionaire by making Wikipedia a free service, wrote, I noticed David Lammy wisely keeping quiet while the UK celebrates comic relief. Hashtag Red Nose Day raising millions. Others said they'd not donated because they didn't want to be accused of being a white saviour. This was after Stacey Dooley. Remember the Stacey Dooley? Could have been anybody. It doesn't matter whether it's Stacey Dooley or whoever. It's just something that, you know, people don't sort of want to see. Although I did see something the other day, didn't I? And it was a picture of Sarah Ferguson climbing over a rubbish dump somewhere to do her little bit for charity. But I never know really what Sarah Ferguson does at all. The Naked Truth for the Observer magazine today is Simon Amstel, who, I remember when he came out as gay, actually. He used to tell stories. Of course, now he's grown up a lot. He's a lot older and probably a lot wiser. Would he do it again? Of course he would, I should imagine. Of course he would. Front page of the Observer. They've got the faces of the lost and the missing. And also you remember when the Ethiopian plane came down? Because they couldn't find all the bodies, they've offered people earth from the site of where it came down, presuming that, you know, there might be something of their loved ones in there. What else we got? A lot of people talking about leaving and standing in the middle of a field. Not many of them. Also, the electronics expert in the Hatton Garden raid mastermind, jailed for 10 years last week, but this was no ordinary career of crime. It's interesting, isn't it? When, you know, you always think, is there such a thing as the perfect crime? And the answer is no. There is no such thing as the perfect crime because it doesn't exist. If it existed, you'd never hear about it. So otherwise, it wouldn't be like that. I'm sure there must be things that have gone on where people have kept quiet about jewellery that's gone missing and stuff like that. Nat King Cole and Stormy Daniels were also born on this day. I hope we're not linking Nat King Cole and Stormy Daniels. We know all about Stormy Daniels. Strangely enough, she came up as an advert the other day. Hi, I'm Stormy Daniels. And I thought, ooh, tacky. It's also my little boy's first birthday today. Happy birthday. Good. Thank you. Don't know what to say, actually. I didn't buy cake, I'm ever so sorry. Steve bought some rhubarb and custard hot cross buns from Aldi. Haven't had them yet, so not sure what they're like. Well, there'll be rhubarb and custard hot cross buns, won't they? Don't need to worry too much about them. I quite like hot cross buns, but they're really fattening. Really, really fattening. I mean, I say really fattening. They're sort of quite heavy in that department. They always affect me a little bit. I sort of start going a bit woo like that, which is not so good. Also, Nigel Farage talking about, they'll probably do that later on today, actually. And the leader of the Lib Dems admitting it's taking time to rebuild the party. Vince Cable there. It's true, actually, that sort of Vince Cable, I do see him, because he does live in Twickenham. He gets off. It's such a walk round for the station. I'll be glad when it's all finished. But anyway, he's sort of there. He was mentioned earlier on this programme because people were talking about the fact that he might want to appear in Strictly Come Dancing. So, but he said not, because apparently he does do dancing, you know. Steve, the child rapist who the authorities were trying to deport and which passengers prevented, I don't think they knew what he was being deported for. He's a paedophile. You know, and the passenger, I'm sure they were very well-meaning. Not the first time they've done it. Do you remember there was one person we were going to deport, another one, and then declared when he got near to the aircraft that he was gay. All of a sudden, he magically discovered in the car ride from London to the airport, because you know what that M4's like. Oh, my goodness me. Turning out gay people every half a mile. You know, and then so they couldn't deport him. Some strange reason. Honestly, the stuff people come up with, it really is quite amazing. So this evening at 9 o'clock, in Conversation, and it's a cracker this week. It's an absolute cracker, so don't miss it. And if you do miss it, which I would urge you not to, I mean, it depends what the weather's going to be like today. Looking out the window, what little bit I can see from here, it looks as though it's dry and a bit of sunshine, so thank God I brought some sunglasses. Is it blue skies? Woo! That sounds good, doesn't it? I like blue skies. Blue skies is actually quite nice. So that's what we've got for today. There's also St Patrick's Day being celebrated in Trafalgar Square. They're probably celebrating in your pub as well, Kilburn and all around there at Hull's and everything else. All the Irish pubs, they'll be celebrating. And why not? Goodness sake, enjoy it. And I shall go home. I'll probably just put my feet up and have a small glass of warm milk, probably with sort of, I don't know, a bit of whiskey in it or something like that. Take me back to my childhood. I might go swimming, actually. Not. Just say that. Makes me sound more entertaining, doesn't it? People say, because there'd be nothing worse. I'll come in tomorrow and everybody's going to say to me, oh, what did you do for your birthday, Steve? And I'm going to have to lie and say, well, I went out with 20 or 30 chums and we went out and we had a few drinks and then we went to a lap dancing club and, you know, then we did, and of course nobody's going to believe a blooming word. So in the end, I just sort of kind of leave it and go, I didn't do anything, actually. Because I'm doing stuff later in the week. But eventually I shall get round to it. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Thank you for all your wishes. It's very sweet. Oh, Jay Rayner's celebrating 20 years as a restaurant critic. And if you're eating out today, enjoy it. Well, at least you got some decent weather. We might actually get some sunshine eventually. When? I've got no idea. Ollie Murs in every paper today on his battle to beat anxiety. Oh, by the way, tickets for Ollie Murs' latest tour go on sale today. I hate to be cynical about these things, but they always have to think of something, don't they, to try and come up with, you know, have you got anything? And because he's talked about anxiety before, now he's gone into it again. I'm thinking, I bet you won't notice any evidence of this on stage. And the answer is, of course you won't, because there is no evidence in exactly the same way that Love Island's Mike Thalasitis, who hanged himself, people are saying now in the papers, and you know because Darren talked about it, he was in a dark place. And the answer is, you wouldn't know he was in a dark place. All the pictures you've got of him are smiling, laughing, happy. But then if somebody's got themselves into a financial pickle, and it's very easy nowadays, because at the age of 26, you know nothing. You know nothing. You think that the money's going to last forever, and it doesn't. And what happens is, if the bookings start drying up, and all of a sudden you're not doing as well, because nobody trains them for this at all. You go onto a reality show, they'll go, oh yeah, I'm going to be famous and have my picture taken. Yeah, it lasts a little while, then gradually their businesses collapse, they go into debt, they owe money to the tax man, and it all becomes a bit of a disaster. And then if you get yourself into a terrible place where you owe a lot of money and you see no way out of it, whereas there's always way outs. There is always a way out of every single thing. I've been in trouble with money in the past, admittedly years and years and years ago, but it got to the stage where I had an American Express card, where I was £10,000 in debt, and the bank took my chequebook and credit card away from me, so I couldn't spend any more money, because I knew I couldn't go into the bank. So I used to go to the Bureau de Changes and write out a cheque for 50 quid. I was that desperate, I'd take 50 quid, of which I ended up with something like 45, because they took £5 commission. And it was that desperate. And then gradually, through help, I managed to get back on an even keel. But nowadays they go, oh, I'm going out to a nightclub and I'm doing this and that. You think, why don't you use half your brain cell and say to yourself, if you're on a reality show, I'm going to put this money aside because at some point it's all going to go pear-shaped. And in the case of Mike, he obviously got himself in too deep and didn't see any way out of it, which means that the people he was surrounded by weren't any bloody use at all. Excuse my French. You know, you can't talk to people that you sort of have, because they're in the same position. Nobody can help him. Nobody can, you know, the only way that he could have been helped is presumably if he was in this financial situation for somebody to give him loads and loads of money and then go, listen, watch it. Don't waste the money. Don't waste it. But they don't think about that, do they? They just think about going out, having sex with as many people as possible and telling everybody about it, and then turning up on shows where they look like complete and utter dingbats. You know, and we're turning out loads of them. You know, we laugh now at Gemma Collins because she's thick. You know, you laugh at Joey Essex because he's a bit stupid. Plays up to stupid. We laughed at Jade Goody because she was stupid. Then she started playing up to being stupid, and it became a little bit of an act. And then now, and he thinks we've forgotten, Jack Tweedy's going, oh, I'll never go out with anybody. He's done an interview in OK Magazine, a convicted thug who spent time in prison. A nasty little piece of work. Nasty. Isn't he one of Mark Wright's best friends? I believe he is. What does he do for a living? God knows. And then Jade Goody's mother, pictured at the grave. They actually went up to the grave and took a photograph of Jackie sitting by it. She's not been up there for 5 years. Talk about hypocritical. She's been dead 10 years. She's visited twice. Really? So close were you? I don't think so. Do you think Jade's sitting up there going, hello, Mum, hello? You don't go up there after 5 years. Mum, perhaps you do, actually, the amount of drugs that have gone through your body. I mean, she's talked about the drugs. She's talked about doing them in the same room as Jade Goody. She's appeared on television programmes. Unfortunately, I've seen Crocodile Tears before, and it doesn't wash with me. Jade Goody's sitting up there, you know, for that amount of time, and you visit there because apparently you've got an anxiety attack. Why don't you take somebody with you, then? Honestly, people need help every inch of the way now, don't they? They really do. Brendan Cole has had an unlikely audience with the Pope, apparently. I don't think it's actually as straightforward as that. I should imagine the Pope is remotely interested in meeting him. And the Britons fleeced by the fake taxmen from India. 10,000 calls a day they make, and then people fall for it. Now, I don't want to be rude to people who are somewhat simple. But, I mean, if you can't tell... Do not pick up the phone. What is it about picking up the phone? They go, when I picked up the phone and they said, oh, this is HMR. Don't pick up the phone, because I'm telling you now, they won't leave a message. These fakes, these frauds, the people who try and defraud you out of your money, they won't leave a message. They're not going to say, oh, call me back, I'm in India, and we're talking about HMRC. They won't do that. They're only interested in you picking up the call so they can then go, oh, hello, is it okay to talk? This is HMRC. No, you're not. You're a lying little so-and-so. Nearly used rude words then. That's twice in a week I've used a rude word. Nearly, but I haven't. But people fall for it. People fall for it every time. I mean, they seem fairly normal. They seem fairly normal people. And you think, why don't you just get... And every phone now, I think every phone, has got an answer phone on it. So if they've got your mobile number or they've just trawled, you know, lists and all the rest of it, you just don't wait till they've left a message. I guarantee you they won't leave a message. Guarantee it. Because what they're waiting for in their little call centre is they're waiting for the light to come on, which means you've picked up the telephone. If it goes to answer phone, click, they're off. But I told you the story, I've told it a few times now, of some poor old man in his late 80s who thought that he'd won like £350,000 on a lottery he never bought a ticket for, which is hilarious, you know, I mean, how stupid you have to be. But anyway, those are the people that they're targeting, and he sat there and he told his children that this courier was coming round with the money. And they went, no, Dad, he's not. He went, he is. I've spoken to him on the telephone. I think he had something between £500 and £600 he had ready for the courier so that the courier could make the transaction. I mean, it's garbage. I know you can't believe it's that simple, but it really is. And he thought this bloke was going to hand over 350,000 quid, you know, like that, because he'd won a lottery he never bought a ticket for. And they said to him, did you buy a ticket in this lottery? He went, no. But he knew all about me. I thought, of course he does. They're crooks. They're going to part you from your money. That's what these people do nowadays. You know, you just have to, you know, if it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. No such thing as a free lunch in this day and age. And Anne says, I've been listening to Nick Abbott on Catch Up. Well, you have to, don't you, really? You have to. And he's been complaining about the fumes from the carpet. I thought he was in your studio. No, he's not in my studio. He's in the control room. He's not in my studio. In fact, I don't think... Oh, yes, they have. They've cleaned my carpet in here. But I've got no fumes. He was complaining... He's such a whinger, honestly. He had the window open and all the rest of it. But they apparently... He was doing it the other day. But this has been cleaned in here. It's lovely. But nothing. Nothing at all. You know... But he was sort of saying he had to open the window because it was making him feel a bit... No? No, I can't smell anything in here. And my studio hasn't even got a window in it. Well, apart from the one looking through at the boys next door. Yeah, hello. And I thought you did a fantastic job on Friday's show, says Anne. Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't our finest hour. I got a bit depressed about that. But everywhere, you know, in the world, there will be people dying today. You know, and then you had Mike from Love Island, who's got loads of coverage in the paper, but unfortunately there's no simple answer. They don't say, I'm going to go and kill myself today. They just wander off by themselves. They're in a state of mind that you can't imagine. And, you know, and he would have hanged himself, but it wouldn't have been something that would have been particularly pleasant. He must have thought there was no way out of it. But there's always a way out. There's always a way out. Always. There's always people to talk to. Admittedly, the sort of people he hangs around with are probably in exactly the same state that he was in. So they can't. They just go, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, don't worry. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Which is about as much use as a chocolate teapot, you know. It's of no use to him whatsoever. His state of mind is such that he feels the need to take his own life, which, you know, is the selfish way out. Fine for him, but for the people you leave behind... They've got to come to terms with it, and that's the problem, be it friend... You know, they all claim to be his best friend, but they didn't seem to know what to do. Somebody said, I bought him a self-help book. Oh, well, of course, he'll be reading that, wouldn't he? Not. Oh, dear. 3 cheers for Morrison's and their new Wonky range. I've seen that they've expanded, haven't they? They've expanded. I did see that, actually. And so now I'm 65 plus. I'm now, I don't know what you get for being that age. Get a special card, I think. Shane says, did you have Kentucky Fried Chicken? No. I didn't, actually. I had spaghetti carbonara. Which actually wasn't that bad. It was okay. I could eat something like that. That was quite nice. You just have to heat it up. And so that was quite nice. So I did, because I'm going out this week. Unfortunately, it's on Friday. Well, it's not unfortunate it's on Friday. It's unfortunate for the producer of In Conversation because he's got to change some guests on the program. Typical, isn't it? Typical. But you can do that. He's not doing it. That'll be it on the phone. No, I'm Scottish boy. Hello. He's not doing it. Do you use the scary voice on there? Do you go, listen, he's not doing it. A little bit more Glaswegian than Aberdeen, isn't it? They're very aggressive, aren't they? But it is when it sounds like that. Crikey, that was very gruff. That would be enough to frighten off any PR. Oh, terribly. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we reschedule? I'll have to check with him. It's like holding my diary. It's like having a PA, actually. It's like holding my diary. I'll have to start telling it. Normally, I tell people in advance, don't book anything for this because I don't know what I'm doing. And I don't know what I'm doing. I just know I've got to dress up for it. So apparently we're doing something and then we're doing lunch, but it's in a posh place where I've got to dress up, so I can't turn up. I've been forbidden from wearing the coat. Forbidden. If you turn up in that coat, you know. So I've got to go out today. I thought I'd treat myself to a little jacket. I like it. You can keep everything in the pockets. She hates the coat. She said that coat is awful. I thought, what's the matter with it? It's just useful for me. It covers my bottom. You know, and I can put things in the pockets, like I can keep my things in there. I nearly lost. I took the car to get washed the other day, and I was while they're washing, you sort of get out, and they wipe round the sills and all the rest of it, which is very nice for £10. And I'm paying the guy and chatting to him and all the rest of it. And I put my hand in my right pocket, and I know what's in either of my pockets. In my left-hand pocket, it's my wallet. In the right-hand, and keys, house keys and car key. In the right-hand pocket, there's my insulin, needles, and my card, which is my over 65, how I got it now, on the buses, 60 plus I think it's called, and I've got lots of other, what are they called? Oyster cards. And I put my hand in, and I'm chatting away to the bloke, and I'm rumbling around. I found my hanky, where's my bloody thing with my Oyster card in and everything else? I couldn't find it. And I went into a complete panic. I literally emptied my pocket on the counter to see where it was, because I thought perhaps it's hidden itself. And it hadn't. And I thought, I've obviously taken something out of my pocket. And as I've taken it out, probably my hanky, the wallet has flipped out at the same time. In which case, somebody else can travel on the tubes for free, and the buses for free and all the rest of it. Anyway, I go back to the car. They go, car ready, go get it. And just wedged in, just by the side door, is a little... That was lucky. I breathed a sigh of relief. It's like every so often I send stuff to my brother, and he has to phone me when it arrives, because I like to check. And sometimes it'll be, a little bit of money or something like that. I've been doing it for donkey's years. People say to me, oh, you'll lose it, somebody will nick it. Well, it's never happened up until now. Seriously. And so what I do, I shove some money in an envelope and then just send it off to him, put some stamps on and all the rest of it. And it's always arrived. And so I said to him, when was it? Tuesday. I said, I put some money in an envelope for you. So he said, good. Because he's at his girlfriend's house. And he said, right, okay, so I'll let you know when it arrives. So nothing happened the next day or the next day. And then he said, where did you send it to? You sent it to my place or to Marion's? I said, I sent it to yours. He said, all right, Marion's son will go over there. He'll actually bring the post back today. I didn't hear anything. So, of course, I thought, it's obviously not arrived. So I sent him a thing on Saturday morning going, I'm really gutted that the envelope's disappeared, because we've never lost one before. Anyway, he then phones me back and he goes, no, it arrived, I just forgot to tell you. Of course, I go up the bloody wall. A little bit of a meltdown on that one. And I said, well, at least it arrived, so it's good. So he was, if you can't go anywhere, he's still stuck flat on his back, poor soul, but never mind. They put him on diazepam, I think. He said the result is it sends him to sleep. He said, but when you wake up, he said, you feel like you're getting a bit better. And I think I might have been on diazepam. I can't remember what it is. They might have done it for the burns and everything else. Anyway, so David Jason is on tour of the west coast of America at the age of 79. He's doing it by train, bus, helicopter, bicycle. Also, he's 79. He's 79. I love those road trips. I really do. I love every single one of them, because it's an opportunity to see the country. I'm watching Joanna Lumley at the moment, and I've seen quite a few other ones. Rick Stein's done one. Who else has done one in America that I like? Oh, James Martin, of course, did his one over there, which is great. I love it. Oh, the Steve Allen guide to starting the season with a smile, because apparently now we've had the snow, and now we've had the rain, and now we've had all the cold weather. It's supposed to be getting better. Whether or not it is, I've got no idea. Madeleine McCann could have been snatched by a sex fiend wearing a mask. I mean, this is just pie in the sky, isn't it? They've just come up with this after 12 years. It's an 8-hour programme. Although, I spoke to somebody who watched it the other day. Now, I've not seen it, so I can't really comment. I'm just merely passing on what somebody said to me. The first part of the documentary, you sort of think, oh, yes, it's very interesting. In the second part of the document, they said you change your entire opinion about the McCanns. Everything you've ever thought about the McCanns, they kind of present it so that you're going, why did she not answer all these questions? Why did she not say that? 48 questions, apparently, the mother didn't answer about the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. And I remember thinking, well, that would be a bit odd. And apparently they didn't want to jeopardise anything. But this person I spoke to, in fact, a couple of other people, have said the same thing. This sort of documentary is sort of quite, in the second half of it, quite clearly biased against the McCanns. Doesn't portray them in a very good light. And this is the conspiracy theory. We've heard this from loads of people, haven't we? The moment it happened, everybody was going, oh, well, of course they must have known something about it. And then the Portuguese policeman came up and then they sued. They lost that. They lost that one. Then a book came out and everything else. It doesn't paint them in a good light. It really doesn't. But there, again, what do we know? We weren't there. Another one here has, we had a big tree down in our lane. All the locals came out to clear it. Great teamwork, says Neil. Good. That's what we like. That's the trouble, isn't it? When you get these high winds, pardon me, and you watch these trees moving. Absolutely terrible. My turn today, says Bish, 52 years young. Looking forward to a very present day with a better half, which might just involve a few sherbets and some decent nosh. Love it. Mike in Kings Langley says you've just described Gemma Collins as thick. Is that intellectually or around the waist? Both. The tax fraudsters do leave phone messages here in the States, says Paul. I get 1 or 2 a week sometimes. If I feel particularly mean, I phone them back and mess with them. No, do you know what really upsets them, Paul? Call them back and just leave the phone off the hook and then just wander about for the rest of the day. And it's also, if ever you get anything in the way of post, all you do is you readdress it, return to sender, put it back in the phone box. They have to pay the postage when it gets back there. That's always well worth doing. Well worth doing. And Mark says, lovely hearing Gary Wilmot in conversation. I hope you've downloaded and you've listened to them. They were good, weren't they? Very good. Who else was on with Gary Wilmot? It was... Who is it? James Buckley, that's right. And who have we got this week? Do you know who we've got this week? Rafe Fiennes and Kingsley Benadir and Jason Isaacs. Oh, my God. 3 people, because we had 2 on one interview. Jason Isaacs and Kingsley on one, and Rafe Fiennes on the other. Phew, already. That's how far ahead we are. That's how on top of it we are. Good, isn't it? Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Steve, if somebody cold calls me, I'll say, I'll go and get the householder and then tuck the receiver under a cushion. Yes, because once you've tied up their phone line, every time they try and pick up the phone, it'll still be connected to you. That always really annoys them. Dennis in Banbridge says, lost the voice, that'll be your welcome into the old age bracket. Ha ha ha. 3 cheers for Morrison. This is the new wonky range. I knew you'd like that. I keep seeing it advertised on the television. I don't think there's anything the matter with wonky vegetables and wonky bits but who cares? Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect. It really doesn't. I fancy a cucumber. At this precise moment, I fancy a cucumber. I don't know why. Why do I fancy a cucumber now? It's because it's very edible. Cucumber. I used to peel it. Now I don't. I just cut it in half and just eat it. As if it's some sort of celery. I like celery too. With salad cream. Heinz salad cream. It's got a bit... You don't like celery. No. Tomatoes? You don't like salad... Oh, right, you don't like salad cream, then you're definitely not coming around for dinner. Also, the mob boss. Remember I told about him last week? They now think he may have been gunned down by the man he barred from dating his niece. Oh, dear, there'll be a price on your head, lovey. There'll be a price on your head. Not so good. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, young property buyers in London swapping the city for the shires. You know why? You get far more out of town than you get in town. They did a thing on the telly the other day. It was a couple who were converting a chapel, a Welsh chapel, of which there are many. You know, everybody sings in Wales, and we all sing in chapel. And they paid something like less than 220,000 for this chapel. And you think, in London, that's a tiny flat round my way. You know, I keep telling you, 700,000 for a 2-bedroom flat. Nobody can afford it. That's why people rent, don't they? Susanna Reid's in the papers today. She's been burgled again. And it wasn't caught on CCTV, as far as I know. Poor Susanna, who only wrote to me yesterday, because we were talking about different things for my birthday, and she wrote, strippers or swimming? I went, neither, ha ha ha, because she always catches us on her way into work. So she's in the paper today. So twice in a month she's been burgled, so she's now upped her security. That's the trouble, isn't it? If you're on the television, and you live in a house, and people know where you are. They know where you are because they can turn on the telly and there you are. You could probably say exactly the same for being on the radio. It's just that, you know, we have fantastic security. You can't move within 50 feet of our place without being caught on high-definition CCTV. Every single door, every single corridor, every single outside space is covered by CCTV, and it's recorded. But we do put signs up to warn them. We've never had, touch wood, a burglary. Because you can't get in its security doors and everything else. So I feel immensely sorry for Susanna, who's now upped her security, so she spares no expense. What you need to do is cover the house with CCTV and then make sure that you can record it at the same time, and that'll be there. It doesn't mean that you probably won't get burgled again, because people go, oh, it must be somebody... Because the Beckhams got burgled, but they didn't take anything, did they? Mainly because I shouldn't imagine they've got anything to take. What have they got to take? I mean, you never see them going out shopping for anything interesting. I bet their houses are just a bit Spartan. Poor soul. Steve, cucumber has an incredibly high collagen content. I know people use it over their eyes. I've seen people slicing it and then putting it over their eyes. I've now got a machine for making my skin look beautiful. So hopefully we should see the results of that very, very shortly. Steve, regarding Madeleine, many children have disappeared in history, never to be found. I just wonder what has attracted so much media interest in this one, where it's still high, because they met David Cameron. They met David Cameron at Downing Street. And they're also a well-to-do middle-class family, as you and I know, and everybody else knows. If this had been a family from one of those rough sink estates somewhere in the country, this wouldn't have been dealt with at all. They wouldn't have bothered about it, because it's a middle-class family and they met David Cameron. They're kind of stuck with it. £12 million, you know, clearer, no nearer. Steve, when we get unsolicited mail with a prepaid envelope, we stuff it in the pizza menus that come through the door and post it back. Yeah, but don't put a stamp on it. Don't put a stamp on it. Steve, the GC was on the Jonathan Ross show saying she's making a record, in America. Perhaps she'll stay there. That'd be good, wouldn't it? I mean, so she doesn't have to come back again. She thinks she's going to be a big star. Well, if by big she means fat, well, probably. But she's already achieved that. She's running out of things to go on. You're now scraping the barrel for most of these sort of deadbeats. And you wait till you see the lineup that they're planning for the Strictly Come Dancing. I mean, some of them okay. Some of them okay. Some of them really not okay at all. Tamara Eccleston, they think. Chris Evans, I think, has said yes. I'm pretty certain he's going to do it. Alan Carr and newsreader Hugh Edwards, because now he's lost this weight, and apparently he's a bit of a pin-up. For whom? I can't imagine. That's people who can read. They say she would be the richest person ever on the show by a country mile. So she looks great and is from a fascinating background. Are we talking about the same person? Tamara Eccleston. Fascinating background. She's as thick as a brick. Seriously. She seriously didn't know what toast was. I mean, that's how bad it is. Police confirmed that Paris Jackson did try to take her life at the weekend, despite her furious denials. They have evidence of them going round there, and she was taken to hospital. So, but people always sort of deny that, don't they? And a bit of a blasting for Costa Coffee. They're tricking people. How are they tricking you? Isn't it really? Oh, sorry, there you are. You've caught me out. That was sort of an effect, as they say. Steve, why don't you wire the money? Says Sania. No, I actually prefer to put it in an envelope. I can't be bothered to do this wiring of the money. Geoffrey Baildon has died, has he? Geoffrey Baildon died? Yes, he died last May, Martin. How up to date are you? He says, I've only just heard that he died age 93. It was last year. You have heard about the Titanic, haven't you? Anybody else? You've sort of missed... Sorry? They've not found the Titanic. I know. I think they will. I think they probably will one day. Probably in our lifetime. They'll probably find it and there'll be all sort of pictures and all sorts of things like that. Probably send down a submersible or something like that. How could you be so late with somebody dying? I mean, a year ago. I say, you've heard about Glenn Miller, have you, as well? Just have to check these things. Anyway, if you go to Costa Coffee, and some of you might, my friend Graham loves Costa Coffee, they've been blasted for tricking you into paying an extra 25 pence. They recently have been bought by Coca-Cola for £3.9 billion, and they're pushing their winter character roast. But the staff failed to mention that the Colombian blend made from winter berries, dark cocoa and warming cinnamon adds 11% to the cost. They just go, oh, would you like the Colombian blend? The Sun tested the ruse at a South London branch. Ordering a small white Americano, we were asked, would you like that with a Colombian roast? We have two blends of coffee. This one is 100% Arabica. It has a fruity taste and it's a little bit less bitter. No mention was made of the 25 pence extra charge, which takes the price from £2.30 to £2.55. Martin James, of the consumer complaint handling site, which is called Resolver, says it's upsetting by stealth. So, apparently Costa told the Sun the staff were expected to warn of the 25 pence charge. Yeah. But of course they don't, do they? It's no good saying, oh, well, they're meant to do that. That's, you know, we would expect that, but they don't because they want to get the extra 25 pence. I should imagine. Shame society or the press or both, valuing the middle classes over those from poorer backgrounds who could benefit more from money and publicity if one of their own kids disappears. Fortunately, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. You know, it's unfortunately, it's a cold, hard fact. I was listening to a couple of people who were calling Darren overnight. There was one very grumpy person who quite clearly had a lot of chips on his shoulder, who couldn't resist, and you could hear him being exasperated, going, oh, I don't know. And you think to yourself, you're a little grumpy peasant, aren't you? You mustn't be so grumpy about things. Then there was another one who was mad as a broomstick. one was called Andrew and one was called Tony. And I can't remember which one it was who didn't like foreigners. That was Tony, was it? What an out-and-out racist. And Andrew wants all MPs arrested. Hilarious he was. He wants Essex Police to just abandon it and go and arrest all the MPs. Well, that'll keep them very busy. And the other one, as I say, didn't like foreigners, but actually freely admitted he didn't like foreigners. I mean, he obviously didn't quite appreciate, because he didn't sound like he'd appreciate the fact that made him a racist. But, you know, there you go. Live and let live, as they say. And, Steve, I got so tired of hanging up on cold callers, I decided it's more fun to play along with them and wind them up. Morning, sir. I'd like to talk to you about the car accident you had. Me? OK. You tell us what happened. Yeah, on the M25, my car collided with a combine harvester. And so it goes on from there. I still think, I always, you know, I mean, the producer says, when they say they're calling about the accident, I go, oh, God, which one? That's always a good one. I always go to them, are you from the funeral home? Oh, God, will you be coming around to collect the body any time soon? Because, you know, she's been upstairs for about a week now. Will you be able to do that? And they then go, click. They've gone immediately. So much easier, so much. Or failing that, start saying, I'm standing here naked, and I'm going to move the telephone, but not with my hands. Did somebody do that earlier? Really? I'm not wearing any clothes. It's always the unattractive ones, isn't it? It's never the attractive ones that sort of say, I'm taking my clothes. It's always the unattractive ones. It's like Love Island. Every single person on Love Island has got all the boys look like gym bunnies. They've all been to the gymnasium because they don't appear to have jobs at all. You know, so laughing. It's like all the girls are called model. You know, you only have to look at a picture. Apparently one of Mike's secret girlfriends is model, but you only have to look at the picture to realise she's not the sort of model you would ever associate with. She's one of those stick your boobies out and wear something that's very small. You know, it's like that poor Chloe Sims. I mean, what an embarrassment in Towie. She's 190 if she's a day. I mean, she must be pushing the 40s now, easily from the other side. And she's still wearing clothes, and I don't know what they actually call her apart from naff. And she's got her boobs hanging out of her dress, and you think, that's why you're single, dear. That's why you're single. Nobody wants trash. Whenever, says Helinka, I receive an unsolicited call, I immediately ask whether they have data protection permission. They quickly put the phone down. So let us know how you get on with the Furio. I will do. Well, you don't have to just see, won't you? Irish coddle and soda bread. Yesterday with Uncle Alan and Auntie Janet. Spoke very fondly of you and your parents. Lots of little stories. What a good cook your mum was. She made the best lemon cordial. She did. And Uncle Alan remembers a distinct black and yellow label. Well, it was black and gold. The label was black and gold, and it was very popular. She made it in our shed in the garden. My mum was very good. Very, very good. Elaine says, had a good night out on Friday, went to see Georgie Fame. He's 76, his voice was as good as it always was. Played with his two sons, had some great stories to tell. Highly recommended the show if it tours the Spiker's Way. Hope the voice holds out. Yeah, I think the voice will hold out. Pretty certain it's going to hold out. And, yes, it's going to hold out, definitely. If it's going to go, it would have gone by now, definitely. I'll have the coffee now, actually. Tea. I'll have the tea. I've got my cup. Got my own cup. He's had this new haircut. Makes him look like he's auditioning for Private Ryan. If Private Ryan was Scottish and they were looking for extras.
I think it looks pretty sharp.
I'm sorry, since when did anybody care what you thought? We're talking about you, not to you. Okay? Zip, 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 zip. Get that Copydex out. Come in here shouting the odds. Honestly, he just thinks it's about him, doesn't he? Seriously, he does. It's awful. He's only doing it for his mother. It's only if he does that, she knows where he is. If he doesn't do that, she goes, I wonder where he is. I know, yes. He doesn't have to phone because she's heard the voice. Oh, M&S will convert areas selling clothes and open larger stores so it can flog enough food. Well, they need to up the range and they need to up the quality. That's all I'm complaining about. Here we go. Star's mum on 10 years of tragedy. Yes, they've decided to interview Jade Goody's mother. What a shame. What a shame. It's she's overcome her emotions and managed to get up to the grave for the first time in 5 years. 5 years. You know, bad enough with Jack Tweed pretending he goes up there every sort of couple of weeks. So Jade Goody's mother goes up there and they get pictures. But they say Jackie has cleared Jade's most lasting legacy as her boys, and she's determined to help support them. They don't need your help, dear. They really don't need your help. They have a father, thank you very much indeed, and he's married. They really don't need somebody like you. They really don't. Mind you, it was bad enough when Jack Tweed tried to muscle in on it. You know, not his children. Not his children. The answer, says Alan to junk mail, is to tear it all up into small pieces, post it back to the sender in their free post envelope. I used to gather all my junk mail to make it heavy and send it back. Some things just give us a little bit of pleasure. I know. Riz says, when I get a nuisance call, I pass the phone to my 4-year-old. That reminds me, do you remember? You probably don't remember it, but there was a programme on the television years ago called Candid Camera. This is long before it was done by Jeremy Beadle, and they would have quite simple things. One of them was a doormat outside a park with, now please wipe your feet. So people wiped their feet before they went into the park. It was quite fun to watch. And the car with no engine, they push it down the hill into the garage. They go, well, just fill it up. Can you check the oil? So, of course, the bloke opens the front and he goes, where's the engine? There's no engine in there. But my favourite one was, used to have years and years ago, child impersonators. And this was men and women who could put on a little voice and be little children. And so they said to the secretary, OK, this is who you need to call now to arrange a thing. So the secretary, who was the stooge, would phone the number and the child impersonator would go, hello? And the lady would say, oh, hello, can I speak to your mummy? Yes. And then the child would put the phone down. And so the exasperated secretary at the other end would have to dial again. Hello? Hello, it's me again. Is your mummy there? I just go and get her. And put the phone down. And so she was then resorted by the third time to go, hello, don't put the phone down, don't put the phone down. And they kept it going for ages. It was the best thing I've ever seen on television. Well, actually, one of the best things. Somebody's just heard about Charles Dickens. Oh, don't start that rumour. Charles Dickens has passed away. I think not. He's in the middle of doing a book at the moment. Christmas carols or something. I've got him coming up for In Conversations. Don't start spreading rumours about the fact he's not with us anymore. I won't have it. Nicholas says, I had a cold call about the accident. I said, thank you. Everybody's okay, but I need help to remove the bloodstains. Thought it was a good one, isn't it? Actually, you can have great fun with them, I suppose, because they're not in this country anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Duncan in Bilbao says, when I get a cold call or I ask, what are you wearing? Whether male or female, it works. I do put on Frankie... Oh, no, it's not Frankie Howard, is it, at all? It was Kenneth Williams. He wasn't far off it. But, yes, ask them what... I think there's still... I'm standing here with nothing on. Can you see me? I mean, you might as well enjoy it. Only get a few laughs out of that. I have cold calls on my landline, says Shane. I owe something on my internet connection. I laughed. Don't have a home computer. I got a phone call once from somebody. I stupidly answered the phone. I don't know why. And it was, they said, oh, hello. Somebody's put your name forward because they said that you'd quite like a patio. I said, right. And they said, and we design patios. I said, oh, lovely. I said, I'm about 70 feet up in the air. I said, if you can get a patio up here, do let me know. Click. I got interviewed for a call centre job. Obviously didn't convince the interviewer of my interest, so I didn't hear back. Highlights would have been being sworn at. A phone unrelentingly auto-dialing the calls back-to-back, and my overhead cameras to watch what my hands were doing. Yes, I mean, actually, the funny thing is that they do... Not sure about the last bit. They do automatically call back. So, in other words, they sort of call. If there's no reply, they'll call again. And you will notice that sometimes they call at exactly the same time each day. I've had a few of those. And what I do, I make a note of the number, I go to Google and put it in, and it tells you where it is. You can find out all sorts of things. One of them actually was the car company that I use, doing a survey. Well, I don't want to do a survey. I've done a survey before, thank you very much indeed. If I wasn't happy, I wouldn't be doing it. Also, what else we got, actually? The gunman's cousin in New Zealand, the white supremacist, as he's been titled, says he deserves the death penalty. Wouldn't make any difference. He's quite clearly sick. He's quite clearly sick in the head. He's one of these people, he's like the Anders Breivik kind of person, you know, they don't care. Even if they had the death penalty, it wouldn't make any difference. Seriously wouldn't. It's very embarrassing. Steve, does Tamara realise Strictly is hard work? No, she's never washed a plate nor cleaned her own shoes. Before she gave up smoking, she employed a man to light her cigarettes, says Richard. Did you know that I'm trying to think, actually. So, she's got 50 staff. 50 staff. And I thought, For what? What do they do? 84850. Remember your mum, my Uncle Alan, running up their stairs because where you were living you had a property built or renovated? No. No. We never had a property built or renovated. At all. Definitely not. No. We always moved into established houses. And we only ever had the one down there anyway. No work today or next Monday, but still beat the alarm. The Trucker's Curse. You mentioned Geoffrey Baildon, fabulous actor back in the day. Cat Weasel, the Crow Man in Wurzel Gummidge, and even a member of the cast of T-Rex's Born to Boogie film with good old Mark Bolan, Ringo Starr and Elton John. Great show as always. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, they found the wreckage of the Titanic in 85. Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. More fake news. Yeah, I spot them now. It says submersibles have indeed been down and taken... Is that my water? Oh, fantastic. Did you know they found the Titanic, somebody said? In 1985. They've recovered artefacts. Have you heard of such rubbish? I know, it's rubbish, isn't it?
Can't believe it.
Out. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. People keep saying, oh, they found the Titanic, Steve. No evidence of this whatsoever. Do you know, there's something about water. I know. I don't think... I'm trying to work out if I could survive without water in the real world. Whether I could. I've got to go and get another case of water today from Costco. Because I get that smart water. Not because of it tastes any different. Because it's actually quite nice. It actually tastes quite nice. But it's quite inexpensive. It's like £4 for a case in Costco, which is quite... But you can get 48 bottles for £2.50. Which is, which might seem, a lot of money to some people. I think it's cheap, and I love water in bottles. So I keep it in the car because it keeps it cold. Delicious. So anyway, yesterday, because I was celebrating my birthday, I got loads of texts and tweets. And after my friend David Lloyd tweeted about Steve Allen celebrating his 65th birthday, the programme that all the breakfast shows listen to, because they like to get some ideas of the stories that they can cover on their programme. Because if they're looking for silly stories, saves them coming in and going through the papers, because I do it quicker and better. And so yesterday we were getting, seriously, a ton of texts and emails. Seriously, a ton of them. After David tweeted, then my boss tweeted, then he retweeted it. People telling you how old you're supposed to be. The inimitable Steve Allen is 65. And you think, well, I don't sound 65. Mentally, I'm not 65. I don't know how old I am, actually. I can't work it out. I don't know how old you're supposed to be. If somebody says to me 65 and I go, well, what are you supposed to do when you're 65? Do you change your wardrobe? Do you, do you start sort of dressing like an old man? I think I dress fairly conservatively for a radio presenter. I don't think radio presenters, full stop, dress properly anyway. Gone are the days. You probably find, I would think, somebody like Ian Dale and Nick are the two that probably dress more... Oh, is he gone slovenly? Oh, goodness sake, honestly. Because I was noticing the other day, Eddie Mayer, he's got a collection of trainers and things like that, the like of which I've never even seen before. It's amazing. I don't even have any trainers. I've got no trainers at all. I've got some Skechers, which are sort of slip-on things for people with, bad feet or something. I don't think I've got bad feet. I just sort of like something nice and comfy. And Anthony says, I'm shocked to read that Julius Caesar has died. Apparently police said there were suspicious circumstances. We'll never find out, will we? We'll never find out. Can you imagine? Steve, can't believe they found the Titanic. Next you'll be telling us you do 70 miles an hour down the middle lane, says David. Next you'll be telling us you live in Sutton. We all know Sutton's been closed for years. That got closed after the war, didn't it? They've still got sort of like barriers stopping you going in and out, which actually is the best thing to do. Company, Monday morning, I know, yuck. Yuck, Monday morning, thank you. My friend Ian, over in Phoenix, Arizona, says slip-on Skechers are great, so comfy. Even over here when it's 110 degrees. I discovered them ages ago and I bought them and they are comfy. I've decided I'm more into comfy shoes now than ever before. I've got, pairs of sort of what I call flashy shoes. But to be honest with you, the best ones are the comfy ones. Or failing that, not wearing shoes at all. I should take them off in the studio, but I don't bother. Don't bother with that. Very sad to hear, Steve, that Laurel and Hardy have passed away, especially so soon after making such a great movie. I know. I didn't think it was a career that was going anywhere. Did you? It was them and somebody, Charles Chaplin or something, and Buster Keaton. Buster Keaton, I ask you. Mind you, the name has sort of has gone on, hasn't it? Buster Merrifield, we had. I don't know any other Busters. I'm sure I will do at some point in my life. We have, says Richard, the BT call blocker, which is brilliant, because you have to say who's calling. It's knocked out so many of the nuisance calls. I just leave it. I just don't... If a number comes up on my phone, I don't bother answering it. If I don't know it, I don't bother answering it. And Dally says, how about Nick Abbott and Darren? Do they dress well? Well, Nick Abbott probably better, because he does really, because he does wear his corduroy trousers so well, and he's got a shirt, and then sometimes he puts a jumper over the top of it. Darren's more casual tracksuit bottoms. Yes, Darren's got the worst dress sense anybody's ever seen. Producer said that. And he's not a fashionista. The jumper was bad, wasn't it? Yeah, but his fashion sense isn't much better, is it? I mean, Scottish Boys is a... No, sorry, it's not. It's not. You might think it is, but I promise you it's not. It's not so great. Oh, you think you're better dressed than we are? Really? I think not. Sorry? Ian says another good thing about Skechers is when they'll give you a second pair 50% off. Well, that's a bargain. I'm all in favour of a bargain. He's not better dressed than me. What are you talking about? Honestly, coming here wearing your jumper over the top of your blooming T-shirt kind of thing. Is it a T-shirt? Shirt. Right, well, normally it's a T-shirt. Excuse me. But actually, it's radio, so it doesn't really matter, does it? It makes no difference at all. Kev's off to bag a couple of fallow deer for the son's wedding. Oh, I couldn't eat deer. I really couldn't. That would be it. Oh, dear. Definitely not. Lord Lucan, says Adam. They found... I think he must have died years ago, Lord Lucan. I worked that bit out by myself. I thought, if in doubt... I went out the other day, I bought some candles. I like to keep candles going at home. I feel it's a slightly religious sort of thing that's going on. When you light candles, a bit like going into a Catholic church, loads of little tea lights everywhere, and I like that. So I do subscribe to having candles when I'm there. I wouldn't dream of going out and leaving the candles burning. I think that's far too dangerous. So, Brendan Cole. We'll tell you about the Brendan Cole story, and also we will tell you more about the ads for junk food. The papers are full of old stories today. Stories we did a week ago. You knew about the junk food adverts because people spoke about it a week ago. Sometimes it sort of crops up and you think, God, I'm sure I've heard that before. I do that on a daily basis. Love Island stars, we were cut off like Tragic Mike, so they blasted the show. Of course, they're more than happy to take the shilling that goes with their meagre appearances. But there's too many of them now. Nobody really cares. Nobody's remotely interested. And you just have to you put it down to the fact that people just aren't prepared for things. Fans were left reeling by the news. I don't know why, because they couldn't have done anything on the programme any more than his friends could have done anything. Because you don't know, it doesn't manifest itself, does it? But Dom Lever, who says you get a psychological evaluation before and after, but once you're done on the show, you don't get any support unless you're number one. So it's interesting. His wife, Jessica, who we met on Love Island, says shows offer you support, but only whilst you're in their care. Well, exactly. What do you expect them to do? Do it after? Of course they're not going to. Otherwise, where would they find the time? You can't do things like that. You can't do the time for something. When you're on the show, they'll look after you. But they are expecting people to be slightly adult about it, and they have said care for the islanders is a process the show takes very seriously, but only while they're presumably, tied into the contract. If they're not tied into a contract, why would they do it? There's too many of these people. And also, judging by some of their dreadful exhibitions that go on, but you can't look at somebody and go, oh, they look as though they're in a dark place. You can't, that just isn't possible. Because you don't know. People are very good at keeping things secret. And unfortunately, that's what happens, actually. And somebody says there are 3 things in life which are highly infectious: laughing, crying, yawning. Oh right. And then one here, you can tell that this is a mad one. This is a little so strange. I regularly listen to your show. Can you tell me your thoughts on Cheam Village? No, never even heard of it. Does it exist? Oh dear, you're one of these sad people who's living in a place. Cheam Village. Did they also close the gates after the war? I don't know. Have you tried getting help? You know, I don't like to think of you sort of out there by yourself, because believe you me, you are out there by yourself. Christine says, have you tried Joe Malone's new firm, Joe Loves? That's not Joe Malone's. Well, that's Joe Malone's because she sold out to Estee Lauder. So Joe Malone is Estee Lauder. Joe Loves is a shop just off. Where is she? She's just off a square, just at Sloane Square, just down from Sloane Square. My husband says Janice wears Skechers. He says they're comfy. Only problem is they squeak when he walks. It's so embarrassing, but he doesn't care. Oh. And Gary says, years ago I answered the phone and got the, what are you wearing? I always tell them, yeah, but I can drag it out for an hour. Believe you me, if ever I picked up the telephone and somebody said, hi, what are you wearing? I'd be going, well, actually, at this precise moment, nothing. Wait a minute, I'll move the phone down. There you go. Impressed, eh? Not. Also, we've got to do David Lammy, haven't we? Apparently, Comic Relief lost 500,000 viewers following the white saviour row sparked by David Lammy. Well, how do they prove that? Good. Nice to have your company. So, as I say, woke up this morning, no voice. And little cough. A little cough. But it seems to be going. Actually, the more I talk, it seems to be getting better, which is, generally speaking, completely the opposite to the way it normally works for me. Right, Comic Relief. They say they lost 500,000 viewers following the white saviour row sparked by Labour MP David Lammy. I don't think it was anything to do with David Lammy. They say 5.6 million people tuned into the programme on Friday, drastically down on the 6.2 million who watched it in 2017. But it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. It's a bunch of celebrities that go off and do little bits and pieces. And that's it. So you've seen it before. Once you've seen, you could show last year's programme and not tell people, and they wouldn't have the faintest idea. I promise you. And they say the Hall is they call it the Hall. I mean, it pulled in, I think, about £63 million. How many people work for Comic Relief? That's what I'd like to see. 63 million quid. All right, a few years ago, it was about 110 million. You know, people said they were unimpressed by the thing. It's difficult to come up with different things all the time. It really is. But it's a hell of a lot of money to bring in. But I should imagine the cost of administering it must be quite substantial as well. So, you can't blame David Lammy for that. He just highlighted something which I was saying 15, 20 years ago. Nobody's interested in celebrities holding little black children. The little black children never seem to have a name. Nobody bothers with them. They couldn't care less. They're just an accessory. It's like watching, Drop the Dead Donkey, where they would go out there and they used to leave a teddy bear at the side, and say, oh, we've just found this teddy bear or something, awful. Or that other programme which put glycerin in children's eyes to make it look as though they've been crying. It's a bit like sort of reading anything about that convicted thug, Jack Tweed, who apparently says he'll never get over his ex-wife, Jade Goody. Well, up until then, you were a nobody. Mind you, delighted to report that he's opened his heart 10 years after her death. He told OK Magazine she was 100 million% the love of my life. She was a racist. She was an out-and-out racist. In fact, I was saying yesterday on the programme, because it's on YouTube, there's whole sections of Big Brother. The arguments, the shoutings, there's the obscenities, and the Jade Goody, the evilness on Jade Goody's face when she was abusing Shilpa Shetty. I mean, really, like you've never said. The language. But there again, Jack Tweed seems to follow in that, doesn't he, as he's been to prison for his abuse of people. He says he'll never settle down again. 31 now. And then he was banned from seeing her children. I think Jeff Brazier decided. Whether that's been relenting, I don't know. He says he's since been reunited with the boys he spent years raising. What? What a load of old codswallop that Jack Tweed comes up with. What does he do at the moment? Who gives a flying 4X? He says they came round to mine for tea and Jeff was there, so it felt like an awkward first date. Yes, wanted to make sure you weren't using them for publicity purposes, I should imagine. The mafia boss, Francesco Frankie Boy Cali, may have been killed by a man he'd banned from dating his niece. Detective has arrested a construction worker, Anthony Comello, who is understood to have held a personal vendetta against the head of the Gambino crime family. He's a 24-year-old, no ties to the mob himself, but initial reports claim he carried out the hit after being told he was unable to date Cali's niece. Oh dear. don't hold out much hope for you, I'm afraid. Really. But they say, whilst we believe we have the shooter in custody of this incident, the investigation is far from over. Oh dear, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Thank you very much indeed. Check out the moon. It looks like an egg, says Angie. I can't see the moon from here. I can't see it, but I'm assuming it's. You can't see it from there, can you? I don't think it's. He's having a look. It's the window that Nick Abbott uses. Same window. Can't see it. No, we can't see it here. Debbie says, "You sure you're 65? Check your birth certificate. It tells you the year you were born. You can work it out from there." I don't think I'm 65. I don't think so. Melinda says, "I watched a TV show called Fern McCann, First Time Mum. Absolutely fascinating. Her life is so shallow and fickle." Yeah, of course it is. She's always been like that. Makeup, hair done, gym sessions, then trips in her car. That's her life. The child's called Sunday and is adorable. Makes me wonder what on earth she would do if she couldn't think of anything she could promote in her life. Her staff alone must cost her a fortune. She's, yes, she's a very peculiar person. Very peculiar is Fern McCann. But again, you know, it's a case of first-time mum. Yeah. I mean, she doesn't mention the baby's father much because he's a criminal. He's in prison. But mind you, he's not interested in her anymore, and that's her claim to fame. In fact, Gemma Collins' claim to fame with dating crims. And the other one who's equally, mad as a broomstick is that Lauren Goodyear. As somebody said the other day, Mark Wright comes back from America, and there's Lauren Gobby Goodyear opening her mouth yet again. Can't let it go, can she? So tragic, so sad, so lonely. So who's going to go out with her? Nobody. It's like Fern McCann. Nobody's going to want to go out with her. She's not interesting enough. They've all got these shallow existences. But it's the same with all of them. It's the same with all of them. And then all of a sudden they'll be getting into, because they then start worrying about what they're going to talk about in their interviews. Peter Andre is showing you through the doors of his lovely house. He's basically sticking two fingers up to you going, "Oh, you peasants, have a look what we've got through being talentless." You know, and so he's got pictures of the kids in the house. I think there's pictures of the kids in the house. I can't remember, actually. But showing you his lovely house, you know, the mansion with all... They're always called mansions. And you think, why are you doing that, Pete? What's the point of that? Does that make you feel big and clever that you're showing people where you live? You know, why would you want to do something like that? But he's not intelligent enough, is he? I told you, Piers, I don't talk about things like that. Yes, you do. You talk about it all the time. You talk about everything. You sell every aspect of your life. Every aspect of your life. It was like the other day, didn't the wife get into trouble? She talked about something in her column and a woman whose life was affected by it. And it was very interesting. Somebody said something the other day and it resonated. It was a woman who'd lost a child. And she was pictured, she said, you know, that before they actually closed the coffin, I kept saying, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. She said, if you're a woman and you lose your husband, you become a widow. If it's vice versa, you're a widower. You know, or if you've lost somebody else, there is a name for it. If you lose a child, there isn't any name for it. There is no proper name for somebody who is going through that grieving process. And I thought, do you know, you're so right. You're so right. There's nothing you can say at all to somebody, and we don't seem to treat it very specially, but she treated it very, very specially. Very specially. Peter Andre's wife, Emily, got a backlash. She endorsed chickenpox parties. This is a mother whose daughter died from the illness aged 3. And she wrote in her column, when it comes to chickenpox, some mums throw chickenpox parties and other kids go along, so they also get infected and then it's out the way. But I've never been invited to one, so I'm thinking of taking matters into my own hand. Well, one mother, Angie, has been left very upset. She said, it's really an emotive subject for us. We've been working so hard for 10 years, and then somebody says something like that, just makes your blood boil. Well, nobody ever said she was intelligent, did they? And, you know, we all had it. If you had these illnesses when you were young, that was good. You don't want them later in life. So I got the chickenpox, the whooping cough, mumps, measles, German measles, you know, as many things as you could actually get. Angie said we got to the hospital at 11:05 on the Friday night, and by 6:05, she'd had a cardiac arrest. And so she's tried to raise awareness of what happened to her daughter. That was 10 years ago. She's still trying to do it. She said, and then you get something like this, somebody writing about it. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, I'm never a big fan of the of Peter Andre and his wife. I couldn't care less, actually. I'm just not interested. Why would you knowingly expose your child to something that would make them unwell? You should be wanting to protect your child. Then, of course, Katie Price calls Peter a hypocrite. And then they played the clip back and asked Peter for his comments on it. Of course, Pete, being Pete, didn't understand the question. So they had to kind of leave it. I don't talk about that. Well, you do. You do. And if you put your children in pictures, you're a hypocrite. And you have put your children in pictures. You've used them for everything on the television. So don't start, knocking somebody else, Pete, when it's at your doorstep. Stop it. He's still saying, by the way, Michael Jackson's innocent. How he knows this, I have no idea. It's one of those strange things. The world of Planet Pete, as they say. The gunman's cousin in New Zealand says he deserves the death penalty. Well, I'm sure he does. He won't get it because they don't have the death penalty, and I don't think it would solve anything at all. Brendan Cole. It's some TV programme. He can't really get himself arrested, poor old Brendan. And he gets this, you get to sort of see the Pope as, I don't know how it works, actually. And somebody else says, do you remember the Cook report where he knocked on bad people's doors? Says Wes. Yes, absolutely. I remember the Cook report very well. He was the one who was accused of putting glycerin drops in some kiddie's eye. I used to like the Cook report. It was better on the radio, but, Steve, has the carpet cleaner smell gone from the studio? Nick Abbott was high on fumes. Well, we can't smell a thing. I was in this studio yesterday, and they cleaned this studio. Yes, I can tell they've cleaned it because I can tell by the state of the floor. It's been cleaned, and we can't smell anything. We don't have fumes on carpet things now. You're not so sure. Now you think you can smell something. Oh, Lord, honestly, now they've both jumped on the bandwagon. Do you want to go home? Well, shut up, then. Oh, I think I'm getting a headache through the fumes. You'll jump on any old bandwagon, won't you? Wait a minute. I've got a cough. Do you want to get a cough as well? It's very contagious. There you go. No. You feel fine, do you? A minute ago, you didn't. You didn't feel very well. Now you're all right. God in heaven, honestly. What is going on? I'm surrounded by snowflakes. Snowflakes. Have you ever slipped a swear word? I almost thought you were going to say something else instead of flying 4X. No, I've always said flying 4X. I just think 4X, it doesn't mean anything at all. Steve, you're not old until you start wearing trousers that reach your nipples. Yes, that's where... I remember Edward Heath's trousers used to be literally just up under his sort of breastplate. But that was a long, long time ago. Paris Jackson, struggling with those Jacko claims. There was a report that she'd attempted suicide, and luckily they got her into hospital. She then denied it emphatically, and now the police have confirmed that, in fact, they had to take her to hospital. So, who do you believe? Unfortunately, I'm inclined to believe the police rather than Paris. Well, I think I am anyway. Yes, I am. Yes, of course I am. Goodness sake. If they say they've actually taken her to hospital, they've taken her to hospital. Fine. Soggy. It was yesterday. We had hailstones in Twickenham. Don't know what you got. And I only knew about them because my Lynn, said, we had hailstones last night. So there you go. But winds gusting at over 65 miles an hour, lashing Britain. Why is it every time we get floods? Okay, and you'll have a pillar box or something, of which there is about a foot of it sticking above the water, with swans swimming round it. Do swans sit there going, there's a flood coming here today? And then they sort of swim up to it. They've got them in Shrewsbury, in Shropshire. Swans there swimming around a rubbish bin. In Cumbria, Browness Lake, completely flooded, much higher than it should have been. Normally in New York, staff were trying to stop the water coming in, but they obviously know it can come in because they're well prepared for it. They've got special boards that they put in. We've got them in a couple of places in Twickenham because some years ago the river rose beyond all expectations. Steve, are you afraid of losing your sex appeal as you grow older? I'm getting better. More people find me attractive now than they did 4 years ago. Seriously. I can't cope with it. Honestly, the attention is exhausting. It really is. But no, we never worry about things like that. My mum's 82 and a half and she looks an amazing 65. Using the same formula, says Holly, you look a fabulous 48. Yes, I mean, people now say... At one time, they used to say, you don't look your age. And now they go, how old? And you go, I've had a couple of celebrities say that. Jason Isaac said that to me. He said, how old are you? I said, 65. And he went, you're not. I went, I am. Puffing my chest out as much as I could. Long-time listener, says Lee, and love the show. I was asked to do overtime at work on Saturday. I thought, great, I'll hear Steve live. But today... You're wasting great airtime talking about Peter Andre. No, I've got to do it. It's in the papers. If it's in the papers, you've got to do it. We only do stuff that's in the papers. I've said it before. Said it before. Nick Abbott mentioned he was consumed by the carpet cleaning fumes and even drove home without his headlights on in the car, says Ron. Oh, really? What if he knew he drove home without the headlights on? What was he doing? Steve, you're right about Jack Tweed. The children were 5 and 4 when Jay died, so hardly raised them for years. Oh, he talks garbage. He talks garbage. As I say, check him out. He's got history. He spent time in prison for assault. He's a nasty little piece of work. Not pleasant at all. But there you go. You might as well jump on a bandwagon. Perhaps they'll go, oh, should we put him on a reality show? I do hope not. I think that would be very inappropriate. Very inappropriate. Also, property show host Sarah Beanie is quitting London to give her 4 young sons a Swallow and Amazon life. They bought this sheep farm with a 7-bedroom house in Somerset. And, is that... No, it's not Sarah Beanie who's been doing this, is it? Is this the people who are doing up the restoration of their hall or something like that? Or have I missed out and it's not Sarah Beanie, it's I thought it was her. Who else does these sort of programmes? Is it called Country House Rescue or something? Or she's doing her property up. So she split her time between this sheep farm with a 7-bedroom house in Somerset last year. Oh, right. If Restoration House, is that it? Is that her? Oh, she's not on that one. Oh, right, okay. Must be somebody else. Oh, no, that's another programme completely. I'll have to try and remember it during the programme, which I'm sure I will do. Also, almost 75 years has passed since The Great Escape, one of the most incredible stories of the Second World War. You know, out of the escapees from Stalag Luft 3 prison camp, how many were caught? Most of them. But the executed ones didn't stop anybody. 1 Lithuanian, 1 Greek, 1 French, 1 Czechoslovak, 1 Belgian, 1 Argentinian, 2 Norwegian, 2 New Zealanders, 3 South African, 5 Australian, 6 Polish, 6 Canadian and 20 British were all executed by the Nazis. But they had, all sorts of people working on the tunnels and everything else. They found them. They have all the tunnels still. They're all still there. How they got out, you'll never know. You'll never know. But Dick Churchill has died aged 99, and Leonard Henry Trent has also just died. I think that he's the 77th airman in The Great Escape. 77th. My God. I suppose you have to try it, don't you? You have to, if you're sitting in there. But the trouble is they did know that if they were caught, then they would be taken back and executed. Little Julie says the hailstorm seemed to go on for ages. I missed it. I was a bit disappointed by that. I love a hailstorm. And Angie said, is it too early to talk about Christmas lights? No. If not, I want to let you know, as I've been banned from buying any more as the cupboards are now full. I said I can buy a new cupboard. That's what I'd be saying as well. Oh, no, it's never too early to talk about Christmas lights and decorations and stuff like that. No, ask Darren. What? It's never too early. Listen, just because you're bar humbug there, Scottish boy, yes. Or, Mum, should we not get a tree this year? Should we just go out into the forest and decorate something there? That's what it's like, isn't it? You haven't actually cut the thing down and taken it home. You just you've had somebody else's tree. You just don't do Christmas, do you? You don't do festive. You chop down a tree. Oh, woodman, spare that axe. You have an axe when you chop down the tree. Did you go out there to find the family tree? You're living in a fantasy world, aren't you? You're totally living in a fantasy world. Yes, and you're also stealing a tree. It's not your tree to steal, is it? It's not your tree. Oh, what, you own the forest? You pay a local farmer. Have you ever heard so much rubbish in your life? It makes me sound like you're living the absolute Gallic lifestyle. It's just so marvellous. And your mum makes all these beautiful things and pastries or so just over the wood fire. And then we go out and then somebody drags a huge tree back in. Apparently last year it was 30 foot. I mean, their sitting room was only 7'6". They had a dreadful problem trying to get it back down the chimney. But they always managed it. No, I think what it is he actually is an orphan. And he's talking about this lifestyle, but it's nothing to do with him. This is the next door family. You know, when he says, oh, I'm going up to see my parents. He's not really. He just goes and sits at the station. He sits on the platform with his little case. And then after about a day, he picks up his case and he comes home. And they go, what was it like? And he went, oh, it was great. He's never been home. There is no home. There is no place in Aberdeen. It's all just total fantasy. You know, they don't live in this house. They don't have a car. They don't have anything. They don't live there. Okay, so that's why he doesn't actually go to Aberdeen. The whole thing is a fact. Do you remember Hinge and Brackett? They were a pair of drag queens who were fabulous, and they were two gentlemen who dressed up when they first appeared on television. I had to explain to people they were gentlemen because they were so good. They concocted a huge lifestyle about how they met, where they lived in Stackton Trestle. Same for Scottish Boy. The whole thing is an utter fantasy. Every so often, he'll actually see me go, "Oh, I'll bring that into my life." So he'll say, you know, my mother phoned me today. And she didn't. She absolutely didn't. But he has to keep it going because it makes him feel like he's part of the, you know, the Steve Allen family on LBC. But it's not fooling me. Not anytime soon. It really isn't. But I go along with it. I go along with it because I don't like to see his little face contort. You know, his bottom lip starts quivering and it's a bit like that. And so I like to be nice to him, you know. So we sort of give him some oranges and stuff like that. And he goes, "Oh, thank you, Steve. You know, I'll take them home and give them to my parents." You know, and you sort of think to yourself, no. I gave him chocolates yesterday. I bet you a box of them found their way home. I bet you... Did you not take a box home for your girlfriend? You gave him to Christian. What, the size he is? Are you mad? Good Lord. I thought, as I was going home, I thought, I bet he's going to take a box of those home for his girlfriend and go, "I bought you chocolates." I don't know why I thought that. I'm generally right. It is the sort of thing you do, I know. I would never do it. Steve, are you still using facial moisturiser? Yes. Yes. And cream. I use everything, actually. Apparently, Ron says in Whitton, the hailstones were the size of small marbles. Not good for the car's paintwork. Sarah Beanie's show is called Beanie's Restoration Nightmare. Oh, that's the one. So she's repeated on, really. She and her husband are restoring Rise Hall. The other similar show is Escape to the Chateau with Dick Straw and wife. Thank you, Chris. I've seen that one, actually. There's another one coming up very shortly. They're doing really well, aren't they? I think you find that one, Return to the Chateau, is fully booked. Restoration Man is run by George Clark. I like George Clark. And Steve, Christmas isn't that far away. We're already almost through the first quarter. I know. In the film Great Escape, didn't two people make it to freedom? Didn't think it was worth the cost of the 50 that was shot. 3 made it in real life. Three made it, as far as we remember. Yes, but that was, you know, people just took that thing. I was watching the other day, you know, the count of people who were executed during the war. Some of our people were executed as well, boys who had run away because, you know, they didn't know anything about shell shock and things like that. And they were actually executed by their own troops. Terrible. Grace says, happy belated birthday yesterday. Many happy returns of the day. We in Camden at the hailstone yesterday afternoon. I was in the car with the nephew. The hailstone stayed only for a couple of minutes. I can't tell you how big they were. I'm totally blind. Oh, I think you can guess. I bet you can guess. You can tell by the noise, can't you, they make on the car. That's what I used to think. More on David Lammy. You're going to get blasted for this one, Mr. Lammy. Some Tory says it led to a drop in donations. Wait a minute, was this This must have been the one that I heard on LBC. I heard somebody talking about him, I'm sure, and he was talking about a book. So, interesting. I'm sure it's the same person. Chris Phillip. He only tweeted, pathetic manufactured indignation from David Lammy has caused 8 million less money to be raised for charity. But actually, they've got 63 million. I don't think there was nothing to do with it. I really don't think it was. He says, this is money that could have been used to save lives. Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you start a little campaign then and do that? The controversy was Stacey Dooley cuddling a little black child but not telling you what her name was, as if, you know, she was just no name, which I thought was the biggest shame. I still don't know what the name of the child is, which is bad. Now have your say. Is your MP below, say the Mail? Write, email, or even easier, go to dailymail.co.uk/MP letter. MP letter. And then you can sort of sign this thing and it goes to all those people who are basically screwing everything up. Not good. And there's an awful story in the paper today of a Shetland pony. I don't know if you've ever... I used to love Shetland ponies. I thought they were great. This is a rescue horse called Paddy. And for some reason... and I can't get my head around it either. If you're an animal lover, you won't want to hear this story at all. He was led from his field and beaten with a metal stake that his owner used to tether him. It killed him. He was beaten to death. So police are hunting the killers. He was found dead on wasteland. The owner, Dean Reddin, said, "I can't understand why anybody would want to do something so horrific to a defenceless animal. He was a rescue horse." I mean, the RSPCA Inspector John Pollock says somebody's taken this horse, walked him down to this secluded location where this horrific and cowardly attack took place. What in the right mind is somebody thinking? Mind you, they can go out and shoot people in mosques and just kill people on the streets. Just imagine a horse is no big deal for these sort of people, is it? Oh, I mean, you just can't get your head around it at all. March 18th, it's nearly payday. Not really, but I'm just saying that to make you feel better. Steve, I thought Scottish Boy took his laundry home for his mum to do. No, I mean, that was the story. What he does really, he sort of puts all his stuff in a little bag, and he got a little stick and he puts it over his shoulder and he wanders down to the station, and then he goes to the laundrette. And he does it there. That's what it is. There is no family in Aberdeen. You just have to accept the fact. If he says black, it's really white. Liberace wrote a book about all his female conquests, and as one of his former lovers said, just take away the word female and substitute it for male, and you'd be on the right track. It's the same with him. Laundrette, mother, laundrette. Okay, it's as simple as that. I was watching Jamie at Home's DVD. I think he's such a good sport and a lovely cook. Yeah, and he's good looking. And he's good looking as well, which is good. He's obviously got to that age, though, where you start going to the gymnasium. I can't. It's not my sort of thing. Steve, the wind's been so strong in Streatham for the past couple of days, I thought the roof was coming off. As if, yes. And then Keith says, I agree, never too early to buy Christmas lights. I brought 2 sets here in Hong Kong to take home. Plus, they use UK plugs here. Oh, well, that's good. That's fine. We don't mind that at all. Happy birthday for yesterday. When you said about somebody phoning you and wanting to know what you're wearing, and you said nothing and lowered the phone down, I was trying to shave. Oh, the blood, Steve. Which you reminded me of my mum, who was a nursing sister at Birkenhead Children's Hospital. She got a call one day by a heavy breather who asked her to guess what he was holding in his hand. Quick as a flash, she said, "If you only need one hand, I'm not interested," and hung up. Tanker driver Phil, thank you very much indeed. You only need one hand. There you go. The Green Goddess, Kate, was out the other day patting Domhnall, the wolfhound. I don't know how you pronounce that. Why don't I give him proper names like Fred or something like that? But this is Domhnall, the Irish wolfhound, who met the it's probably an Irish name, actually, who probably met the Duchess of Cambridge yesterday. She and Prince William attended a traditional parade of the Irish Guards to mark St Patrick's Day. That was at their base in Hounslow. Doesn't quite go, does it, really? The base in Hounslow. But anyway, she looks lovely, as always. Nice smile. Very nice smile. And it's the dog-eat-dog show. Relationship rivals goaded to betray each other to boost ratings, then abandoned by TV bosses when they leave. Now, after another fatal tragedy, former contestants angrily reveal the dreadful toll of being the lost souls of Love Island. Not just Love Island, of every reality show. Where these sad people believe the resultant publicity. And I've always said, don't. Don't believe it. It's false. It's fake. It's, but put it this way, you'll end up with an agent who'll book you into nightclub appearances, and you'll go out there and you'll meet people, and some will become lovers and some won't, and then all of a sudden the work will start drying up and you suddenly realise you're on a sticky wicket. Sticky wicket. There's no good thing for the hundreds of people who appear on them. Only about a small handful actually make it and sort of end up doing something with themselves. The majority of them just turn out to sort of a relationship, not a relationship, a relationship, not a relationship. And bearing in mind that the press are always digging for that little bit of dirt in your life that they can find out. So in the case of Megan Barton, what's-her-face, she performs on the internet for money. That's what she did. It's one stage sort of down or up from hooking, except you don't have to go anywhere. You just sort of do it all from home. She's got a boyfriend and all the rest of it. And then you have all these other people who sort of just get so emotional about everything. I mean, I get emotional about things, but not like this, actually. Steve, are you sure Scottish Boy is really Scottish, says Wendy. Well, there is that. I mean, how are we going to find that out? If we actually sort of say to him, I don't know, I can't think of anything that would sort of drag him out of his little world. You're right, he might be making up the voice and everything. Oh, Steve, how are you doing? My name's Scottish Boy. Come in. In fact, as I say, he even signed the birthday card to be Scottish Boy. But you're right. He might not be Scottish boy. He could be from Newcastle. I wouldn't know. He's like Gino D'Acampo. We're totally convinced, we talk like this. And you think, no, you can speak properly. You've been here long enough. And one here says, I'm saddened and angry to hear about the what I call them can't be broadcast. The saddest thing is when this person is caught, they'll probably only get a fine, as animal cruelty is never taken seriously. I just don't understand how anybody could ever do that. I know that's that probably seems really odd, doesn't it, in this day and age? But I mean, you hear about peculiar people, but why would you ever want to beat a pony to death with an iron bar? What? I mean, I just don't understand. Somebody like that, you want to just string up from a tree. Really, I can't think of any other. They're obviously mentally disturbed, obviously on drugs or something. Terrible. What have we got here? This site across Britain. I've never seen it. Have you ever heard of this one? Hedgerows and trees covered in plastic. And the reason they're covered in plastic is to stop nesting birds delaying building work. So if they think there's building work going on, they cover the tree in plastic so it stops the birds getting to their nests. Have you ever heard of this? I mean, there's an awful lot of birds would get stuck in the netting and they end up dying. Who would do that? Developers. When's Meghan's baby due? I think it's next month, I think. I'm pretty certain it's next month. And I think we think it's a boy, don't we? I'm sure that somebody... We don't know. I'm pretty certain it's a boy. Guess whose birthday today? Irene Cara is 60. Go on. What a feeling forever. Baby, remember my name. Lily Collins as well, the actress, daughter of musician Phil Collins, is 30 today. And the Rolling Stones in 1965 were each fined £5 for urinating outside an Essex petrol station. What, the road or something? I don't know. It's an odd one. And why did the egg hide? This is your joke of the day. Why did the egg hide? No, because it was a little chicken. Okay? All right, just me again, just me. I appreciate the fact that sometimes, when you get to this time of the morning, you'll be using that later on today. You'll be going into work going, oh, this great joke on the radio. Why did the egg hide? Because it was a little chicken. Thank you. Steve, does Scottish boy ever rock up to work in a kilt? No, well, because it's another thing. That's why we don't think he's Scottish. He's talked to, I said, would you have a kilt? Oh, I've got to, and all of a sudden he goes a bit Scottish. I've got to, we've never seen it. We've never seen any photos. We don't think anything exists, actually. But as I say, this is all part of the fantasy. This is all part of building the dream. This is all part of sort of building this sort of fake life. You've had fake news, now you've got fake lives. It's the way it works. Steve, happy belated birthday. P.S. today's a lovely day. It's pitch black outside as far as we're concerned. I can't see anything different. Apart from yesterday, it was lovely. When I left here yesterday, it was beautiful. It was absolutely. Although I suddenly realised on a Sunday the bus service and the train service is a nightmare. It's so slow. But I did get to Waterloo Station, and a friend of mine is one of the people who stands on the platform blowing the whistle to get it. I can't remember his name, but he's been an LBC listener for years, and he's talking to this lady, and so I said morning, and this was about 7:20. And he said, morning. I said, have you been here all night or something? And this lady said to me, who's standing next to me, she said, you Steve Allen? I know, see, the trouble is you say something and people... And then, so I said, yes, and he said, yes, it's Steve Allen. And so she said, my mum listens to you all the time. So it was quite sweet, quite sweet. Somebody says, why don't you wash Scottish boy's clothes? Be nice to him, he's nice. What? He's got a washing machine. It's not like he doesn't have a washing. He just takes his home for the mythical mother to sort of do mythical washing. There is no such thing as washing. Ron says, how is Nigel doing this march from Sunderland to London and his LBC show? Well, it's quite simple. He's not doing the march from Sunderland to London. He's opted out of that. Mainly because there's hardly anybody doing it. There's hardly anybody doing it. I think they said the most they've had was 100, and most of those turned out to be journos. So that's why. Yes, it's a sad little bunch. It really is. What clan is Scottish boy? Delusional clan. What is... You're both... Oh, we've got the producer at it as well now. Clan MacDonald of So he's jumped onto the bandwagon of what your clan is. Yeah. So he's gone, oh, that's my clan. And you've gone, okay, so you've been drawn into the web, haven't you? You've been drawn into it because he's made you believe that he's Scottish. Any minute now, he's going to go, all right, Steve. He's going to be like that. And you're going to go, but I thought he was in our clan. He's never been in your clan. When you mentioned the clan that you were in, he said, that's my clan. He's not. He's not in it, I'm telling you. Look, you can tell by his face. Honestly, these people. What I have to put up with in life nowadays. Perhaps I should be... I'm in a clan. The Allens of Strathclyde or something. You're not in a clan. But did you tell him first which clan you were? I think you did. And that's when he jumped on the bandwagon. You see, you haven't seen it, have you? Like a magician doing a trick. People think, I swear to God he did so-and-so, but of course he didn't. And that's why. So you said, I'm Clan MacDonald from whatever it was. And he then went, that's my clan. And you went, oh, great, we're in the same clan. Yeah, of course they have. But he's not in it, is he? They don't list all the people. He's reading it to brush up on it. Of course he is. Right, still to come. Social media addicts face more mental health risks. Oh, it's getting worse and worse and worse. And the torture boy is a superhero as he walks again on spider legs. This is the little boy tortured so badly by his birth parents that doctors were amazed he survived. Bless his little heart. He's got a big smile on his face. And that's what you need to have from children. Did you get a nice pressie yesterday, Steve? I got a number of nice prezzies. Some very nice prezzies from people. People are very kind. Very, very kind. Also, the battle with anxiety. Ollie Murs, he's talking about this. And he says, gone are the days of having a McDonald's every night over the weekend. I've now cut out dairy, bread, sugar and chocolate and have a health check every 6 months. Still not talking to his brother, though, which, of course, is the big problem. But he is selling tickets for his tour, which kicks off on May the 1st. If he's up to it. I'm hoping he's up to it. And why do you keep taking the question mark out of the Scottish language, like saying they should talk properly? No, I'm doing an impression. It's an impression, dear. Oh, honestly, you're a snowflake, aren't you? I didn't realise. No, we always do that with a Scottish boy. We always do it. And we do it for Lorraine Kelly as well. You're gorgeous. You're wonderful. You're marvellous. That's not taking the what's it out of it. That's doing an impression. You must learn that if you're not intelligent enough to know the difference, I can't do anything about it. That's your problem. Young property buyers, swap the city for the shires because you get more. You get much more for your money. If you move out of London, and you don't have to go too far out, lots of people live outside of London, and you end up, in some nice little villages. Essex has got some beautiful little villages with, property at what they call reasonable prices. Sometimes it's not so reasonable in London. I mean, you laugh when you look at the prices in London that people are paying. Thank God I bought years and years ago. If I bought recently, I'd be struggling, I think. Ask Scottish boy to name 3 styles of tartan to see if he won't know. You'll have to check that. You'll have to go onto Wikipedia. Is he on Wikipedia? He's on Wikipedia. You are such an old fake news boy, aren't you? Yeah. No, well, 3 styles of... It's a badly word. No, looking for 3 actual tartans. Is it... Yeah, any Scottish name, he says. Oh, he's now gone very defensive, and the Scottish accent is getting stronger and stronger. Stupid question, he says. He's not happy with that at all. Got him now, haven't we? We've got him now. We now know he is fake news. That's what it is. I'm expecting by tomorrow morning a photograph of you in your kilt, because your mammy must have a photograph of you in a kilt. No, he's shaking his head. You know why? Because it doesn't exist in Newcastle. That's why. You know what I found the other day? I was watching on YouTube. It was very interesting. It was the Karate Kid movies. Don't know if you've ever seen any of them, but it was run by a guy called Mr. Miyake. And he was a little old Japanese man, but he was obviously very good at... He died only a short... The actor who played him died a short while ago. And I was watching them because they highlight the bullying at school that goes on. But the people who are being bullied look like the real sort of nerdy types. But then it gets turned round. Somebody goes, come on, you think you're big and clever, don't you? It was like, you probably experienced at school some years ago. And then all of a sudden, this kid goes, oh, and literally, it was so good. It was sort of dealing with bullies, I think it was called. And it was very revealing, very revealing. Andy says, wanted to wish you a happy birthday for yesterday. Hope you had a good one. I did. Thank you very much indeed. Mind you, every birthday is exactly the same, isn't it? I'm not doing anything till a bit later this week. Tom says, I'll come back to that in a minute. When I taught a Tai Chi class, says Holly, I twice had a phone call from a breathless man who wanted to know if his girlfriend could come along and take part barefoot. He then said it'd be nice if everybody else was barefooted to make her feel more welcome and comfortable. He was determined to talk about bare feet for as long as possible. My fellow female instructors had the same calls from this foot fetish over the years. It was funny and discomforting in equal measures. I had a separate phone for advertising, which I would advise for anybody making their phone number public. Yes, you do get that. We used to... it was too horrendous, actually. I can't tell you that one. But it was somebody who used to phone up every time there was a major accident. I'll tell you anyway. And it was about 30, 40 years ago. And they would always phone up. I can't remember what their name was, but it was a man. And he would phone up if there'd been a plane crash to ask how many dead there were. You know, like the poor man on the door of LBC had the faintest idea what they were talking about half the time. And so he'd sort of make up somewhere, and the man said, oh, right. Were there any survivors? And this was every time. It was always of some strange thing. So I can probably understand somebody having a foot fetish about things like that. People have... It's funny, actually. I don't think I've got any fetishes. I feel a bit guilty, actually, because there's people, over the years, you get to... There used to be a bloke in Twickenham. And he... Sorry, we'll just wait for the coffee to arrive. Oh, lovely. That's nice. Thank you. He was moaning about having to make a cup of coffee. Oh, you've only ever asked once before, he said, to have a cup of coffee. I thought, well, I might ask for coffee tomorrow. I haven't decided yet. Anyway. And the water's nice. He's sort of learnt the trick of letting the tap run a little bit so it gets ice cold. Because we have the same tap for the hot water and for the other thing. What was I talking about? I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, that's right, the lack of... And we used to have a bloke in Twickenham, and he used to sometimes get the train, and he had a fetish for rubber. He had rubber trousers, a rubber shirt, a rubber coat, everything. And I then assumed, because if you have that much rubber, that's got to be a bit of a fetish, isn't it, really? And I remember thinking, he was fairly old years ago, so I should imagine he's probably passed on. But I remember thinking, rubber... When would you ever, and he had all badges all over it. Oh, very peculiar. Rachel in Gloucester, enjoy anything else planned this week? Well, there's surprises this week, so we'll have to wait. Did you see the section in one of the Sunday supplements about Bros? I found it very good and perfectly timed. We've run out of loo rolls, says Mike. Very cruel. I don't know why they're bothering. Are the tickets on sale for the next part of their let's try and exploit the few fans that we've got left? Did you eat nice chocolates yesterday? I had a couple. I brought in three boxes. How many actually made it to the tables, I've got no idea. If Scottish Boy Steve ever did an interview, I reckon he'd want Lorraine Kelly to do it. No, he's not a fan, actually. Well, he's sort of a fan. I'm not saying that. One of the three successful escapees from Stalag Luft 3 was Eric Williams, Steve, who later wrote The Wooden Horse, which was a very successful film. Later. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. And I'm in the Twilight Zone. Woke to hear you slurping tea and speaking Scottish. Now I want tea, but I can't move from my feather duvet as I'm happy and snug as a dormouse. Why would I do that? I watch the What? It's hopeless, aren't they? Steve, and says, Rob, I was going to buy you a new Bentley, but I couldn't afford it. But it's the thought that counts. Oh, that's sweet. That's such a liar. Can you imagine if somebody actually said to you... I did have a lady years and years ago who used to listen to me, and she used to want to offer to buy me nice presents, which I thought was quite sweet, actually. I've often said, it's, there's no charge for this programme. You just get it all for free. But thank you for the birthday cards, which were very sweet. Very much appreciated. I did say yesterday, after all the nice... things from people saying happy birthday and, hope you have a lovely day and all that kind of thing. It's very touching. Very touching. And is it true? Scottish Boy once checked into a hotel and requested a tartan room and got both. I don't get that. I wanted a tartan room and got both. What does that mean? I don't understand that one. Hope I'm not missing the point of it. But anyway. Rob from Hatfield in South Yorkshire says, we watched the Bermuda Philharmonic Orchestra on Saturday night. It was okay, but the guy with the triangle went missing. Oh, Lord, honestly. We haven't had a bad joke this time of the morning. Might as well get something like that now, mightn't we? Other stories which are running in the papers. Oh, you've just got it, have you? Oh, right. Okay, well, I didn't get it, so there you go. I didn't get it. Oh, right, okay. So why Why did former Strictly star Brendan Cole, kicked off the programme, have an unlikely audience with the Pope, the Pontiff, and pro dancer partner up on the series Pilgrimages, The Road to Rome? And they ditched luxuries whilst covering the last leg in a trek made by 1,200 people a year. Incredibly, it included stars like Les Dennis and Leslie Joseph, who get time alone with the Pope. How interesting. They've also get on it Greg Rutherford, Stephen K. Amos, Katie Brand, and TV host Maureen Baig. I've got no idea who's that. They always put down TV hosts. We have to try and work out who they are. And Irish politician Dana. All kinds of everything reminds me. I was so pleased when they won that. It was such a lovely thing. Such a lovely thing. Graham says bullying is just what you're doing to Scottish boy. He should go to HR. Oh, he'd never meet it. He'd never find it. He knows where it is roughly. But so, do you feel you're bullied, Poppet? No, he's kind of looking a little bit long. Only by listeners, Graham. He said that'd be you, wouldn't it? Really? And I love it when we can wind you up, Graham. Sad little person. I'm now an officer of the law in Sussex, says Mike. I recently came across a male whose fetish was fire. Fire? Actually, you are right. I've heard of people, people who get fascinated by watching flames and fire and all the rest of it. Marilyn says you have a Christmas fetish. That's not a fetish. That's a religious festival. You can't have a fetish. It's like saying, I've got a Christian fetish. You can't have a fetish about festivals. A friend of mine always looked forward to Christmas so much until I said to her, every day we have is like Christmas. Love Christmas. Love it. The Bros piece was awful. They sound immature and petty, says Chantal. I didn't read it, but I mean, they are immature. Well, one of them is. One of them is. There's something definitely not right there. Couldn't quite work it out. Fears for contestants as Mike kills himself. Reality TV stars need help. They're chewed up. Mike's secret girlfriend, who's apparently a model, aren't they always? And looking at her, I think we all know what sort of model she probably is. I suspect it involves taking clothes off. But she'd been texting him about his new restaurant. I don't think he had any money. I don't think there was any money at all. I think what happened was he moved into his grandmother's place to be her carer. Why? I've got no idea. Where's the rest of the family? And then she died. And I think, to be honest with you, I'm only guessing. I don't know. This is about as much guessing as you can get. I think she died and they'd be selling the house, so he wouldn't have anywhere to live again. And according to, depending on which paper you pick up, he was seriously in debt. Because you go out and you've got to do the right things, you've got to spend money on drinks and all the rest of it. But if you haven't got the income, you can't spend it. It's as simple as that. You can't, you can put stuff on credit cards, but then eventually somebody is going to come back to you and go, you've got to pay this amount of money. Or failing that, what you do is it goes on a credit card. You're in a club, very easy. I'll have champagne because you're playing celebrity. Whereas real celebrities don't do that at all. It's only chavvy footballers and the page 3 sort of girls who hang around by chavvy footballers. And they go there and they put it on that card there and they hand over a gold Amex or whatever, black Amex or whatever it happens to be. And then eventually, the bills come in. If you're a footballer, you pay it because you've got the money. If you're earning 25,000 a week, nothing to spend 5,000, is it, in a club? If you're just a little reality show bimbo or himbo, there is no such backup at all. You might do a couple of things, say, we got you a gig, pays 5,000 quid. But that might be your only gig in about 3 or 4 weeks. How are you supposed to live on that with the champagne lifestyle? They can't do it. And so eventually they get caught up. They pay the minimum on their credit cards. Then eventually somebody goes, listen, we're looking for a bit more than this now. You owe, 10,000, 12,000, and they have no means of paying it back. And that's when it's 6. It's Monday, the 18th of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Another day older, as they say, and deeper in debt. So, Fireman Sam is in the paper today, slammed as sexist. I don't think it's the first time I've heard this, because he should be firefighter Sam. I don't know what, honestly, everything's changing, isn't it? I remember at one time people complaining, I'm sorry, what do you think that is there in the middle of the road? That's a manhole cover. Well, you can't say that. Sorry? Can't say that. Why? It's offensive. Who to? That's not a blackboard. That's a whiteboard. You can't say blackboard. Why? Because that's offensive. Everybody's offended now, aren't they, really? Oh, But as I say, Scottish boy is not offended. Not one bit. Loves him. Seriously, it's put him on the map. He's getting an agent. I think he's doing Panto this year, aren't you? In Aberdeen, so you know he's not really. But you know, he'd like to do that. I think you're Dick Whittington, aren't you? Are you? You're starting alongside Kerry. Kerry who? Kerry Katona. You imagine. That'd be very funny. Ron says, I saw a Rolls Silver Wraith in Damson Red. Looked very good till I saw the driver who looked about 18. He said, yeah, I'm jealous. Or you can pick up Wraiths quite cheaply. You can pick up most cars quite cheaply. It just depends how much you're prepared to spend on bits and pieces. Belated birthday greetings from Harry, my regular listener in Ghana. Well, there you go. Which is quite nice. So thank you very much indeed. I hope Ghana. I bet it's boiling hot in Ghana this morning. Wouldn't even like to. Over here, it's it might be a nice. Oh, it's lightening up a little bit. Looks quite nice out there. So if you've had a good weekend, if you're celebrating your birthday today, good luck. If you're getting ready to come into town, it'll be a nightmare fighting your way off. Get off the trains. Some people just walk towards you. Have you noticed that? They just don't seem to. How you can miss me? I've got no idea. I'm the one sobbing into a handkerchief. You know, go away. I'm sure one of these days I'm going to fall off the platform and they're going to have to rescue me from under a train. Strictly Chiefs, as I told you earlier on, have asked billionaire heiress, it'd be so fun if he leaves it to cat and dogs' homes, won't it? Tamara Eccleston to appear on this year's show. The mum, star of Fly on the Wall show Tamara's World. Nobody watched it. Did you see it? It was the biggest pile of pretentious rubbish you've ever seen. She snubbed previous offers because of daughter Sophia, now 5. A TV insider said this would be one of the people. She's been on producers' list before, but wasn't in a position to do it. Now her daughter is older. It's something she'd love to do. Oh, she'll never manage it. You have to work really hard. She won't manage it. She'll be another Gemma Collins. Oh, do it. Can't do it. I mean, she's got people helping her in the house. I mean, she can't do anything herself. But she lives in a mansion. They say her and her sister will inherit the £2.2 billion fortune of Formula One mogul dad Bernie, who's 88. Well, how do they know that? Have they seen a copy of the will? As I say, it would be hilarious if you left it to somebody else. That would be so funny. That would make me laugh. That really would. A British trophy hunter has racked up more than 500 animal kills around the world. Malcolm King has been collecting awards for gunning down rare lions, elephants, rhinos and others since the year 2000. He's believed to live in a £12 million mansion in Jersey. He insisted that all his actions were legal. When approached by the Sunday Telegraph, campaigners banned trophy hunting, said the law allowed serial killers to get away with murder. He's photographed next to the dead bodies of large Himalayan and French mammals. Why do people want to do that? I really don't understand that at all. Plus. TV's Mr. Blobby appears to be coming back. Wins tore a poster to reveal that Noel's house party character in an earlier Tesco ad. I used to love Mr. Bobby. He was so funny. And when he would fall over, you see him in the 500 miles thing, the Peter Kay video. Very funny, very funny. Why are we talking about toys? They're talking about toys in the paper. They're saying here, you know, you can get all of these different things and you can get discounts, you can get toys. But they had a thing the other day. Have you seen this porn, what do they call it? Porn stars. And it's a pawn shop in America, not porn as in porn. This is pawning items. And this one deals with some real pond life. Oh, my goodness me, are they terrible? Are they terrible? There was one woman, she goes in there, and she produces a voucher, which she thinks has entitled her to $100. And they went, no, that's a discount thing. You can get a discount of some of the items. She said, you swipe it, that's $100. Give me my money. They went, there is no money. It doesn't exist. It's like, whenever you had those discount vouchers before, this is worth 0.0000001 penny. That's what it's worth, just in case people thought that they could sort of get money back on it. But even worse was the person who took in a fake bag. And so she said, I'm looking for, so much money. They went, no, it's fake. No, it's not. She said, I paid a fortune for it. People try it on. I've noticed in Marks and Spencer's yesterday, some bloke just walks in, picks up a load of meat off the shelf, stuffs it under his coat and walks out. Unfortunately, he was seen by one of the staff who approached him. I was literally on the phone to a friend of mine. I said, they've just approached him. And the staff member said, give it back. And so he had to give it back. Because otherwise, they've got him on CCTV. So he's a middle-aged man, and he obviously shoplifts for a living. People thieve anything nowadays. Steve, this was a new wraith on a 19 plate, about 250 grand. Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. A new Wraith. Good heavens above. Keith Hughes, who's turned 80, been broadcasting for 60 years. You're a young whippersnapper compared to him. Yeah, but he's not been on the same station, has he? That's the trouble. He's not been on the same station. I always check that one. I'm surprised you didn't. Expected better. Kevin in Rome, wishing you a marvellous belated birthday. Thank you. It doesn't matter. I think a day late you can get away with. And Chrissy says the same. And from Big Steve and Clacton-on-Sea lifeboat. Don't want to go out in the weather we've had recently, do you? You really don't. It's not very pleasant at all. Scarlett Moffat's found a boyfriend. She's been through quite a few. This one will last probably the same as all of them. Mainly because she's not working at the moment. I don't know what she's doing. Twiddling about, I suppose. And a horrified mum had to apologise after putting a book with sex tips in kids' goodie bags. Because, you know, if you go to a birthday party now, they have goodie bags. All the kids go away with a goodie bag. Normally it contains some balloons, some coloured pencils, a rubber, or some, different things like that, and a piece of cake. But anyway, this was a book with sex tips. It was called 1001 Ways You Can Save the Planet. And it features tips on how to be environmentally friendly. But there's also a section on sex, which includes advice on animal-free bondage and solar-powered vibrators. I imagine children must have laughed. Parents whose children went to the party in Stoke Newington tweeted how they'd been sent panic texts from the mum after her mistake went viral. She says, I was guessing it was page 69. Another one wondered if they'd have to leave the lights on to use the solar-powered sex toys. They make such a big deal about things now, don't they? Everybody complains about everything. It's obviously a mistake. I told you last week, the girl who's vegetarian for 2 years goes to McDonald's, buys what she thinks is a veggie wrap, takes a big bite out of it. She's with her mates, and it's chicken, but she can't spit it out because she's with her friends. Why not? You just put a hanky up to your mouth. No, she has to drone on about how awful it is and write to McDonald's, as opposed to just going, they made a mistake. It's not like she's eating it, it's going to kill her. It is actually possible to eat chicken if you're vegetarian. All right, so you probably wouldn't like, eating McDonald's or something like that. It doesn't really matter. You're not going to sort of keel over and die. But no, she made a big song and dance about it. Oh, I felt awful. And you think, well, just, accept their apologies. Admittedly, they then had to grovel a bit to her, which I thought was a bit naff. And you think to yourself, what is the world coming to? What is the world coming to? 10 years on from Jade Goody, her mother has crept out of the woodwork to go and sit by the grave, because apparently she's been dead 10 years, but this is only the second time she's visited the grave. She says, I told Jade the boys are doing grand. I think actually she doesn't need you to tell them anything, Jackie. Really doesn't. And she said, I hope she's proud of us. What, you haven't visited for 5 years? How could she be proud of you? That the woman used to do drugs in front of her? I think not. I think they're doing very well, thank you very much indeed. They seem to be. But then, Jeff Brazier knows how to look after them. So you'd be the last person we'd allow to do things like that. Freddie flips a car in his debut on Top Gear. This is Freddie Flintoff. He flipped a hearse. So they're filming already this series. By the time we get to the summer, we'll be all in the can. Prince William swapped sides so he and his wife Kate could celebrate with a Guinness sort of... What happens if you don't like Guinness? I've never never drunk Guinness. I wouldn't really want to. And they go, Guinness? And you go, I don't think so, no. I don't know why. I just don't do stuff like that at all. Marks and Spencer's could be closing places that sell clothes. They're going to overhaul their image by launching new shops up to 15,000 feet and adapting existing branches to offer a wider range of groceries. Well, they've already got that, haven't they? I mean, you assumed you can buy everything in there. In a letter to the suppliers, the MD, Stuart Machin, said the move would help the firm compete with Waitrose, Sainsbury's and Tesco's as a destination for families doing the weekly shop. You are having a giraffe, aren't you? A weekly shop in Marks and Spencer's. Who could afford that? God in heaven. They must be mad. No, you've got a long way to go to catch up with Waitrose. Long way. I mean, there you can go and buy just about everything. I can walk round our food places very quickly. Very, very quickly. Still to come, a wealthy British... Oh, we've just done that, haven't we? And also an artist suffering from cancer says that painting a self-portrait for every week of chemotherapy helped him through the treatment. Well done to Mark Fennell. Well done. And also Montana Brown, whoever she is, has offered a tribute after the death of Love Island Mike. My friend's grandson, who is 9, has a keen interest in magic, says Paul. And do you know of any shows that would suit him? As I looked at the Magic Circle, some at age... Yes, I think 9 might be a bit too young for the Magic Circle. And there is an age restriction at my shows, mainly because sometimes, and I can never plan it, we have had somebody who might use a rude word or something like that. But I always think, actually, at the age of 9, it generally goes over their head anyway. I don't think they understand at 9. So you could actually go... And you could always, I mean, there are magic shops in London. You know, you can buy a little magic set, excuse me, for a 9-year-old to get them sort of interested. There's all sorts. Marvin's Magic do a magic set. They sell them in Hamleys, or Davenport's do them, or International Magic. There's loads of places. You could probably just buy it on the internet as well. So there you go. And Steve, if McDonald's serves chicken to a vegetarian, the best thing to do would be to eat it. It would only get thrown away, and it's already been diced and served. The trouble is, she thought she was buying the vegetarian one. Obviously, somebody had made a mistake and put the wrong thing in there. But she said she had to eat it. I don't know why. You just take it out of your mouth, you take it back to the counter and go, it's chicken. I ordered vegetarian. Look, there's the receipt. Guinness is delicious with, apparently, blackcurrant. I can't drink it. Listen, I mean, you couldn't sell it to me if it came attached to money. I'm really just... I don't drink things like that. Vince says, you're on my Echo Dot. What's that? What's that? Little Diddy thing. What comes out of? Little Diddy thing. Oh, is that the Alexa one? Oh, right, but a Diddy one. Oh, right. What, cheaper? So clever, isn't it, technology? I don't know how we survive without it. Seriously, when you think... You know, even in my lifetime, although I've got problems with my DVD player at the moment, it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, because it's built into the television. Don't ask me why. I've got no idea why. So we might have to go and look for something else today. But there you go. That's, you know, it's just sort of life's interest, because they've done away with the thing in John Lewis in Kingston. You go in, and if you were collecting, you know, like a big item, you drive down. Well, that's all gone now. You have to go to another place on the floor, and they will sort of give you the you have to stagger out with it, which is not particularly clever, actually. Also, what do we have here? Oh, the last year, this I thought was hilarious. London's Design Museum put Jon Snow's ties on display. He's now got them back in his cupboard. He said, "I've got them on a revolving tie rack." Bought into... I remember seeing the seller, I'm sure it was K-Tel, and you put the ties on, you pushed a button, and it would turn round. Although I saw something the other day on television. It's a new item. I have to mention it because I'm so used to seeing every morning. You turn on the telly and you get the shopping channel. It'll either be the Paint Pro, or it'll be a steam gun, or it'll be something you think, oh, not that thing again. But very interesting enough, yesterday, this was a thing to sort out ironing. And it's from JML, and all I'll tell you is it looks like a box with a spike in it, and you put your shirt on it, and then you push the button, it blows hot air up to 85 degrees through it, and in 10 minutes it's ironed your shirt. I thought, well, if you're a very clever person, you could probably iron a shirt in about a minute and a half anyway. But I looked at it thinking, that'd be good for somebody. You get in the shower, then when you get out, the shirt is all ready. It sort of puffs it out a bit. It's got some sort of casing. And I thought, I was trying to work out the cost of it. I thought, how much would that cost? 79 quid. 79.99 for this thing, and I nearly bought it. I thought, no, what are you going to do with it? That would be absolutely mad, absolutely mad. So the Breakfast TV weatherman Alex's cousin stabbed to death in a fight. This is Nathaniel Armstrong, killed about 100 metres from his home in Fulham, amid reports of a fight. And this tragedy happened 11 days after the Good Morning Britain presenter Alex made an impassioned on-air speech about the stabbing epidemic, claiming so many... We were talking about it a minute ago. I was talking about to Scottish Boy about, you know, the amount of, you know, deaths. I mean, America, with the gun crime, is horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. And here, you can't buy guns, but you can get hold of guns. It's not difficult to get hold of a gun. You could probably put the word out on the street, and you could probably get a gun delivered to you with bullets. It's as simple as that. And that's the way we appear to be going. You know, we have knife amnesties. I mean, that's not going to go anywhere at all. I've said before, I mean, how on earth do you think... You seriously think somebody who's got a knife, who's prepared to use it, and we had an 8-year-old the other day prepared to use a knife against a policeman, you think they're seriously going to turn and go, oh, sorry, and hand it over? No. Not going to happen at all. Also, thieves stole a dog poo bin after unscrewing it from its post. Police are looking for a lead. I mean, it isn't a joke, actually. Somebody did actually pinch it. And there's another one here. 7 football fans, including a boy aged 14, were arrested over a pitch invasion that left a female steward with a nose injury. Good Lord above. It's worse and worse, doesn't it, really? Worse and worse and worse. And there's lots of advice. For some reason, now we're going into a new part of the year. People are saying, oh, you need to spring clean your house and you need to do this and you need to do that. And you're thinking, why? Why do we need that? Why don't you just leave it exactly the same as it is? Lots of tributes pouring in to the sister of Louis Tomlinson from One Direction. And in fact, now the sister, the younger sister, has broken a family silence and said this is the 4th time I've tried to... She's only 14. 4th time she tried to write it, and she was finding it very, very difficult. Plus, a CCTV car has earned a council £21,000 preying on parents parking illegally near school gates. 605 fines have been issued because it's worse, isn't it? Everywhere you go now, councils are thinking, who do we get money out of? I know, motorists. Let's get motorists. They had one the other day. A motorist drove past a police car. They wound down the window and they shouted an obscenity, which is a bit thick of them, really, because the police pulled them immediately and confiscated the car because they had no insurance. And so the police confiscated the car. And it was a case of, ha, 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 ha. You know, you kind of lost your car. You know, I mean, if you're really that thick, you deserve to lose the car. And so they did. In Barbados, Steve says, Roots, we drink Guinness punch. Guinness with nutmeg, rum, condensed milk or nourishment. Nourishment? What the dickens is nourishment? Not even sure about that one. Some add barley, leave for a few hours, and the barley absorbs the liquid. Sure you're not drinking at the moment? That sounds really bizarre. We don't know what nourishment is, actually. Steve, if God didn't want us to eat animals, he wouldn't have made them out of meat. And, Steve, you just said Alexa, and my Echo responded. Isn't that funny? Yes, and now many others have, Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. Sorry. The lovely Joanne reading the traffic news sounds so apologetic after mentioning a hold-up that I expected to say, bless if you're there. She cares. She cares. Dan in Essex says, surely in the case of the stolen dog bin, the good old policeman's nose may help in that case. Why would you want to steal a dog bin? I mean, I can't help feeling, Dan, that, out of all the things that people would steal nowadays, wheels are very popular. We had a story the other day of somebody stealing somebody's wheels off their car. I was thinking, they're going to get a bit of a shock on my one. I've electrified them. Go on, try it. Try it. Also, social media addiction could be considered a medical disorder. Is that people who are addicted to phones and stuff? Yeah, I can imagine that, actually. Yeah, you see, Facebook, Instagram. Right, okay. Oh. It's very complicated because there is a Facebook page dedicated to this programme, which is very sweet, and Twitter and all sorts of things. I don't know whether it's because I've reached this age. I like the idea that if God didn't want us to eat animals, he wouldn't have made them out of meat. Of course, vegetarians everywhere would be hugely upset. Hugely upset. Budget hotel chain Travelodge are going to create 3,000 new jobs. We've got a new hotel, which is being built here in Leicester Square. And I reckon it'll be open for Christmas. I've just got this feeling, because they've started putting the cladding on the outside. And I've just got this feeling that they will definitely have it open for Christmas. How are they going to get all the traffic round here? I've got no idea. The Great Pottery Throwdown is back. Oh, dear. Who watched that one? Nobody. So the programme hosted by Sarah Cox was axed, despite 30,000 viewers signing a petition to save it. But a TV insider said there was disbelief when the BBC axed Throwdown, but yet again the BBC's losses, Channel 4's gains, so that's what it's going on. And they're hoping that Johnny Vegas will be one of the guest judges. Oh, right. What a boring thing to put on the television, whichever way you look at it. Who cares? Throwing pots. Good Lord. Ridiculous, sorry. And also pay a final farewell to one Weatherfield favourite this week as Underworld's roof collapses in Coronation Street. I did watch a little bit of Corrie the other day, actually. I've got no idea where I am with it. I've got no idea. Where's Minnie Caldwell gone? That's what I want to know. And Ina Sharples. Steve, I'm surprised you have a DVD. Everything's streamed. If you've got Wi-Fi, that's all you need. I like it. I like it. I like having a DVD player. I like physically the fact that I can take a DVD and slide it into the machine. And somebody says, you're such a retailer's delight. £79.99 is 80 quid. I didn't say it wasn't. I'm quite well aware of what the 1 penny means. It's under. They do that on the television. It's under £30, £29.99. I understand that. I'm a radio presenter. I didn't just wander in from a job centre. Steve, the moron who shouted at the cops and lost his car. More stories like that make my day. Me too. Me too. I thought so. I mean, somebody said he must be really thick, to watch his car being taken away. He'll have to walk. Steve, traditionally people spring clean for Easter, says Anne. Oh, right. Nourishment is a milk drink. I've never even heard of it. Nourishment. It's a milk drink. Have you seen so many different milks in the supermarkets? Now, at one point it was milk. Semi-skimmed, skimmed, full fat, cream milk, Jersey milk, Guernsey milk, almond milk, coconut. It goes on and on. It's as bewildering an a range as it is of shampoos that you get nowadays. Monday, it's the 18th of March. It's 24 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari's with you for breakfast this morning at 7. Following the terrorist massacre in New Zealand and Saturday night stabbing in Surrey, Nick will find out what can be done about the growth in far-right extremism. He'll be talking to the Security Minister, among others. You'll also hear why Eurostar passengers are being told to avoid travelling to Paris. Love the Eurostar. Plus, after donations to Comic Relief fell by some £8 million this year, was David Lammy's rant about white saviours like Stacey Dooley visiting African countries to blame for it? Well, one Tory MP seems to think he is. I personally can't see it. I just think people, are perhaps being a bit more careful with their money. I mean, it's gone down. I mean, the 8 million, I think about 10 years ago, it was 110 million that they raised in. I mean, it's an awful lot of money. They've got 60+ million, 63 million, I think. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. So the reality TV tragedy, what do we do about people who take their own lives while presumably, I think the phrase is, the balance of their mind was disturbed? In this particular case, people are saying, he's the second suicide in 9 months. The people who've been on it, they're not stars. I wish the papers had stopped calling them stars. They're not. They're people who've been on a reality show. They're not stars. Stars with, the Judy Garlands and, and Ralph Fiennes and people like that. Not somebody who's just been on a show and taken their clothes off. That's of no interest. But a top Tory has said the bosses have to do more. But they can't. They do check these people before they go on programmes to make sure they're fit for purpose. I mean, some of them, admittedly, when they had Sarah Harding, of course, on Celebrity Big Brother, giving her alcohol was the big mistake. Big mistake. She went into complete meltdown. I happened to see it on YouTube the other day. There's a whole series of people's meltdown. The language is disgusting. I mean, seriously. But there again, once people lose it through booze, it doesn't help. The Dagenham and Roofers are starting on this hotel doing cladding, starting in 4 weeks' time. Could pop in for a cuppa. What, you or me popping in for a cuppa? Have they built the kitchens yet? I suppose they must have done, mustn't they? Put my hard hat on. No, they wouldn't get me up scaffolding. I'm frightened to death about the heights. Nourishment is a milky energy drink in a can. A mate of mine made that punch once a knockout, says Graham. I think I understand that. I remember in the late 70s, Guinness was prescribed to elderly gentlemen on a Sunday during their stay in hospital. The reasoning was it contains iron and various vitamins and was good for the bowels. Obviously, even in those recent times in history, it was not considered a suitable treat for the ladies. I remember I took a friend of mine over to Vienna and they'd opened an Irish bar over there, and so we were invited. And, of course, I can't drink Guinness. I'm sure it's lovely, but it just doesn't, bitter and lager, they just don't appeal to me. I can never understand people who drink it. I don't quite get it. But it was the fact that you could do your initials in the foam at the top, but it would still be there at the very bottom, like and why. John says, yellow zigzag lines are there to keep children safe from stupid parents, who, if they're stupid enough to stop on any zigzags outside any school, deserve to get fined. CCTV cars patrolling motorway middle lanes, whatever next. They don't do it. They don't do it. That's why I can laugh at you, John, because they don't do it. They don't have any car. They have police cars, but, no Never get me, mate. Ha ha. I'm vegetarian, Steve, and so are all the animals I consume. Is it possible to be vegetarian and eat meat? I suppose it must be. Oh, no, it's not. No. I just wonder why she went into a meltdown over it. So she only stopped 2 years prior. Flexitarian. What does that mean? Oh, right, flexitarian. Oh, right. Oh, like him. He's sort of part-time piscatarian. Don't look at me like that. You are. You've had meat, haven't you? I'm not saying all the time, but occasionally you lapse. Because people who are just vegetarian or piscatorian or pescatorians aren't as healthy as us people who eat meat. Didn't they do a survey? Some years ago with Eskimos, and they made them, they took them off meat, and within a short while, they were ill, their teeth were bad, they had all sorts of problems. They said because eating raw meat made apparently a lot of... I couldn't eat raw meat. You know, I know some people do. Managed to get away with it. Ollie Murs is in all the papers today talking about his panic attacks. He's also selling tickets for a tour. I mean, far be it from me to be so shameless that I would say, you know, anything to try and get some interest, because otherwise it's just another Ollie Murs interview. So this time he's got panic attacks, left him paralysed with fear. And you have to ask the question, when was that? I've never seen him paralysed with fear. He seemed to go through life looking fairly jolly. Plus tears flowing and the grief still raw. The New Zealanders uniting after a defiant show of love over hate. The Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, hugging worshippers at Wellington, and others met in Christchurch, where the evil racist Brendan Tarrant struck. I don't think he's just so much evil racist. I just think he's mentally ill. There's something the matter with him. He shows no signs of remorse or anything else like that. And then the other thing, which kind of cheered me up, the Begin woman over in that camp, her solicitor or whatever goes over there. The Syrians don't let him anywhere near her. He's not allowed into the camp. So there you go. He wanted her signature on a document. Why don't you put it in the post here, like most people? Daily Express, pensions boost for millions. Radical reforms in saving for retirement could see incomes rise 7% a year. Brexit, we were taking odds on. We're all a bit divided in the studio over whether or not she'll quit this week. Will she quit? Producer, big producer, main producer, thinks she won't. A little bit dodgy. Whereas Scottish Boy and me, yeah, I think she might, but I'm probably inclined to go onto your side and say she won't quit this week. And I think it'll go through as well. I don't think the MPs can screw it up anymore. You don't think it'll go through? Well, well, exactly, we don't know anything. I mean, it changes on a minute-by-minute basis, doesn't it, really? But I don't think she'll quit this week, even though they're saying, oh, if she wants this to go through, she'll quit. I don't think the lady is for turning just yet. Front page of the Mail, they've got ingenious tricks from the Queen of Clean. There's always people who've got titles now, haven't they? So you're the Queen of Clean. What does that mean? Taking over from Aggie and Kim. Plus, the swindlers in India who terrorise 10,000 UK residents a day via landlines with the threat of prison. Britain's fleeced by fake taxmen. And 330 repayment fraud cases a day. Let me tell you now, the taxman will never phone you. They will never contact you and ask for money. So, you know, why don't you just, when these people phone up and say, I am from HMRC, just sort of go, and put the phone down. It's as simple as that. But it's amazing how many people appear to have been caught out. And they've got a picture of inside the fraudulent call centre. And one here who says some customers have sold cars and things like that to pay. They panic because these people tell lies. Some bloke here lost £10,000. He really thought it was the taxman. They don't phone you like that. I mean, I just don't understand how it works. So, well, I'll tell you how the scam works in a minute. Also, how many people are targeted, how to protect yourself, and can you get your money back? Which is very important because, you know, handing over money now, unless they've literally put a gun to your head and it's been happening, you've handed it over voluntarily. So if you were a victim, I've got a website for you as well. So some more details coming up. Plus, the Daily Star. Ant has a very ice day out. I don't know why. Is he wandering about with a photographer all of a sudden? Maddie and the Man in the Mask and Love Island stars. We were cut off like Tragic Mike. It's funny, they didn't tell us he was Tragic Mike before. Now they tell us he's like Tragic Mike. He was in a dark place, but nobody appeared to be able to help him. One of his so-called fans bought him a book. As if you're in that state of mind, you're going to be sitting down reading a book about something. I think not. LBC News Time, 10 to 7 the time. So let me just run through this quickly with you. It's the story that's running on the front of the Daily Mail today, where people get these phone calls from India, they think, and they're pretending to be taxmen. So what you get is an automated call which informs you that you face a legal case for non-payment of tax. Phone numbers are selected at random from the online BT directory. Those that call back are threatened with immediate arrest and prosecution unless they repay the money. The fraudsters often trick victims into making 4 or more payments on the same call. Some victims are cold called directly. I mean, you wouldn't have thought people would fall for this. So there's about 10,000 households a day are hit by these automated calls. Other scammers operating from India run computer and software service frauds and bogus calls claiming to be about loans and PPI refunds. Now, be alert. OK, this is the advice. HMRC say it only calls people for payment of debts they are already aware of. OK, because you get a piece of paper through if you owe tax, and it will say, this is how much you owe, this is when it's got to be paid by, and you pay it, and if you don't, then you know that they're going to call you. However, some victims receive calls from scammers when they're expecting a genuine call from HMRC. So you can report any suspicious calls to Action Fraud, which is on 0300 123 2040. Action Fraud, OK? Can you get your money back? Well, currently, the banks often refuse to refund victims of the scams because you've authorised the online payment into the criminal's account, usually using your card reader. However, thanks to Moneymail's Stop the Bank Scammers campaign, major banks, including Barclays, HSBC, Lloyds and Santander, have pledged to offer compensation. So that's not the whole amount, that's just compensation, which is not so good, not so good. So here we go. This is how generally it runs. Sir, this is Matthew. I'm calling you from HMRC. How are you doing today? The elderly gentleman replies politely before the call centre worker gets straight to business. Sir, we just wanted to know if you received your yellow slip regarding your case for tax fraud. And so it goes on. This is 4,250 miles from this northern India city where Mahatma Gandhi led his peaceful campaigns. And so, you know, basically, they are trying to make you do it. And they seem to be fairly successful. Although, as I say, you would know about it if it was coming from HMRC. So if you're an elderly person, don't answer the telephone, OK? Let it go to answer phone. They won't, I promise you, they won't leave a message. They won't leave a message. It's an automated system. Once they've seen you pick up, then, you know, they will advise you. But they're fraudsters, OK? This is not HMRC. Not HMRC. Daily Star, Love Island stars, we were cut off like Tragic Mike. Because at the age of 26, he decided it was a better option to take his own life than obviously put up with what was going on. Whatever it was, we shall not find out straight away, I shouldn't imagine, but eventually we will. Steve... also, HMRC do not email you with rebates, says Simon. No, the only thing I get from HMRC is to tell me how much the tax bill is, but I'm waiting for that anyway because we've already told them what it is because it goes through my accountant. Perhaps it's people who don't have accountants. Perhaps they target people like that. I love the way tax fraud. Yeah, right. Mike says, did you know Eurostar now goes to Amsterdam directly? Does it really? I can see where I used to live, but because of passport checks on the way back, you have to get to Brussels via Belgium or Dutch Railway, then you get the Eurostar. I love Eurostar. I love it. Jem says, I drink nourishment, just milk and vitamins. They used to do coconut flavour. I've never even heard of it. Never heard of it. Sounds quite nice. 80 or so pregnant women, says Mary, were advised to drink Guinness for all the good things it had in it. Could explain a lot about me and my brothers. Yes. And Steve says, Holly, why don't we stop using the term reality show and change it to freak shows? Well, that's what it is, isn't it? I think that kind of sums it up. As you say, these shows are also a waiting list to a life on benefits at our expense. Oh, we've even had people who've been on benefits. They make shows about these people on benefits. They go, oh, a benefit street star. Really? Not in my world. So I think freak shows sounds much better. I have the perfect solution to helping people who appear on reality shows. Ban them all, says Dallas. I've never watched one in my life and I haven't missed anything. No. No, I agree with you. Yeah, let's ban them all. It's cheap television, and you can always find desperados. But look, I think when somebody takes their own life, that's when you have to look at them very carefully and go, listen, we've got to stop them. Kevin says, I had to go down to the West Country Saturday to visit my youngest son, so I slept in Sunday and missed your show. So can I wish you a belated 45th birthday today? My dream. It's my dream. 45 is okay. How old are you? I forgot how old you are. Oh, it's unacceptable. Oh, it's right. Scottish boy says it's unacceptable. You missed the show. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, we should normally have a letter, shouldn't we, of apology. And Walls of Jericho, says Rachel, still doing a roaring trade, as is Cheeses of Nazareth. No, Walls of Jericho was the gag. You can't add something onto it. Definitely not. But Angela says people can't compare parking on zigzag lines to driving in the middle lane on the motorway. Parking on the zigzags means motorists can't see the children, which could lead to a fatality. Exactly. You can drive in that middle lane on the motorway, and enjoy yourself forever. You don't see people wandering about in it. My mum had the faux tax call, Steve. Frightened her terribly. Ignore it, please, says Nicola. Yes, absolutely. They won't. Just listen. Don't pick up the phone. Let it go to answer phone. Listen back to the message. If it tells you what it is, fair enough. But, of course, they won't leave a message. They really won't, I promise you. The Times, May woos Brexiteers, but still faces defeat. Duty-free drinking ban for air passengers. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. You don't need to drink if you're flying. You really don't. It's not worth it. You can wait till you get to the other end, but people can't stop, can they? Yesterday we had... No, it wasn't yesterday. It was Saturday. We had the Scottish... fans down in Twickenham. From about 11 in the morning, they were drinking. The game wasn't till 5 o'clock. You think, I don't think you're going to be in a fit state for enjoying it. The Guardian, finally, smear test service in meltdown as scientist is at labs. And May begins make or break bid to get the DUP to back the deal. And those are the stories. Plus, Jacinda, New Zealand's Prime Minister. I mean, seriously, I think she's been amazing. And their head of the police as well. They've both been very good. They seem to be sort of working through it as quickly as possible. Also, stroke victims given new advice on therapy. And flood warnings after the heavy rain and snow, because when the snow melts, you're going to get floods. And they've got places like York that could sort of, really have an awful lot of problems with it as well. Plus, Branson planned to cut pay below minimum. He's planning to cut air stewards' pay below the minimum wage as they threaten strike action over Easter in cuts branded unfair by staff. Virgin Atlantic air stewards' base salary will increase marginally, while allowance benefits, which make up a third of their pay, will be halved. Oh dear. I sense a rumbling in the ranks. I sense a little bit of dissent going on. Ant has a very ice day out, and Maddie and the Man in the Mask, which, as I said before, was the story of Madeleine McCann. And guess what's back? Miniskirts. Miniskirts are back in again. That's exciting. Look forward to seeing Dave O'Brien and his a little bit later on. Could be quite nice. Just about it for the this morning. Happy birthday from yesterday. Actually, and my former producer Johnny, who's down in Essex, we share exactly the same birthday. We share St Patrick's Day, and I forgot to send him a happy birthday, and to all the other people who celebrate their birth. I had about 3 producers, I think, who were all about the 17th of March, but Johnny in particular is the one who gets the birthday message. Charlie Girling says drinking in airports is one of life's great pleasures, and on airplanes, in fact, drinking full stop. She hardly touches a drop, seriously. Hardly touches a drop. Well, I say hardly touches, hardly touches the side of her mouth, actually. Steve, when you get the call from supposed HMRC, give false information. You'll soon realise it's a fake call. Just don't answer them at all. That's my advice. That's my advice. And Steve, anyone I suspect is a phone scammer, I just ask them to give me a minute whilst I take a pan off the stove. Put the phone down, see how long it takes them to hang up, says Blake. Well, we said that earlier, but of course, you're still connected to them. So they can't use the phone for anything else. Now, listen, before I go, time to let you know what's coming up on my free podcast for today on The Little Bit Extra. I'll be talking more about the sad news from the weekend that one of the former Love Island contestants has taken his own life at the age of just 26, and how, sadly, many of the pitfalls of reality TV, which I've spoken about for quite a few years, are now being seen in some sort of pretty tragic ways. You'll also hear some astonishing hypocrisy from the family of Jade Goody as the 10th anniversary of her death approaches. Plus, I'll let you know the last hilarious and completely original joke that Robbie Williams has come up with as he takes lunch orders over in Vegas. My little bit